This kid has only been boxing for 2 weeks, yet he's already mocking the pros. No one can keep up with Ryu's speed and agility. Even seasoned veterans of the ring don't stand a chance against him. Ryu blows the local coach away so much so that he calls in a world-famous trainer named Kei. This is the guy who's trained 5 of the world's top boxers and is now looking for his final disciple. Kei watches the kid carefully evaluating his every move. It's clear as day, his God-given talent surpasses anyone Kei has ever trained. All his movements are fluid and natural. He's already got his own unique style. Basically, Ryu has all the makings of the next world champion. But his love for showing off and his lack of discipline ultimately cost him the match against a much older, stronger opponent. Just then, Kei hears a commotion outside. Looking out the window, he sees a group of bullies ganging up on a lonely, gloomy-looking kid who isn't even trying to fight back. He's just taking punch after punch. And then Kei notices something that shocks him to his very core. He can't believe his eyes. The kid was clearly seeing every single punch coming from the bullies, but he just chose not to dodge. So Kei heads downstairs. While the local coach is giving the bullies a well-deserved talking to, Kei approaches the kid with a single question. He asks why the boy didn't dodge the punches. The kid just replies that it was too much of a bother and walks off like nothing happened. That's when Kei decides he has to see for himself. He lunges forward and throws his fastest, most powerful punch. But the kid sees it coming a mile away and dodges it like it's nothing. Coach Kei is stunned by how effortlessly the boy dodged his attack. Even though Kei's past his prime, no one has ever dodged that punch before. The fact that this kid did it so easily means he possesses true God-tier talent. Coach Kei can't let such limitless potential slip away, so he offers to teach him how to box. But the gloomy kid seems completely uninterested and even asks if hitting people is actually fun. Coach Kei realizes this boy is missing that innate human hunger for dominance. He's a complete contrast to the cocky, white-haired punk he just saw in the gym. Coach Kei replies that, yes, hitting other people is definitely fun. He explains that hitting another person creates a sense of purpose, and everyone secretly wants to reach that pinnacle. Then Coach Kei gives the boy his very first boxing lesson, a simple 1-2 jab, and gives him a 30-day deadline to accept his offer. The gloomy kid just shrugs and walks off. The local coach is completely baffled, wondering what on earth Kei sees in that kid. So Kei explains that he's always trusted his gut. He had the same feeling about all 5 of the champions he trained, and even about Ryu. But this gloomy kid, he's a whole other beast entirely. Just one look at him sent shivers down Kei's spine. Shivers of pure fear. Kei is still trembling from their encounter, remembering that look in his eyes. The kid looked bored while a bunch of bullies were wailing on him, so Kei tested him by throwing his strongest punch from behind. And yet the kid saw his fist coming and slipped it perfectly. He didn't dodge by some miracle or animal-like instinct. He moved with a precision and grace that said he knew it was coming all along. Kei has seen more geniuses than he can count in his lifetime, but he's never seen anyone like that kid. You might think that just means he has fast reflexes, but you'd be dead wrong. The way he dodged that fist, it's like time itself moves at a different speed in his world. Basically, he's not human, he's a monster. The next day at school, a kid named Jay is getting his butt kicked by a bunch of bullies. He's your typical nice guy nerd, who's currently being used as Ryu's personal seat warmer. The white-haired punk is a gym-going bully, which is pretty much the worst combination imaginable. Ryu loves basking in the praise from his cronies, who all think he's destined to become a world champion someday. The world is split in two, the weak, like our mystery boy here and his nerdy sidekick, and the strong like Bakugo's long-lost cousin Ryu. These punks casually give our gloomy boy a shoulder check as they walk by. Their main target, however, is Jay the poor kid who's become their designated punching bag. During lunch, they toss some nasty-looking candies into his bowl and force him to eat it. Being a total pushover, the poor nerd has no choice but to comply with their gross demand. Jay feels sick afterwards. While the other kids are playing outside, he sits with Mr. Introvert Pro Max because in the school's social hierarchy, they're both at the bottom. Jay is surprised because Yu has incredible physical abilities, but refuses to join in any games out of sheer boredom. Jay, our resident Four Eyes, tries to ask about Yu's passions, but as far as he can remember, this guy has never shown an interest in becoming anything. He just drifts through life, chillaxing and not caring about a single thing. When Yu asks Jay the same question, Jay says he wants to follow in his father's footsteps. While they're having a friendly chat, Ryu can't stand seeing the nerd actually enjoying himself with someone. He kicks a soccer ball hard right at Jay, but to everyone's surprise, Yu catches it with zero effort. The resident problem child and all-around freak Ryu is ferocious enough to slap anyone who dares to cross him. Ryu tries his best to intimidate the boy, but Yu just gives him a blank stare, completely unfazed by the threat. Meanwhile, another student, Jay, has been secretly training to become a boxer, just like his father. He looks up to his father as a courageous figure. Jay feels like he's failed his friend by refusing to confront Ryu. After all this budget, Bakugo is his biggest fear, which makes him feel like a total loser. The depressed young man Jay retreats to his room to be by himself. He questions his chances against the seemingly unbeatable source of his misery. For Jay, it's clear his opponent's strength is on another level. He's seen the white-haired punk take down guys way bigger than him. It's quite a show, as if he's just toying with his opponents. The studious Jay feels like nobody can stop him. In an effort to seek advice, Jay consults his father, who was a boxer back in his day. He wants to know the secret to defeating opponents who are stronger than he is. His father explains that in his time, winning took every ounce of a boxer's heart. That dedication is what separated the amateurs from the professionals. However, his father also admits he remembers being terrified of facing powerful opponents. In those moments, even a professional of his caliber had no choice but to back down and accept defeat. He felt it was better to surrender rather than take a needless beating, but that's just it. As a boxer, once you go down for the count, it's all over. Jay's father understood this, acknowledging that the most important thing for a boxer is to keep getting back up, no matter what. That said, he thinks in any other circumstance a person should just run and not get caught. He emphasizes that courage is commendable in anyone, not just boxers. The young man finds solace in his father's advice and goes to sleep. The perspective shifts to Yu, who is climbing a flight of stairs when he spots Ryu again. Ryu was determined to get payback, and had even shown up at Yu's house. To teach Yu a lesson, Ryu ridicules him, trying to provoke him into a fight. Yu's usual indifferent response earns him a blow to the head. Ryu then declares he'll make Yu's life a living hell by forcing him to pay protection money. After Ryu leaves, just like always, nothing in Yu's life changes. While heading home, Ryu is absolutely furious, unable to forget the uncaring look in the eyes of the boy he just confronted. Ryu spots a group of delinquents from a rival gang who've been itching for a fight. To vent his anger, he throws a powerful punch square in one of their faces, knocking him out cold. He takes great pleasure in taking them down one by one, as their miserable expressions bring him the most joy. The night ends with Yu spending time alone with his cat. His eyes are so hollow and gloomy that he resembles a ghost. The next day, it's go time. This is the day Jay has been preparing for. He's finally ready to confront his bullies. Even in class, he steels his resolve, determined not to show fear. Surprisingly, they don't do anything to him. Jay is confused. This isn't how it was supposed to go down. What's more, Yu is nowhere to be seen. The realization starts to dawn on him. There's a reason they left him alone. His fears are confirmed when we see Yu getting beaten up in a warehouse for failing to bring Ryu his money. Ryu's lackeys use Yu as a punching bag, practicing all their moves on him like he's a rag doll. Ryu is there to coach them on their technique, all while enjoying the show. Suddenly, Jay barges in shouting for them to stop. A moment of silence hangs in the air, quickly replaced by his own rising fear. Jay's heart pounds in his chest as he realizes he just said something he can't take back. The sudden wave of fear shatters the resolve he'd carefully built up before entering the room. His body trembles, frozen in place, but he knows there's no turning back now. He has to fight, so he gets into a boxing stance. The sight absolutely baffles Ryu, but Jay is no longer shaken, remembering his father's advice. The boy adjusts to the perfect angle and delivers a clean jab, then rotates his hips for a powerful forward cross. This two-punch combo surprises even himself, and it absolutely infuriates his opponent. Realizing his punches are actually doing damage, Jay feels a surge of courage. Now it's his opponent who's shaking with fear. But that's enough of that, because Ryu is here to put an end to it. He's going to make sure Jay never forgets this humiliation. Even Ryu's underlings think it's unfair that the kid got sent straight to the final boss after just one victory. Ryu goads him on, daring him to take a shot, while Jay is convinced that his real battle has just begun. The smug-faced Ryu provokes Jay into attacking. Full of a rookie's confidence, Jay thinks he can actually take him down. Jay throws a forward punch that Ryu easily dodges. I'm not a fan, but you have to admit this dude. Ryu goes full-on Ultra Instinct while dodging his attacks. Jay is completely focused on landing just one solid hit. Just one good strike that could take Ryu down, but the poor guy's running out of steam, so much so that even Ryu starts making fun of him. Ryu lands a brutal slap across his opponent's face, leaving a cut so deep it starts to drain his hope. The fear of defeat creeps in as Ryu taunts him, goading him to attack. Jay takes a heavy blow to the face that leaves him in a daze. The poor guy is shell-shocked, realizing he's up against a genuine monster. Jay's gasping for air, fully aware that he messed up big time by challenging this guy. Ryu's personal hype/hater squad chimes in with more trash talk. Ryu strolls over to ask Lil Jay if he's ready to throw in the towel, but not a chance. Jay channels his inner Rocky Balboa and gets back on his feet. He's ready for another round, fully knowing he's completely outmatched. His new game plan is to tire out his opponent, but Ryu's feeling playful and decides to toy with his food, adopting a one-armed stance. But even with just one arm, he's dishing out blows that slice right through Jay's guard. Ryu unleashes a torrent of devastating punches, while Jay does his best to simply stand his ground. He takes a heavy shot to the gut as his psychopathic opponent visibly enjoys the violence. Our boy is getting a harsh lesson in what a real street fight feels like, but he's not giving up yet. His plan: just tank every hit until he finds a way to win. Ryu seems to have figured out Jay's strategy and just humors him, landing agile punches all over his body. Jay is forced to endure a relentless assault from every angle. Even the peanut gallery of haters has to admit this is the very definition of getting your butt handed to you. Jay is taking all this punishment just to set up one single momentous strike. And then his moment arrives. Ryu pulls back to charge up a heavy punch, giving Jay the exact opening he needs to counter with a swift uppercut. You'd think this is the classic underdog victory moment, right? Nope. Ryu dodges it like a pro and answers with a bulldozing slam right to the face. Jay's father had a modest boxing record, nothing that screamed greatness or fame. He wasn't remembered as a particularly courageous boxer, but that was the very quality his son admired most. The boy who endured it all lies defeated on the mat. Ryu's last hit scrambled his brain, making him lose his sense of direction completely. The smug punk then mocks Jay's pathetic little strategy, reading him like an open book. It was laughably easy for him to see right through Jay's plan, but this fight isn't over just yet. Our guy is relentless, even after his spirit has been mercilessly crushed. Ryu follows up with a series of humiliating slaps across his face. Ryu makes sure to drag him through every circle of hell he can think of before finally putting Jay back on the ground. The boy recalls his father's words, clinging to every last shred of motivation he can find to get back up. Ryu actually commends his spirit, respecting Jay enough that he's ready to stop toying with him. But it's not over, not for the boy clinging to the heart of a true boxer. Jay rises once more, desperate for a win. All the while, Yu observes him intently. As for Ryu, he's beyond mad. He's absolutely livid. He delivers a bone-crushing slam to Jay's face, swinging with such violence that even his own friends worry he might actually kill the kid. Jay's face is a swollen, bloody, bruised mess, pretty much every kind of ugly you can imagine. Ryu takes the boy's persistence as a personal insult to his ego. He calls him a pathetic loser just to drive the point home. Much to the jerk's surprise, Jay reveals he was never even thinking about his chances of winning. He calls Ryu a fool for completely misunderstanding him. Through this courageous act, Jay has transformed, becoming a new, stronger version of himself. He doesn't care about petty titles, unlike Mr. Bakugo's long-lost cousin over here. Jay's spirit roars as he declares his new goal to become a boxer. These words resonate with Yu, but absolutely infuriate Ryu, prompting the bully to start wailing on him again. Then a single penetrating question from Yu silences the entire room. Yu asks Ryu the same question he once asked Coach K. Why does he enjoy hurting other people? The scene flashes back to Coach K, who explains that he trusted his gut feeling the moment he saw the gloomy kid. He's always relied on that natural instinct, even when coaching world champions, but something about this kid was just different. Back in the present, Yu has suddenly decided to stand up to Ryu. Ryu's underlings try to act tough, but our favorite introvert perfectly recalls Coach K's movements, delivering a clean 1-2 combo that absolutely rocks the punk. In the flashback, Coach K summarizes that he literally shuddered with excitement when he first met the kid. Yu's punches have left the room in a deafening silence. One by one, the lackeys approach him only to get completely dismantled. Ryu just watches, looking like his soul is about to leave his body. Back in the memory, Coach K adds that the boy's eyes seemed to welcome the punches as if inviting them to strike his face. It was as if nothing in the world had ever been interesting enough to capture Yu's attention before. This bizarre behavior was something Coach K had to test for himself, so he launched a lightning-fast fist aimed right at the boy's face. The result was crystal clear. The boy elegantly dodged the punch with a skill that usually takes boxers years and years of dedicated training to master. It wasn't luck, and it wasn't just good timing, it was something completely unnatural. Even the most legendary boxing coach in the entire world admits he's never seen a natural genius like Yu in his entire life. And now for the moment of truth. Ryu feels a strange sense of unease creeping in. Yu's soul-reaping gaze has put him completely on edge. Ryu charges forward only to feel the right side of his face get absolutely obliterated. He wails in agony, getting a taste of his own medicine, while Yu just watches completely unfazed. In an instant, the bully has become the helpless victim. experiencing a terror unlike anything he's ever felt before. As Coach K puts it, that kid isn't human, he's a literal monster. He's the very definition of built different. We then get a flashback for Ryu, the guy who just got completely one-shotted. Back in the day, young Ryu saw openings in everyone's fighting style. He also rocked a seriously goofy haircut, but that never stopped him from steamrolling other guys. The dude started thinking he was Gojo or something since absolutely no one could touch him. That feeling of total domination only made him want more. He reveled in the misery and fear of his opponents. It completely changed who he was. He beat up so many people that he earned a nationwide reputation as a menace. Ryu loved it when guys 5 times his size tried to teach him a lesson. He savored every second of beating them down, drilling the fact that he was unstoppable into their heads. Ryu's winning streak was so insane he started believing he was on another level, like some kind of enlightened master. But oh, how the tables have turned. He just got flattened by a monster who could have easily ended his life. His entire worldview is shaken to its core. But for Ryu, it's not a big deal. He convinces himself it was just a fluke that he must have slipped. So the idiot gears up to give it his all and make sure he puts Yu down for good. He racks his brain for the best way to return the favor. Ryu decides to pour every ounce of his strength into a single punch. He sees Yu duck to dodge the attack, but he's already a step ahead. He outmaneuvers Yu and aims straight for his head. At that range, a dodge should be impossible. But impossible isn't in Yu's vocabulary. He actually dodges it. Ryu's soul just about leaves his body. He knows it's over. Yu pops up with a sledgehammer jab, then unleashes a merciless flurry of blows all over Ryu's body. Ryu's so-called God-given talent is utterly useless against an opponent who is completely out of his league. This monster came out of nowhere, proving that for every predator, there's a bigger one waiting. After getting completely wrecked, Ryu wakes up screaming in a hospital room trapped in a nightmare. It only takes a few seconds for him to realize that nearly every bone in his body has been shattered. Ryu is hit with a feeling completely foreign to him, loss, fear, and despair. He's finally experienced failure and he's reacting like a small child, whining after losing a game. Ryu balls in the face of defeat. Meanwhile, Coach K is laser focused on his newfound obsession. There's only one kid he wants on his roster now. He has never wanted to recruit someone this badly before. The man is so obsessed he looks like he's about to just kidnap Yu. Ironically, while they're waiting for Ryu at the gym, Yu is the one who shows up. Coach K is ecstatic, assuming Yu is there to learn how to fight. Yu accepts, but on one condition: he needs money to cover the hospital bills. Coach K puts 2 and 2 together and cheerfully asks if Ryu was at least a fun challenge. But to everyone's surprise, our guy calls Ryu boring. That's how easy the fight was. Coach K just laughs, saying he'd buy the entire hospital if that's what it takes for Yu to join his gym. With that settled, the two of them head off to the hospital. Hilariously, Coach K seems low-key thrilled that Ryu got beaten black and blue. He clearly couldn't care less about his arrogant starfighter anymore. Yu, on the other hand, is worried about Jay's condition, remembering the fiery determination in his eyes. After settling both hospital bills, Yu takes Coach K back to his apartment. It's a stark, empty place that screams, "I have zero social life." Finally, the coach asks for the boy's name. This brings back painful memories of his mother's tragic death, and Yu realizes the only thing he remembers is his family name. Yu gives a brief introduction. Coach K promises to introduce this quiet introvert to a world completely different from anything he's ever known. It seems destiny has brought these two together, just as it has tossed an arrogant reject like Ryu aside. And that's the irony of it all. Ryu can't even bring himself to look Jay in the eye. He wears a look of utter defeat, while Jay stands tall, filled with optimism and courageous resolve. The time for change has come. Yu has barely anything to pack, just a small bag and his trusty cat. Seeing this, Coach K decides it's time for a makeover. He gets Yu a fresh haircut, completely changing his look. They soon arrive at the airport, where Coach K's assistant is waiting. Carmen, the gym's manager, introduces herself and welcomes them into the car. Yu hasn't even started his boxing career, but thanks to Coach K, he's already got an incredible house. They waste no time and head straight out for his first training session. The Lion Boxing Club is legendary for producing some of the finest boxers in history. It boasts a top-tier curriculum that incorporates the latest scientific training methods. As they give Yu a tour of the gym, the other boxers can only stare in shock. To them, the boy looks frail and unassuming. Carmen clarifies that very few boxers ever get the privilege of being personally trained under K's supervision. She encourages him to take pride in being chosen, but our protagonist is so laid back he's completely unfazed. Carmen gets a bit annoyed by his nonchalant attitude. Yu is introduced to Arnold, but his attention is glued to the portraits of the world champions. Aaron Tide is his magnum opus, the most masterful of them all. The coach wants him to experience the excitement of a fight up close, so he instructs Carmen to book them a couple of seats for a title match. Coach K wants to give him the chance to learn about monsters of Aaron's caliber. In the center of the roaring crowd, a ring was set for 2 fighters. The reigning world champion completely demolishes his opponent with one devastating blow after another. Each of his strikes sent a heavy shock through his opponent until an inevitable knockout punch concluded the match. Aaron has emerged victorious, successfully defending his title as the heavyweight world champion. Coach K tells you to soak in the crowd's cheers, promising that he will also reach Aaron's level. With his help, the lonely introvert will soon stand at the pinnacle of the boxing world with his own title. And at that moment, K's own ambition will be realized. He is incredibly excited for Yu's future. The boy has a vivid memory of that radiant figure entering his life. He awoke in his new room, which was still as bare as ever. At the Lions Boxing Club, a certain fighter had piqued Coach K's interest. The orange-haired kid wants to be trained directly by the coach, but his demand is so absurd that K bets he'll never even land a punch on Yu. If he does, K promises to make him a world champion. Talk of Josh's fight against Yu spreads like wildfire through the gym. Josh is no pushover. He's been training relentlessly to get to his current level. But despite winning last year's youth tournament and defeating many boxers in this professional gym, Coach K seems completely unimpressed. K tells him that boxers like him are a dime a dozen. Basically, my man just got called average. K admits he dislikes people whose limits are so obvious. Josh takes this provocation as a challenge, vowing to crush Yu and make the coach eat his own words. In the ring, Josh is dead serious, as if this is the fight of his life. But when he turns to his opponent, Yu can't even wrap his own hands correctly. Josh is even more infuriated that he's facing a total newbie who doesn't know the first thing about boxing. Yu is looking so scrawny he could be Stickman's cousin because he has never trained a single day in his life. While some are underestimating Yu, others figure he must be special since K scouted him personally. With all the preparations finished, K asks if Yu is feeling nervous. Our resident introvert just finds the whole thing tedious. The GigaChad coach imparts another crucial boxing lesson, one that he demands Yu remember. Never get hit in a fight. With that simple piece of advice, he leaves the ring, letting the fighters face off. K is practically buzzing with excitement to see his prodigy's potential. The bell rings and Josh immediately launches a massive offensive. But it's all for naught, as his opponent slips the punches effortlessly, like he saw them coming from a mile away. Josh's relentless assault, no matter how quick or powerful, isn't enough to even graze Yu's cheek. Just watching this is making K eager to see him in a real battle, where he can destroy everyone. Carmen and the others now understand that K prioritized speed above all else in his selection process. The boy doesn't even flinch while dodging the attacks. They seem to move in slow motion to him, and after dozens upon dozens of jabs, Josh is the one running out of steam. He can't believe he hasn't been able to land a single hit on the skinny kid before him. Coach K's harsh words send the poor boy spiraling as he now realizes the coach wasn't just provoking him, he was being brutally honest. To the orange-haired kid, it feels like he's going up against an impenetrable fortress. However, Josh isn't one to go down that easily. He decides to shake things up. His new strategy is to confuse Yu with a flurry of feints mixed in with his attacks. Weaving elegantly through all his attacks, Yu still hasn't broken a sweat while Josh is on his last legs. A flashback reveals that Josh had always considered himself the most diligent worker in the entire gym. He trained for hours every day for many years, idolizing the greats and dreaming that one day he would be like them. But now only frustration remains in his heart. K muses that it's unfair how some people, despite being good boxers through hard work, still have clear limits. And at this very moment, Josh was beginning to face his own. Against a foe with God-given talent, all those countless hours of hard work seemed completely meaningless. K thinks that boxers like him shouldn't lose heart since they reached this level through their own sheer effort. The first round ends as the referee separates the fighters. Josh has a look of utter exhaustion on his face, while K coaches Mr. Untouchable to strike his opponent squarely on the chin for a clean knockout. After all, Yu has only been taught 2 things, how to strike and how to dodge model. This is because K believes that geniuses like him are born with the innate ability to create a personal style that optimizes their movements. He doesn't want Yu to learn generic techniques, preferring that he prioritizes his own goals. K is confident he has never seen talent like Yu's. The man is hyping him up so hard, going as far as to say he's the very incarnation of boxing. Anyway, round 2 is about to begin and things are not looking good for Orangehead. Orangehead admits that his opponent has incredible reflexes, but at the same time, He's certain that even gifted people must have issues with endurance, as that only comes with training. His goal is to exhaust his opponent with slower attacks while maintaining pressure. Josh is confident in his strategy, but the second the round begins, my boy gets wrecked with a single strike and knocked unconscious. When he wakes up, Josh notices that everyone has left. The realization hits him he was knocked out cold. That's when Yu offers him a chance for another round. Josh thinks it's pointless because Yu is on a completely different level, but something about him is reminiscent of Jay's spirit and determination. As he's leaving, Josh wonders if he could have defeated the other talented guy that Kay considered when selecting his candidates. Yu thinks for a moment, and instead of seeing Ryu, he sees the undying persistence of Jay, who would have gotten right back up to fight him again. That's why Yu thinks of him as stronger, leaving Josh to sulk on his own. 2 years have gone by since that fight. A blonde guy who looks like an alternate universe Escanor is trying to dig up information on Kay's new boxers. It's been difficult to learn much about Yu, but one thing is clear. He's focusing exclusively on intense endurance training. Yu jogs until he is completely exhausted. Then he returns home for a shower. The once skinny boy is now a shredded behemoth, thanks to his training. At the gym, John Taker, a lightweight with a record of 9 wins and 7 losses, is set to be his opponent. This psycho-looking fighter is known for crushing rookies and stealing their debut spotlight. He loves cornering his opponents like a rat. Carmen thinks that it won't be much of a problem for their star, but there are some concerns. Carmen is especially worried that Yu has only been training by watching title matches and running. Coach K is stressing just thinking about it. John Taker, the bald dude with Sukuna-style tattoos, is just straight up destroying the punching bag. John loves to throw hooks and then grab his opponents for a finishing move. It's called the headlock hook and has earned a notorious reputation in the boxing community. John's handler introduces him to Peter Kent, a reporter. This cartoonishly intense guy is baffled that he's being interviewed. He knows the media is just looking for a catchy headline. They want John to annihilate Kay's secret boxer. The reporter seems well-versed in the sport and wants to spice things up. John admits that he thinks the gifted and talented are just trash. They get hyped up so much, and he enjoys the pleasure of crushing their spirits. He gets creepily excited about it. The worst part is, he thinks he's doing a service by reminding the talented folks that they're idiots. All he has to do is knock his opponents out no matter how dirty he plays. The reporter gets called a coward because John hates wimps who play by the rules. His element of surprise comes from forgetting the rules and shocking the newbies. He spouts his rogue philosophy, reminding Peter of the middleweight world champion Fabrizio Santorino. The bald guy admires the Santorino brothers and considers them the greatest fighters around. John leaves a message for Kay and his newest prodigy, stating that he will destroy Kay's precious talent. After the interview, John seriously wonders if he's actually going to win against Yu. How ironic is that? After all that trash talk, his handler has to be the one to tell him to be confident. On the flip side, Yu is getting all the media attention for being an outboxer who relies on footwork and chipping away points from his opponents. Carmen handles them like a boss and slams the door shut. John wonders what all the fuss is about on the other side. He's now even more determined to destroy the rookie. It's finally time for him to step into the spotlight. John's vocal haters are dissing this guy left and right. The commentators are excited for today's lightweight competition. Everyone is curious to see Yu's talent as Kay's final protege. Meanwhile, John is thrilled that he gets to crush Kay's prodigy and see the look of disappointment on their faces. The 5'9" fighter emerges with his team. Coach K helps him into the ring. The dude looks like the definition of drip as he basks in the spotlight. Peter's all the more curious about Yu since he's supposedly only been focusing on endurance training. John is fed this information to bait him into a close combat fight. Coach K has already instructed Yu on how to handle it. He's going to stick to their plan. The commentators are hyping up the fight, expecting stellar accomplishments from Yu. Even John has to acknowledge our boy's ice-cold composure. He looks ready to unleash a world of hurt the moment this match starts. With all eyes glued to the two fighters, the battle finally begins. True to his dirty rat reputation, John's first move is a fake-out tap, trying to sneak in a punch. But he shudders in genuine fear when he sees Yu just staring him down. It was as if John was staring down the barrel of a gun, ready to fire at the first sign of any tricks. John's composure is completely shattered. Then something unbelievable happens. Yu lands a clean punch right across his cheek, grazing him and shocking everyone in the arena. The scene then flashes back to Coach K's comment before the fight. It seems K was always confident in Yu's abilities and was just looking for a way to stun the crowd. John's eyes, meanwhile, are as wide as dinner plates. John is completely rattled, but Yu isn't letting him off the hook. He unleashes a barrage of punches, each one aimed with surgical precision to just barely miss. Coach K wants to use this opportunity to teach the world a lesson about what true skill looks like. When John opens his eyes, his face is a mask of blood. The damage is so severe that a physician rushes into the ring to inspect his injuries. The physician, a man with 21 years of experience, couldn't fathom what he was seeing. It was a complete medical mystery. The doctor explains that these kinds of impacts should have caused blunt force ruptures, but instead, the cuts on John's face are incredibly sharp, almost like slices. The physician is floored when he realizes you inflicted these precise cuts with nothing but standard boxing gloves on. A state of pure terror washes over John's mind, and the fear completely takes control. The ringside physician reports no major injuries, clearing Johnny Boy to continue, but he's clearly in a daze. Still refusing to be seen as a coward, he insists on fighting, making the referee wary. Egghead can't fathom what's so monstrous and different about this rookie. For him, boxing was always about technique and the precise execution of skill. However, he sensed absolutely no restraint from his opponent. You seemed like a deadly weapon, a monster who could destroy people without a shred of emotion. John knows he's facing the devil himself. This time he tries to go on the offensive, but he can't even get close without getting his face bashed in. John genuinely cannot understand how Yu is able to read him like an open book. Yu has him on the ropes, beaten so badly that the man is starting to wonder if this is all a nightmare. Our stoic protagonist swoops in for another bloody uppercut. At this point, the fight looks more like a gruesome street brawl than a professional boxing match. John is getting his world rocked. Blood is spewing everywhere, leaving the audience completely appalled. Everyone knows who the winner of this battle will be. Even John's coach has to admit that Yu is just toying with his opponent. Poor John can't even block a punch without feeling the sheer force behind it rattling him to the core. He just keeps getting pummeled more and more. The fear of death begins to creep in, and this display of indomitable violence starts to stir the crowd. The crowd's mortified expressions slowly turn into looks of exhilaration. They're excited to witness the monster Coach K has helped create. The once silenced crowd now roars with excitement, exactly the kind of cheer Coach K was hoping for. John is utterly convinced that Yu could kill a man with his bare hands and not feel a single thing. He resorts to a dirty tactic trying to stomp on Yu's foot, but Yu completely outplays the cheater, seeing through his every move. The crowd jeers, calling him a lousy cockroach who can't even win with cheap shots. Yu continues to throw razor-sharp jabs, but now something is different. John's coach thinks that by coming into close range, Yu is finally starting to expose his weak points. He's confident John can trap him in his signature headlock and win. However, for John, the weight of the world comes crashing down. His face bloodied, his fighting style utterly humiliated. The roar of the crowd fills his head with madness, freezing him in the middle of the ring. Before his career-defining moment, John was just an amateur fighter who was constantly cast aside. John's coach always believed that his hooks were his greatest weapon. His coach told him about his next opponent, Isis Dresner, a dominant fighter who had even won an Olympic gold medal before turning pro. John accepted that he was going to get destroyed in Dresner's professional debut match. The coach felt sorry for him, but John's passion for boxing only burned brighter, pushing him to try even harder. He was grateful for the opportunity, and just as everyone predicted, he got completely demolished. Even at close range, Dresner just kept hammering away at him. John took the brunt of the assault as the man landed ferocious blows all over his body. John went for a wide swing only to get caught with a devastating hook to his side. Dresner proceeded to tear him apart piece by piece, but that was precisely the moment John needed to shine. He believed in the harsh realities of the world, having had a rough childhood growing up on the streets. When John discovered the art of boxing, he could finally pour his soul into something he was passionate about. In his fight against Dresner, John used a dirty trick to create an opening and delivered a thunderous hook across Dresner's face, knocking him out with a single blow. No one expected the knockout. Dresner got back on his feet, but something shifted in the fifth round. The underhanded nature of that boxing style left a permanent mark on John. It didn't take him long to snatch the victory. John was recognized for his potential, earning him another chance to fight. Although John didn't start out as a completely malicious person, this was the only way he could make a name for himself. Back in the present fight, the whole world is jeering at Egghead. They're all laughing at him as John's coach just stares at his fighter's pitiful state. Even though John told the interviewer he admired Fabrizio, the coach knows that deep down he's just a boxer who's tormented after every match. He never wanted to be this kind of fighter, but that doesn't change the fact that he's a scummy boxer. Egghead's coach is the only one who believes in him because he's seen his true self. Despite everyone putting him down, the coach recognizes John's talent and encourages him to keep fighting. Hearing those words, John goes on the attack with a powerful swing. He thinks to himself that people like his opponent have never known the fear of being left behind. John attempts the same dirty tactic and actually manages to land a powerful smash. Everyone is completely stunned except for Coach K. In reality, both of their punches connected at the same time. John put everything he had into that strike and ended up shattering his fingers. You saw this as the perfect opportunity to deliver a decisive blow, the exact ending Coach K was hoping for. After the brutal exchange, John crumbles to the mat, knocked out. Even in defeat, the crowd continues to heckle him. John's coach begs him to get back up. He feels guilty for failing to guide his protege properly. Unfortunately, the coach just doesn't have the strength to keep encouraging John. Seeing his coach's defeated expression is what motivates John to get back up. He's not out of the game yet. He's still ready to face the monster in front of him. John is determined to win. He wanted to be a boxer just like his idol, but his resolve crumbles as he realizes his mistakes. The match concludes with Yu's victory. The match's conclusion introduces Yu to the boxing world as a ruthless devil, making his debut. The crowd's cheers are deafening. The reporter Peter is utterly stunned by how John's dirty headlock technique was demolished with a single counter hook. Incredibly, it was John who ended up taking all the damage, not Yu. It's as clear as day that Yu possesses abilities that defy the limits of human potential. Coach K has finally found the one he's been searching for. He's a monster who just toys with his opponents. Peter thinks that the top boxers must be getting excited about this. Josh was one of the people watching this fight go down, but instead of excitement, he simply accepted his fate. He realizes he could never become the world champion and decides to just become a bartender instead. Josh's spirit has been completely crushed, all because of Yu's existence. Meanwhile, back at the boxing club, Steele is training with Jay, who is still buzzing with excitement over Yu's phenomenal win. Jay always had faith in his own potential, but Egghead number 2 tells him to calm down, saying he'll never reach Yu's level. Even so, Jay hopes to impress Yu someday and ramps up the intensity of his training. Jay's sheer belief in his own strength motivates both of them to train like hell. While Jay is feeling inspired, others are already plotting Yu's downfall. Bakugo may be a gentleman now, but he still gets pissed off every time he even sees Yu's face. Just remembering those eyes completely filled with boredom is enough to drive him mad with jealousy. The scene switches to a conversation involving Gan, the current lightweight world champion. Even someone as strong as him, the champion Gan, is filled with admiration for Yu's fight. And then we meet another guy, a real glutton. This guy looks like Gorlock the Destroyer and thinks our boy Yu is just average. This heavyweight hopeful thinks he's going to be the rookie of the year in the lightweight division, but I think he's forgetting the light part of that weight class. The reporter predicts that, thanks to Yu fans, will be most excited about the upcoming fights in the lightweight division. After all, Coach K has unleashed a monster with incredible star power and the skills of a stone-cold killer. Interestingly enough, there is one fighter whose celebrity status might even exceed Yu's. Qasim, the grandson of the head of the global conglomerate, the Jihad Group, is someone who has already sent shockwaves through the boxing world. But it wasn't the presence of a rich kid that shocked people, it was his lethal fighting ability. The stage is set. It will be Yu versus Qasim, a match guaranteed to have everyone on the edge of their seats. The winner of that fight will get a shot at the 10-year reigning lightweight champion, Gan. Qasim bursts through the door, looking like a massive grizzly bear ready for his next meal. He meets his director, who is furious that he went missing, only to return overweight. But Qasim doesn't care about the insults. He can feel the fire inside him aching for a fight. He's out here offering 10 grand to anyone who will fight him. Qasim's coach remembers the first time this guy showed up at his gym. It was wild, but this guy was dead serious and wanted to snag the world champion title right off the bat. In all honesty, he was just an arrogant dude at the beginning. The coach figured showing him what real boxing looked like would be enough to send him running home crying. But things took a horrible turn as Qasim absolutely devoured his opponent. This rookie annihilated every single boxer in the gym with raw talent. Yes, I'm talking about the same guy whose face looks like he's already eaten a few boxers. The director is actually shocked that he's maintaining the same style. Qasim humiliates his opponents like it's nothing but child's play to him. Even though he's a member of their gym, the director hates his fighting style. Qasim ducks a blow and delivers a decisive uppercut like he's some kind of Street Fighter character. He's out here swinging with moves of his own, leaving his guard completely open. The coach yells at him for pulling such shameful, borderline illegal moves. Qasim has the gall to suggest buying the whole gym so that he can change the rules. Even though the director hates this dude's guts, he can't deny that the Redditor Discord mod physique is working out in his favor. His talent is on a completely different level. Kasim just defeated 20 men, proving he isn't all talk. He's a gifted boxer who could actually snatch the title belt. After just 2 weeks of training, Kasim has defeated 1,000 opponents and now boasts the body of a shredded Giga Chad. Despite being obese literally 2 weeks ago, he now has abs of steel and endurance that just doesn't quit. Kasim is like an animal who eats and sleeps whenever he wants. He's the kind of person that challenges the idea of human limitations, so much so that his coach can't see anyone winning against him as he leaves a pile of defeated bodies in his wake. Kasim is being groomed as the perfect challenger to take down the lightweight champion. On the other side is James, a fighter who can't even afford a proper meal for his son. As a struggling father, he could only feed his child potato soup. But the boy never complained. After all, his father had so many expenses to worry about, a feeling we all know too well in this damned inflation. He was counting on the win bonus from his next match to finally put a delicious meal on the table. The day before the match, Kasim was nowhere to be found. That's because he'd kicked his way into Yu's gym demanding to see the man himself. No one in the gym had ever seen Kasim before. Even Coach K is surprised to see this tomato-headed weirdo show up. K gets right up in his business, grabbing his legs and inspecting his physique. K concludes that this man is a perfect blend of strong and crazy. He's nothing like Aaron, but this guy's packing a punch. Coach K says he's looking forward to you absolutely demolishing this freak show. The redhead says he wants to pay you a visit before your inevitable match. K tells him that Yu is busy with endurance training and dares the guy to go and catch him if he can. The scene cuts to Yu, who is busy doing his training when he is suddenly attacked by Kasim. K retaliates with a strike, but impressively Kasim blocks his punch. The Looney Tunes, looking loser, introduces himself as the man who will destroy Yu and stand atop the lightweight division, but Yu's complete lack of interest really gets under his skin. Before leaving, Tomato Hair reminds you that you'll never be able to defeat him in the ring. With those parting words, he runs off like a clown, leaving even you wondering what in the world just happened. Cut to the ring, where Kasim is an absolute beast, demolishing his opponent. He throws his opponent off by faking an uppercut, only to then knock him senseless with a series of heavy blows. Every punch seems to shake the man's entire being, driving him down until he's completely on his knees. Coach K observes the fight with the rest of his staff, finding Kasim to be an entertaining and unorthodox fighter. There's a reason boxers never fight like Kasim, as he uses inefficient and awkward moves. However, his monstrous physical ability is what allows him to pull off such stunts and get away with them. That raw athleticism is the only reason he's at the top of his game. James Kasim's opponent makes a fatal mistake by getting back on his feet. The wild fighter has more in store for him. James gets a bad feeling, but he prepares to launch a counterpunch, hoping it will dismantle Kasim's next attack. Boxing technique versus insane movement. The conclusion is moments away. Kasim lunges forward like a torpedo, dodging James's one and only chance at victory. A flash of red appears before his eyes as James is sent down on his knees before crumbling to the floor. Kasim enjoys the praise of the crowd, thinking the fight is over. But no, James is not done. He's got more fight in him. After all, he's made a promise to his child. He tries to appeal to Kasim, urging him to respect the integrity of the sport. Unfortunately, this spells the end for James. His animalistic opponent, however, remains completely unaffected by his words. And then it's time for our boys' fight. All he needs is one more step forward to claim victory. The same could be said for Kasim, who's been effortlessly toying with his opponents and winning. He practically saw himself as indestructible. Both of these guys are just shredding their competition to pieces. They're getting closer and closer to nabbing that world championship title. Yu's style is all about sharp mechanical movements, while Kasim gets a kick out of dominating his opponents with wild, unorthodox moves. Kasim has the mentality of a 10-year-old boy, constantly reminding the world that he's going to be at the top in no time. The guy takes his trash talk public, calling out Yu and promising to crush him just like all the others. Kasim's victories are sparking a whole new era of unorthodox boxing. A reporter notes with admiration that Kasim is the first one to make a bold move. Hearing this, Coach K just bursts out laughing. He's absolutely thrilled to be the one to finally rattle Kasim's confidence. The crowd goes wild, roaring and cheering for him, completely won over by Kasim's unique style. His very presence has split the boxing world right down the middle. On one side, you have fans who embrace his unorthodox style. On the other, you have critics who mock him for acting like a clown instead of respecting the traditional art of boxing. Kasim's popularity skyrockets in the news, with everyone debating what the future holds for him. But he couldn't care less about anyone's opinion. He just does what he wants. Kasim has managed to quiet the haters by simply growing his fan base. I gotta say, his manager's really hyping him up with all this born to be king talk. Anyway, going back to our boy Yu, he's just casually practicing his clean punches when Kay drops by to tell him about Kasim's open challenge. Kay makes it clear that this guy isn't like the other scrubs Yu has been demolishing lately. Finally, the day of the big match arrived. It was a showdown between two legendary rising stars. This fight between Kasim and Yu would determine who gets a shot at the title against the world champion Jean, who has actually shown up in person to watch. Kasim's manager is convinced his fighter's big break is just around the corner. But this guy, being the absolute madman he is, doesn't really care about just one belt. He's so ambitious, he wants to conquer every single weight class and claim all their titles. The champion Jean notes this ambition with an icy stare. On the other side of the ring is Yu, who's just gotten his instructions from Kay. The two fighters lock eyes, staring each other down. It's Kasim's raw ferocity versus Yu's calculated genius. The burning question of who will come out on top is about to be answered. The bell rings and the fight begins. Kasim soaks in the atmosphere, eyeing his prey. Yu carefully tracks his opponent's movements, but then Kasim does the unthinkable. He puts his hands behind his back. He's openly daring Yu to come and hit him. The redhead wants to prove how foolish boxers with their straightforward, unimaginative punches really are. And then before he can even see it coming, Kasim gets rocked by a devastating punch that just about caves in the left side of his face. Coach K, on the other hand, isn't surprised at all. It's not like he ever thought Kasim would be a real challenge for Yu. In fact, Kay basically gave our boy a green light to go all out in this fight. That first punch was just a little taste. Yu happily wipes that smirk off his face with another clean hit that sends the redhead's hair flying. Kay muses that only someone on Yu's level could dodge a punch like that. But then again, people like Kasim are also capable of dodging it. Kasim's face is taking a beating. Coach K figures that while his muscles are absorbing most of the impact, he's really just a punching bag, taking the full force of Yu's serious blows. Our boy coldly reminds him who the real monster in the ring is. Yu's relentless attacks have sent the crowd into an uproar. They've been waiting a long time to see Kasim get put on the defensive. Even Kasim's own coach has to admit that Yu was holding back in his previous fights, saving his true power to crush opponents like Kasim. The guy's confidence is completely shattered as he's left huffing and puffing for air. He's probably questioning every life choice that led him to step into a ring with Yu. Not to mention the roar of the crowd, who are all cheering for the redhead's downfall. While he's going through hell in the ring, it's just entertainment for everyone watching. Overwhelmed by fear and shock, the predator suddenly becomes the prey and tries to run. He shudders, backing into a corner like a helpless little kid. Coach K scoffs at his pathetic state while Kasim's manager screams at him for being an idiot. He yells for Kasim to get his guard up, but it's like talking to a wall. The guy has no fundamentals. Even as he tries to shield himself, his face gets absolutely pummeled. That's when his manager realizes a crucial mistake. He never taught Kasim the fundamentals, instead, just letting him rely on his own unorthodox style. Now Kasim is in a desperate spot, just flailing his arms around, trying to create an opening. Our boy rocks his world with another punch, sending Kasim's coach into a rage. The incompetent coach was so caught up in Kasim's meteoric rise that he completely neglected to give him even the most basic training. He considers throwing in the towel, but the thought of Kasim fighting his heart out inspires the coach to cheer him on. He only wants Kasim to last for a single round. However, that's not going to happen as this coward is already trying to flee the ring like a pathetic fighter. Even the referee is completely floored. He's never seen anything like it. The coach gets right in his face and gives Kasim a piece of his mind. Kasim blows up at his coach, saying he might be crazy, but he's not crazy enough to fight a monster like you. My man's fighting career was over before it even started. The coach is livid because Kasim has been treating this elite sport like it's just a game the entire time. He gets a sharp slap across the face and concedes that even if you were the strongest person in the entire world, it wouldn't make a difference. It's foolish to think he would only ever fight against weak opponents. Not going to lie, the coach earned my respect with this speech, as he tries to instill the spirit of a true boxer in this naive crybaby. Just then, Kasim's own memorable words come back to haunt him while thousands of eyes stare him down. He genuinely thought he could win the championship title just by having some fun. The haunting words of James terrify him and cling to his very soul. Kasim is completely humiliated, his ego shattered. He runs off crying like a small child, making the coach regret ever letting this spectacular failure step into the ring. The conclusion of this battle is an easy victory for you. The match was so unbelievable that Kay couldn't help but laugh his head off. After Kasim's disappearance, he never set foot in the boxing world again. And as for that much-awaited sweet moment between James and his son, it's revealed he gets his happy ending bringing his boy some delicious KFC. Yu, on the other hand, faces his worst nightmare, Cat King. The two of them spar like Goku and Vegeta trading shots while dodging each other's attacks. Coach K is cackling maniacally, as he usually does, while Yu gets a slap to the face and finally wakes up from his dream. The tiny Cat King has roused our hero from his slumber. After his victory over the crybaby, Kasim K decided to give Yu a proper break, since the guy hasn't had one in a while. Even though it's probably unnecessary, K thinks it's better for our guy to rest since all he's been doing is dominating everyone left and right. So to kill some time, Yu flips on the television. But in his current state of mind, nothing can hold his interest. Remembering the words of his best friend J.U. decides it's time to begin his gaming era. So he does what he does best. He heads to a gaming arcade and absolutely annihilates a veteran player in air hockey. The guy is so stunned that he's facing an opponent who is completely schooling him. My dude thinks he's found the chosen one destined to become a genius of the air hockey revolution. What's hilarious is that Yu is completely unbothered and still looks bored. The man extends him the offer of a lifetime, stating that he has the potential to become an air hockey world champion. But the poor guy gets shot down since this time Yu doesn't have any bills to pay and can't be bribed like what happened before. Yu leaves Indiana Jackson in tears and moves on to enjoy his next gaming adventure. This guy is unstoppable in every game thanks to his incredible reflexes. Even in fighting games, Yu is just wiping the floor with his opponents. He has spent his entire evening playing games, but he has yet to be excited by a single one of them. This man is suffering from success. Yu decides to sit on a park bench and watch a family spending time together. He glances to his left and spots a boy looking starstruck, as if he's just seen a celebrity. The boy says he's seen the underdog boxer's fights. He wants to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to ask for his autograph. Unfortunately, Yu doesn't even know how to sign an autograph and just writes his name in the most generic handwriting imaginable. Still, the little guy admires Yu's boxing skills. Meanwhile, his idol is giving off some serious I hate kids energy. The boy has a firm belief that Yu will become the world champion and therefore the strongest there is. He says that he wants to follow in Yu's footsteps to become strong himself. Interestingly, Yu doesn't have a very optimistic view of strong people. He thinks they're useless, believing a gun a day keeps all your problems at bay. Yu believes that almost every strong person will die, especially if they take on unrealistic challenges. Bro is out here dishing out a lifetime of trauma to this kid, even telling him that his parents will die someday. Yu summarizes that he doesn't see any glamour in becoming a strong person. He's confused when the boy seems affected and runs off crying. Returning home, the shadow of a broken, miserable past version of himself follows him, implying that he's haunted by his life. Our boy comes back to Cat King, also known as the best boxer, and hopes that his little one lives a long life, despite the inevitability of death. He falls asleep beside his best friend, just as he always has. Jean has finished meditating as he prepares for his final match. Sitting across the table from his partner, Jean refuses to eat, which upsets her. Something is bothering him greatly, the shadow of the cold-hearted boxer Yu. The scene cuts to Carmen, who's just finished her work, and spots Yu training hard. While everyone else is taking a break, our boy is out here grinding. Carmen thinks he really ought to take some time off, but the guy's just too dedicated to his training regimen. She figures that kind of dedication is normal for a boxer, but she's also starting to wonder if he might secretly be a robot. Yu's expression hasn't changed one bit in the last 2 years, not to mention he refuses to get close to anyone. His only focus is to practice exactly as his coach instructs. Carmen wonders if Yu is even passionate about boxing or if this strange guy likes anything at all besides his cat. She knows Jean is shaping up to be a massive challenge for him. She thinks they're similar in some ways, but Yu is just so completely detached. He didn't even seem to care about winning the championship title or feel any pride from it. The perspective shifts back to Jean, who has been focusing on his meditation more than usual. Even his coach can tell Jean's mind is fixated on his inevitable opponent. Jean says he's feeling good about his match, but knows that feeling might not last long once he's in the ring. He's absolutely fired up and wants to perform beyond the level of excellence. Coach K holds a strategy meeting with Yu to watch Jean's game the title match between Till Schneider and the lightweight world champion. Kay explains that there are 5 monsters in the world of boxing: junior welterweight Uto Tita, middleweight champion Fabio Santorino, cruiserweight champion Victor Grigory, and heavyweight Aaron Tide. And finally, the man of the hour lightweight champion Jean-Pierre Manuel. This guy has won every single one of his fights, most by decisive knockouts. He's an incredible fighter who remains undefeated. Gene also boasts a unique advantage when it comes to his boxing technique. You can see it in the way he extends his punches, keeping them hovering right in his opponent's line of sight. Gene uses this stance to block his opponent's vision. Thanks to his incredible reach, it takes very little effort for him to take someone down. In fact, his reach is even longer than Yu's. The coach points out that Gene's reach isn't his only weapon, as the blistering speed of his jabs leaves people stunned. He can dart in and out at unbelievable speeds, destroying every boxer in his path. The coach even claims Gene's jabs hit as hard as straights. He wields them like a perfect rapier, piercing his opponent's guard from every angle and dismantling their defenses. His attacks are brutal, but his opponent is no slouch either. He manages to dodge Gene's reach and aims a strike at his face. The world champion looks like he's wide open, but it's all part of the plan. The man expertly slips his shoulder to block the punch and delivers a devastating hook to his opponent's side. Then Gene follows up with a relentless barrage of jabs. Coach K explains that he took a hit to his body to force a trade so powerful that it completely turned the tables. This means Gene's decision-making skills are off the charts. Only Gene and Yu are capable of pulling off a feat like that. The thing is, Gene has another weapon in his arsenal that our boy doesn't. Gene switches his stance and overwhelms his opponent, attacking while they're still trying to predict his next move. Just when his opponent starts to gain some momentum, Gene switches back to his original stance to continue the beatdown. He has the unique advantage of being ambidextrous, allowing him to mix two different stances. This makes it impossible for his opponent to predict his attacks. Kay says that he's playing the long game, driving his opponent into hopelessness before raining down a hellish storm of punches. The winner is Gene, who fought flawlessly like a perfect chess master. Kay drives the point home for Yu, reminding him of all the challenges he'll have to overcome to defeat Gene. After his grand victory, a reporter asks for his thoughts. The world champion even admits that there were flaws in some of his moves. He doubles down, saying that if Yu had been his opponent tonight, he would have been defeated. The world champion is no coward and wants to fight Yu, a challenge that Coach K is thrilled about. This is the kind of fighter that gets him excited, one who is constantly improving and evolving their skills. Coach K is genuinely curious to see how much Gene will adapt before his fight with Yu. This is the one match that will give our boy a real run for his money. During Yu's match against Kasim, the world champion was meticulously studying every single flexion of his muscles. As our boy dished out cold, calculated jabs with perfect body movement, Gene was simply struck with awe. His only thought about the underdog's skill was just how beautiful his performance was. Gene's mind is now so preoccupied that he's mindlessly spilling his coffee. His partner asks him what's bothering him so much, clearly offended that he's always thinking about the sport. She hates that the world champ doesn't give her any attention. Gene doesn't pull any punches and flat out calls her annoying. Gene's coach gives an interview regarding the world champion's fighting skills. He paints a gorgeous picture of him, calling him an artist who dedicated his entire life to perfecting every single technique. It's like he's a painter obsessed with mastering his craft. While Peter is covering the story, Gene is deep in meditation. Peter interviews another guy at the gym who brags that Gene is on a whole other level of crazy. His training starts with just meditating before he even steps into the ring. The dude is literally fighting his inner demons for an hour before a match. The guy notes that Gene is an eccentric who does the weirdest stuff he's ever seen. He'll just stand completely still, and then after a long while, he'll shift his position. Then, another long stretch of time passes before he adjusts his pose again. That's when the guy finally realized what the world champ was actually doing. Gene was training to throw a simple jab, breaking down every single motion with painstaking precision. Long story short, the guy is insane, which is why he gets insane results. Peter is having a hard time believing it, since that kind of training just sounds bizarre. The coach clarifies that Gene isn't relaxing during his meditation. He's sharpening every single one of his senses. This level of concentration makes the world around him fall silent. Peter's kind of stuck, since he can't possibly bother the world champ during his meditation. So he decides to try meditating right there with him, and the coach gives him some instructions. Sitting across from the legendary lightweight fighter, Peter is completely shaken by his immense aura. He enters a state of calm and immerses himself in the present moment. The world goes quiet and seems to slow down. The only sound he can hear is his own heartbeat. The greater the concentration, the sharper the sensation. The coach then explains that someone like Peter can only feel his own heartbeat. But for a monster like Gene, it's a completely different story. He feels every fiber of his being right down to his blood cells and tissues. His entire body works in perfect harmony. This is Gene's desire. He wants to reach the absolute pinnacle of technical mastery. After his intense meditation session, Gene finds out that Peter has already left. He confirms that Yu has been weighing on his mind. He's sharp enough to recognize that his perfect techniques are worthless against someone who perceives the world in slow motion. Gene yearns for a level of focus beyond human limits to defeat this impossible opponent. Meanwhile, Gene's poor training partners are seriously regretting their life choices since they have to get their butts kicked just so this guy can hone perfection. He takes on all three of them at once and commands them to attack. The poor guys rush to attack him head-on, but in a flash, it's all over. Still, Gene thinks he lacks the focus necessary to overcome the monster in the ring. In an interview about the meaning of boxing, Gene claimed that he sees it as the pursuit of art. He demands that each and every one of his movements be perfect. That's the standard he holds for himself. To Gene, the World Championship title is nothing more than proof of one's perfection in boxing. He desires nothing else. When Yu threw his first ever jab marking his boxing debut, not everyone understood the beauty of the attack, quite like the master himself, Gene. On a rainy day, police are investigating a group of street thugs in the neighborhood. Rumors are flying about some guy showing up and beating them black and blue. You already guessed who, right? It's our boy Gene out here looking to scrap with people if it means getting more training time. The suspicious part is that Gene has been carefully collecting their blood. Back at his place, it's implied this creep is painting with the blood of his victims, and yet even after all that, he can't find perfection. The next day, Gene's rapid and aggressive shadowboxing comes as a complete shock to his instructor. He has no idea what happened to cause such imprecise movements from the normally calm man. Gene is imagining a fight with Yu's shadow, a monster, that manages to outclass him every time. The coach is stunned by Gene's rate of improvement, even though it shouldn't be possible. He's worried about what extreme measures Gene had to take to achieve this level of strength. As they conclude their training session, the world champion is about to leave when his coach confronts him about how exhausted he looks. After a pause, Gene mutters with a maniacal smile that on the contrary, he's been feeling top-notch. Gene's coach advises the madman to cut himself some slack. But this is the world champion with a fetish for boxing. So, of course, he just shows up in the neighborhood again to take on a 5-versus-1 fight. Gene takes note of all the weapons they're carrying. He thinks they're trash for even needing them. The leader reaches for his weapon, but our boy is faster on the draw and knocks him out cold. He expertly follows up with an attack on his second opponent, feeling a surge of pride in his flawless movement. Gene moves on to his third victim, calmly calculating each of his strikes as he follows through. After meticulously dodging a knife, he launches a full swing that just about knocks the dude into next week. The last person standing is panicking, having just witnessed a one-sided massacre. Gene is a firm believer in gender equality, so he makes sure she gets the same treatment. But then something happens. He's facing a life-or-death situation with the leader aiming a gun right at him. Stunned by the fear of death, Gene focuses every fiber of his being to slip past a punch as powerful as one of Yu's explosive attacks. By the end of the fight, Gene concludes that he has finally achieved the same level of perfection as Yu. That night, he's as happy as a kid painting an illustration of a monster, his representation of Yu's terrifying boxing skills. The next day, his coach shivers upon seeing Gene's unusual state. The world champion is in the grips of a mania. Something about him changed the previous night, and the coach wonders if it's finally happened. Visualizing Yu's perfect strikes, Gene unleashes a barrage of punches, seeking to overcome innate human imperfection. At long last, he has overcome his limits. The world champion has achieved perfection. Meanwhile, Stella is so worried about his state that she ends up crying in the bar where Josh is bartending. He tells the poor woman to buzz off since they're closing, but she whines like a child, wondering if she's annoying him too. She blames her frustrations on all men, leaving our boy Josh to question his very existence. The scene then cuts to a segment of Yu's training. This dude has abs for days now as he pushes the limits of his endurance training. Carmen is shocked to see that Yu has ramped up the intensity of his training for the title match. Kay drills it into his head that he must prepare for every possible outcome and pursue his own style of fighting. Strangely enough, Carmen is certain Yu will win all because she trusts Kay's intuition about people. The dude is basically a walking win machine who only cares about victory and always picks the best fighters, even though she can seemingly read his thoughts. Carmen doesn't know why Yu got into boxing in the first place. As he's getting ready to leave after training, she finally asks him this burning question. After a brief pause, Yu confesses that he saw a light of hope. He remembers Jay's undying spirit and was inspired to pursue boxing because of it. Carmen doesn't understand his cryptic words, and Yu admits that even he isn't sure of his own answer. She mulls over his words for a moment, wondering if he'll ever find what he's looking for in the world of boxing. Surprisingly, she's also taken aback by how much softer he is than he acts. Every person who stepped into the boxing ring had a strong reason to fight, whether it was for wealth, power, or self-interest. The two boxers destined to face each other are the best of the best in their weight class. During their interview, Jean's heart is pounding with excitement at the thought of fighting Yu. Bonus points for our boy, looking fresh as heck in a suit. Later that day, Jean makes an unreasonable request to his coach. The man doesn't want the match to be stopped, even if it kills him. That's how badly he wants to fight Yu. The day of the match has arrived. The world champion has evolved into a higher being, able to feel even the slightest sensations. This applied to everything, whether he was brushing his teeth, changing clothes, or even just walking. He had tapped into a world of strength where everything felt connected. Jean smiles, realizing this is how Yu has lived his entire life. Jean, the unrivaled champion for the past decade, is now facing an undefeated contender with the highest win rate. It's all or nothing, and all eyes are glued to this match. Kay stresses that Yu is going to win the World Championship belt. Not just one, but every single one of them, and soon. Meanwhile, Yu isn't showing much excitement, just standing there like a robot. On the other side of the ring, Jean's coach tells him he's surpassed all his previous benchmarks. This is his ultimate chance to prove his own worth. This is the fulfillment of Jean's ultimate goal as the fighters square up to face each other. The burning question of who will become the new world champion will be answered soon. Even the fans, myself, and all of you included, are excited as hell for this fight. As soon as the bell rings, Yu has trouble dodging Jean's machine gun jabs. The champion is going all out on the offensive, impressing even Kay with the level of perfection he's achieved in such a short time. Just before their epic fight, the scene shifts to the Manhwa creator's personal experience. Yes, you heard that right. The creator was an athlete obsessed with becoming a basketball player. In a pivotal moment, something incredible happened. He jumped so high it felt as if he could touch the sky, and he felt completely free. A jump unlike any other. The experience of a perfect jump. Something that could never be replicated. Every motion was perfectly in sync leading up to that inevitable leap. After that jump, he tried to recreate the experience over and over again, but he always failed. There's another story, this one about a baseball batter. It's said that batters at their peak can physically feel every molecule of the ball as it comes toward them. In those moments, their bodies react in a perfect flow state. This same phenomenon has happened to many other athletes. Now, in this boxing match, imagine that same experience, but dial it up to 100. Jean's flawless jabs sliced through the air, but Yu kept weaving past them. With machine-like precision, Jean analyzed and countered every single move Yu made. It was like he could see the future, predicting Yu's next move before it even happened. In response, the world champion threw a bold counterpunch. The commentator is stunned, pointing out how much trouble Yu is having getting past Jean's impenetrable guard. The reigning world champ is really putting the pressure on. Meanwhile, Coach K is just as impressed as ever. He used to call him a genius, but now Jean has evolved into a full-blown monster, one forged through sheer hard work. K remarks that many soldiers endure agonizing experiences during wartime. He recalls his own days as a young Special Forces soldier where every battle was a high-stakes dance with death. K is one of those rare few who has experienced the heights of mastery and perfection firsthand. He'd burst through a hail of bullets, time slowing down so much he could feel every fraction of a second as they flew past. K knows what the peak of human potential looks like. He can tell that both of these fighters are monsters who have completely shattered the ceiling of human limitations. Jean's greatest asset is, arguably, his complete control over his body, feeling every muscle fiber relax and contract with perfect timing. That level of control is exactly what allows athletes to set and break world records. Jean's mastery of technique is what made him the champion he is. Coach K was eager for you to experience what true high-level boxing really feels like. It's the ultimate test, pitting the strengths of two individuals against one another. Kay is ecstatic, eager to see just how far Jean has pushed the boundaries of human potential for this fight. Back in the ring, Yu swerves past the jabs, closing the distance with every move. He's finally in the pocket, close enough to launch his own offensive against Jean. The crowd goes absolutely wild. Both fighters are practically in ultra instinct mode with their insane reflexes. Coach K wonders how Yu will manage to overcome the champion's superior reach. This reminds Yu of his conversation with Kay from the day before. Kay had told him to watch the champions' title matches every day. Yu thought it was to copy their moves, but Kay explained that he was looking for the wrong thing. He advised him to pay close attention to their movements, but never to copy their flaws. Kay's final advice for Yu was to just trust his own body and focus on the fight. And with that, our boy Yu shifts into a stance no one has ever seen before, completely baffling the crowd. Jean immediately feels the pressure change with his opponent's new posture. Even though Yu's face is wide open, the world champ is hesitant, clearly not wanting to get rocked by one of our boys' punches. But it's too late. An explosive punch connects squarely with Jean's face, sending a shockwave through the entire stadium. That single punch was all it took. John is sent flying to the canvas. Now this is the monster's true power. In the crowd, Stella looks on in absolute horror, unable to believe the champion is down. Jean's face is practically caved in from that single strike. He lies on the mat trying to figure out what in the world just happened. No one can comprehend it. The referee rushes in and starts the countdown. Jean's coach remembers a promise he made and stays put, honoring his word not to interfere. The count continues as Jean replays those few seconds in his mind. He'd achieved perfection in his own style, but he realizes now that Yu's boxing is on a completely different plane of existence. But the world champion isn't done yet. He has a hungry look in his eyes. He wants to see more of what Yu is truly capable of. The champ digs deep, mustering all of his fighting spirit to get back on his feet. He's clearly unsteady, but he's standing. The referee recognizes just how dangerous this fight has become. A punch with that much unrestrained power is too much for anyone to take. The ref is about to call the match, but something in Jean's eyes gives him pause. He asks the champ directly if he can continue. Jean gives a robotic reply, stating that he's perfectly fine. The ref warns him that he'll stop the fight at the first sign of real danger, but the champion isn't about to back down. He's ready to go. The match resumes and Jean settles back into his stance. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu shifts back into the same mysterious posture that took the champion down. Jean knows that if he can't counter this next attack, it's lights out for good. Yu coils up ready to strike, while the champion desperately tries to read his next move. The moment of truth is here. Both fighters are braced for the incoming clash. Yu lunges forward with terrifying speed, launching the same attack as before, but this time his opponent is ready for it. It looks like our boy's about to eat a nasty counter. But nope, Yu ducks at an impossible speed, slipping under the counter and landing another clean shot right across Jean's face. Coach K notes the brilliant technique Jean used, turning his head with the punch to minimize the damage. But even with that maneuver, it's clear he's on his last legs. Reeling from such powerful blows, John is forced onto the defensive, keeping his guard up tight. But that just opens him up for our boy to start hammering him with vicious hooks to the body. Even Jean's own coach admits he's not built to take this kind of punishment, so it was nothing short of a miracle for the world champ to get back up after taking Yu's deadliest attack. Even while getting absolutely pummeled, the world champion is still lost in his own thoughts. Yu is merciless, raining down a relentless torrent of punches. He just keeps getting faster and faster. Jean realizes that Yu has no desire to win, not even a hint of nervousness. All he cares about is executing his technique with robotic perfection. Jean gets obliterated for a second time, but weirdly enough, he's enjoying every moment of it. He's knocked down for the second time in the first round, and the crowd is almost positive they're looking at the new lightweight champion. As he's on the canvas, the world champion goes right back to contemplating his earlier thoughts on human imperfection. His parents went through a nasty divorce, so he grew up with a backstory that's all too common. He was raised in a house filled with constant noise. The ref's count continues while Jean's coach begs him to just stay down. He bluntly thinks to himself that he was a mistake, who should never have been born in the first place. Coach K cheers as Jean does the impossible yet again. He gets right back on his 2 feet because that's just the kind of fighter he is. Panting and utterly exhausted, he finds himself facing a monster who seems to have surpassed humanity itself. After his mother left the family, Jean's father became a complete wreck. He was an incompetent man who never cared about the consequences of his actions. This is what led to their broken family. But even as a boy, Jean saw himself as different from his father. He was patient and competent. Back in the ring, the crowd goes wild, roaring at the champion's incredible refusal to give up. Completely ignoring the world around him, Yu sets his stance for a third time, preparing for what will likely be the final blow. Coach K is hoping the fight will end, while Stella quietly prays for her partner's safety. Yu lunges forward at lightning speed to finish him off, but the referee steps in just before he can land the final attack. The first round ended in the absolute nick of time, giving Jean a precious moment to recover. Bro was inches away from death. In any case, Coach K is now convinced that Yu's skills are superior to even the reigning genius of the lightweight boxing division. At the same time, Jean is the only one who has ever survived the first round against Yu. All of his other opponents were knocked out. Jean gets treatment from his coach, who never in his wildest dreams expected to see the champion take such a brutal beating. At this point, he's more worried about his boxer's life than the title match. Jean's coach tries to talk some sense into him, demanding he stop the fight before it costs him his life. Responding with a shaky voice, Gene begins to ponder the meaning of life. He believes that dying in pursuit of your ultimate goal is the most honorable way to go. Of course, his coach is completely horrified by this insane way of thinking. Gene declares that he must find his purpose in this fight and again demands that no one get in his way. The world champion is ready for round 2. As he steps back into the ring, the question of whether he can survive more of Yu's devastating attacks in the second round hangs in the air. In the midst of the most extreme fight of his life, he remembers how his father abandoned him in the middle of nowhere. The little boy could read his father like an open book, even pitying him. He didn't feel any sadness about being abandoned. Instead, he just felt disappointed by his dad's pathetic performance right before the man left to get milk for the next 1,000 years. The boy simply bottled up his emotions and decided to walk his own path. He refused to follow in his father's footsteps, striving instead for perfection. And what he sees right in front of him is that ideal, the very perfection he's been yearning for his entire life. Gene enters a state similar to Yu's, preparing to fulfill his life's purpose in this final fight. His coach thinks he's lost his damn mind, but it's already too late. Gene attempts to use the same monstrous technique he saw from Yu. His coach, being unfortunately concerned about his health, gets ready to throw in the towel. He was the one who nurtured Gene's talent for boxing. He doesn't want Gene to reject his humanity, wishing he would instead embrace a slower, more meaningful life. Even Stella feels like she's about to be a widow because this man is definitely on a suicide mission right now. The final clash seems inevitable, but just before he could make his move, Stella's frantic voice cuts through, begging him to stay and choose life. Suddenly, a flush of emotions from back then washes over him. Despite the boy's icy composure on that day, he felt sad. He shivered, terrified that his father had really just abandoned him. Stella finally drops the bombshell she's pregnant with his baby. My guy's life flashes before his eyes as he realizes he's torn between two ideals. The ideal of chasing monstrous perfection versus remaining human and accepting the parts of himself he's rejected all this time. Gene recalls that it was his coach who gave him a home when he was lost. It's a beautifully drawn parallel. Gene realizes that, just like his own father, he was about to abandon his family. Rather than continue the fight, Gene makes a dramatic exit from the ring, losing the match by disqualification. The crowd assumes he's running away just like the coward Kasim. Coach K is so furious he looks like he's about to spontaneously combust. Gene personally hands Yu the title belt, declaring that he earned it. Coach K is livid, feeling like Gene stole our boy's glory by quitting. After a 10-year reign, Gene is succeeded by Yu, the new lightweight champion of unparalleled strength. His overall boxing record has become one of the most impressive resumes in the sport's history. After the match, Gene gets his injuries treated. He asks his coach if he thinks he'll be a good father. Stella enters the room, her eyes filled with tears. She throws her arms around him, causing the injured man even more pain. Gene's boxing career concluded with a nearly perfect record, proving he's still one of the greatest boxers of all time. As the rest of the world cheered him on, all he could hear was meaningless noise. His athletic prowess is so insane that even the junior welterweight champion Udo is concerned. Meanwhile, Ryu is off handling some business of his own. He's confronting a gang member known as the Butcher. Ryu wonders what he's even doing here, wasting his time on trash like them. By the time his crew arrives, they're shocked to find he's already taken out everyone, including the boss. The memory of Yu's face flashes in Ryu's mind and he becomes enraged. He takes out his frustration on the downed gangster, kicking him until he's satisfied. Ryu is furious with himself for wasting his time on this. As for Jay, he's the most supportive best friend anyone could ask for. However, Yu's blank expression makes it clear he couldn't care less about the championship belt. This raises the question of why our introverted cat lover became a boxer in the first place, but that's a story for another time. Jay celebrates with Steele and his coach. We learn that our favorite blonde is set to make his professional boxing debut soon. Jay flashes an innocent smile, one that doesn't seem to fit a boxer. His coach recalls fighting Jay's father back in his own days in the ring. He strictly forbids Jay from watching any of Yu's matches, explaining that Yu is in a league of his own with a completely different style. Instead, the coach recommends he study Udo Tita's fights, as he's considered the world's best infighter, even though he's given Jay this advice. He knows that Jay is basically level 1 compared to a certain boxer. The coach remembers this legendary figure as a man respected by an entire generation of boxers worldwide. This is the same man from the beginning of the series who saved Yu. Jay's training for his upcoming debut is in full swing. In this world, there are those who have stories of overcoming great adversity. Then there are those who grow bitter immediately following their initial success. And finally, there are monsters like Yu who stand as the final boss for every other fighter to overcome. While everyone has their own story, it's revealed that the true protagonist is the blonde boxer who now realizes the very boy he once rescued has become the world champion. He suddenly appears at the gym, shocking both Johnny Boy and his coach. Radiating the brilliance of the sun itself, the man recalls a promise he made to someone. Returning to Jay, he's living his best life, believing he's on the verge of breaking his limits and becoming a true boxer. The narrative now shifts to his perspective. After you demolished Bakugo's cousin last Tuesday, Coach Typhoon Kim stared blankly out the window, a gloomy mood hanging over him. He had expected to land a huge catch with Ryu, but that was no longer relevant. Typhoon was a decent guy who wanted to hand over his gym's prized possession to Kei, or at least that's what he imagined in his own little world. But everything changed when an even bigger diamond appeared and crushed the old one to bits. He felt cheated when Ryu quit boxing entirely, but then in his place, someone else arrived. Jay and his father appeared at the gym, much to his confusion. The blonde boy pushed himself to his limits, moving the heavy weights as fast as he could. Jay had one major weakness, his eyesight. Still, Jay's father acknowledged his son's undeniable passion for the sport. He and Typhoon were rivals in their prime, and while Typhoon had an impressive overall record, Jay's father always bested him in their head-to-head matches. Back in the day, Typhoon looked like a supermodel who could also throw devastating punches, a technical boxer willing to sacrifice everything for the sport. In contrast, Jay's father was a solid wall absorbing the brunt of every blow. Jay's father admits his son's eyesight is a serious problem. An injury when he was a young boy nearly left him blind. Because of that, our boy has a hard time judging distance. Given his current level, Typhoon is putting Jay through intense training to ensure not a single aspect is overlooked. The coach emphasizes that Jay's one and only strategy in the ring is to absorb as many punches as possible. It's the only way he'll create an opening for himself. But distance isn't everything. Jay gets an uppercut that nearly takes his head off because he lacks power behind his strikes. He has to master many aspects of his training just to reach the level of an average boxer. Jay retaliates with a hook at close range. Typhoon wants Jay to simply hammer through his opponents with consecutive attacks. He even has a no-glasses policy for Jay so that he can properly train his eyes. Every part of his body is trained so he can build a physique purely for survival. Typhoon refuses to let his prize dumbass enter a debut match when he's not ready, especially with a clear disadvantage. More of their intense training continues him, even when it involves silly mantras from TV chefs. Typhoon's forceful style with Jay reminds him why he became a boxer in the first place. He believes the boy's talents are more comparable to a tree than a gem. While other people's value is decided from birth, trees will always continue to grow even if they're broken countless times. Typhoon's focus with Jay is for him to develop into a sturdy tree that can withstand the heaviest obstacles. Time is a commodity given equally to all humans, and our three protagonists are no exception. While Yu achieved monumental progress in mere moments, Ryu bit the dust and flopped completely. Lastly, there was someone who did not give in to the gratification of the present. He waited and passed the time until his progress would reward him in the future. Finally, Jay's debut match was set in stone with his opponent being decided. His coach is a little nervous to tell him that his opponent is going to eat him alive. Like this is a Giga Chad fighting a cockroach. Rock King has double the wins and only a few losses. In fact, Rock was actually a champion in his prime. The dude is the definition of an infighting master, complete with compounded experience that Jay lacks. Jay is basically going up against someone with his own skills bumped up to 100. Typhoon mentions that rookies don't usually get paired up with people like that, but all the slots were already filled. Steel thinks our boy is going to get chewed up and spit out in that match. Typhoon slaps his bald head and tells him to be more optimistic. This guy talks about eyes when he doesn't even have any. The good news for Jay is that they too possess an infighter who became a national champion. What's funny is that this is revealed to be Steel himself, who was the middleweight champion of his division. Bro is like a cheap copy of Mike Tyson and immediately calls Jay an easy opponent. The trash talk is real with this one. Infighter boxers are known for throwing hooks and uppercuts at close range. That means it's a battle of attrition and spirit. It's ugly boxing where you really have to tough it out with your opponent. Typhoon helps Jay train using the immovability of a tree. Still, it's clear as day he will get demolished in a show of pure strength. The coach admits that Jay's physique is suited for an outboxing style instead of taking punches like an infighter. In the ring against an opponent that far eclipses Jay's capabilities, the question remains of how he will overcome such a challenge. Our boy dashes forward with incredible speed to slip past Steel. This creates an opening that the opponent did not expect. Jay lunges forth to attack Mike Tyson from the side. The result, Bro gets his face smashed in. It's obvious that Jay has many challenges to overcome against a seasoned veteran who knows so much about the sport. However, one advantage rookie players possess over veterans is their lack of past records. They can be studied by watching their old matches and exploiting their weaknesses. The best advantage Jay has is that no one has any data on his skills. On the other hand, his opponent has plenty of matches on broadcast. Typhoon's strategy is to use this advantage to predict Rock's moves. They've analyzed the way he fights, prioritizing hooks and uppercuts in the first round. He loves throwing straights and will immediately exploit any openings. Typhoon concludes that a liver shot would be devastating for the champion as it directly exploits his weakness. Liver shots are impossible to withstand as they cause extreme pain. He wants Jay to create fake openings for the former champion, allowing him to think that he has the upper hand. But that's exactly when they will take advantage of the opportunity and strike him down. Nerdboy's training continues fiercely, with him giving 100% in each exercise. By the end of it all, Jay has acquired an impressive physique with a baby face on top. The night before his match, his heart is pounding in his chest. His father discovers Jay is gone from his bedroom. That's because he's out there grinding and training in shadow boxing. His father observes Jay's impressive improvement. The scared young fighter states that he's up against a tough opponent. The thoughts of losing in his first match haunt him, as he fears he'll be classified as a failed boxer. Understanding his son's feelings, Jay's father consoles him by sharing his own rookie experience. Becoming a professional boxer comes down to making it through each fight one at a time. While winning is important in boxing, Jay's father believes something else matters more. He recalls watching a fighter who was so captivating that the result of the match was secondary. He leaves his son with a piece of advice: find true meaning in his boxing. Jay mulls over his father's words and focuses completely on his opponent, determined to give it everything he's got. His debut match is finally here, and he's shivering with nerves. Steel thinks it's only logical for Jay to feel weak because, well, he is. The Sigma coach then rats out Steel, revealing he was a nervous wreck during his own debut. Jay walks out ready to face the big stage. Among the supporters in the crowd is his father cheering him on. He steps into the ring with conviction in every move. He steps into the spotlight and sees his muscular opponent, who looks even more terrifying in person. Jay pushes his fear aside and focuses on his skills. Typhoon reminds him of their strategy. Jay is supposed to act like an outboxer. At first, then switch to an infighting style. Jay runs through all the potential moves his opponent might throw at him. Jay is building up his confidence, but the second the bell rings, a punch is already flying toward his head. So much for that motivational speech. Our boy gets knocked down with the very first strike. Typhoon realizes Rock is trying to end the fight quickly because he's unaware of Jay's true fighting style. Any other boxer might have stayed down, but this is our guy Jay, the same kid who stood up to his bullies even when he was completely outmatched. And that's exactly what's happening all over again. Jay has gone from taking hits from his bullies to facing an indestructible classmate, and now he's eating punches from a national champion. He's basically a veteran at getting his face treated like a punching bag, but that's exactly what makes him so tough. The rookie reflects that getting punched actually helped calm his nerves. Meanwhile, the champion is pretty impressed by his footwork as the fight resumes. This time he's ready to protect his chin and minimize the damage. The national champion wants a quick victory, so he rushes in at full speed to close the distance. However, Jay's superior speed allows him to evade the attack that should have landed. He keeps dodging the champion's brutal attacks, selling the illusion that he's just an outboxer with fancy footwork. Rock figures he can just overwhelm Jay with pure power. He closes the distance to make his attacks more effective, beginning a cat-and-mouse chase to pin down the supposed outboxer. The moment Rock moves in, Jay shocks him by slipping past his guard and landing a thunderous uppercut right on his chin. The first clean hit from Jay sends the champion straight to the mat. The champion is stunned that he was outmaneuvered with a perfect uppercut. It's dawning on him that he's been played. His opponent is actually an infighter. Typhoon thinks the real fight is just beginning now that they've both gotten a taste of what the other can do. The fight resumes with both boxers trading blows at close range. A battle of endurance begins as Jay plants his feet firmly in the ring. Rock finds himself genuinely impressed by the rookie's strength. They're trading blows at an even pace. Typhoon reflects on how Jay has zero natural talent or raw power compared to the heavy hitters in boxing. And yet there's something special that sets him apart. It can't just be hard work, because every boxer trains their heart out to reach their goals. It's an unusual feeling, but the coach firmly believes there's something special about Jay's skills. The champion agrees, thinking Jay is far more advanced than a typical rookie. At the same time, he's still just a rookie, taking a flurry of punches from a much more powerful opponent. Compared to Steel, his current opponent is even more aggressive. Jay uses his speed to his advantage, deploying a sidestep to create an opening. Then he whacks Egghead with a series of jabs, but they're so weak, he doesn't even feel them. The fight is playing out just like his training sessions against Steel. It's the same sequence of moves, but this time, Jay's reactions are faster. His team has full faith in his abilities as he corners Rock, dodging his every attack. After all, Jay has already taken much heavier punches during his training. That experience is what allows him to evade and keep up with his opponent now. Typhoon is so impressed with his student's performance that he can actually see a path to victory for Jay. Just then, the round comes to an end. His coach gives him some solid advice on how to maintain his lead on the scorecards in the second round. As for Rock King, he's clearly impressed by the rookie's skills. It feels almost unfair. Against any other rookie, Jay's excellent dodging skills would have completely outclassed them. His sharp, evasive movements feel like they've been influenced by a fighter far greater than Jay himself. Hint, his name is... Anyway, with all that said, Rock still thinks Jay is lacking where it counts. Meanwhile, Jay's dad is starting to get a sinking feeling about this whole thing. In round 2, Jay comes out looking confident for a rookie. His game plan is working perfectly as he dashes in, raining a flurry of punches down on his opponent and taking the lead. It's a great way for him to rack up some points. So that sweet dream of victory is starting to feel like a real possibility. Rock throws a hook, but it just misses our boy. He's staying light on his feet, knowing that one wrong move could be the end of the line for him. As for what's troubling Jay's father, he's just praying that Coach Typhoon sees the same thing he does. However, the coach is too caught up in admiring Jay's incredible improvement, totally convinced he's got this in the bag. Surviving past the second round. The coach tells Jay to pace himself so he doesn't run out of gas. It's obvious Rock is going to be looking for a big point-scoring finisher. Then it hits him. Jay looks unusually gassed, way too tired for someone who's gone through such intense stamina training. Typhoon immediately figures out what's happening as he glances over at Jay's opponent. Jay's dad had been worried all along that the mental pressure of a real match would completely exhaust a rookie like his son. This psychological battle, combined with the physical blows, has been slowly chipping away at the rookie's fortified mentality. It's nothing like a training match. Jay just didn't know how to handle this kind of pressure. So even though he landed some amazing punches, the mental strain has worn him down. Rock spotted this weakness and has been using it to control the pace of the entire fight. Typhoon knows that if things keep going like this, Jay is going to get absolutely crushed, no question about it. He predicts Rock's next move and decides to put his faith in Jay's ability to outmaneuver the veteran. Trying to fire him up, he tells his student to just fight the way he always does. And with that, the third round kicks off. Right away, it turns into a grueling battle of attrition. But this clash feels different from the last one. It's clear his opponent was conserving energy while Jay burned through most of his. Poor Jay's speed has taken a massive hit, and he's barely dodging the punches coming his way. It's plain to see that the shift in momentum has him completely on the defensive. The unlucky rookie is getting pressured as more and more of his opponent's punches break through his guard. He manages to land a hit here and there, but they don't seem to have any effect. Typhoon's getting worried as Jay desperately tries to clinch with his opponent. He does manage to dodge an insane left hook, which even impresses the former champion. But despite his efforts, Jay lets his guard down for a split second and eats a powerful hook right to the face. This looks like the decisive blow that'll end the match. His body gives out, and he collapses to the mat. The ref starts the countdown, and as Jay lies on the canvas, he's just stunned by his opponent's incredible strength. He's feeling overwhelmed by the massive gap in their experience, but at the same time, this is a kid who is used to taking a beating every single day. He's not staying down for the count, though, and struggles back to his feet. Rock realizes that for Jay to have come this far, he must have faced some tough fights before. The rookie fighter has earned his genuine respect. To honor that fighting spirit, Rock decides to use his most powerful technique, which of course is terrible news for Jay. The match appears to be all but over for Rock, but this is the exact moment Jay has been waiting for. He ducks under the punch, creating the perfect opening to land a thunderous liver shot. But tragically, his best attempt gets blocked, and the counterpunch knocks Jay down again. It really seems like it's over for our blonde boy. He just couldn't overcome the veteran's experience no matter how hard he tried. He lies on the mat wondering what really defines a person's worth. Even his opponent is secretly hoping Jay learns from this experience and comes back strong enough to beat him one day. A winner and a loser are always decided at the end of a fight. There are unstoppable forces that rise to the very top, but only a select few ever get to experience what it's like up there. For Jay, the answer is as clear as day. He refuses to give up. Even if a loss is set in stone, he's ready to give it everything he's got until the very end. Even after getting knocked down twice, he's forcing himself back up again. The ref is about to stop the fight, but then he sees the rookie's eyes still hungry and laser-focused for more, to honor his integrity despite the damage. The referee decides to let the fight continue on the condition that he'll stop it the next time he collapses. The round resumes, and Rock immediately starts pummeling through Jay's defenses. He's clearly not holding anything back, keeping the pressure on tight. Then, just like before, he corners Jay and unleashes a barrage of punches. In his mind, Jay has already accepted that he might just be another boxer who loses their professional debut. But that doesn't matter to him. He didn't start boxing to prove he was better than anyone else. He got into boxing to find the true meaning of strength. And despite getting his face pummeled, Jay's fighting spirit is screaming for him to keep going. Rock is impressed that the rookie managed to push him back even in his exhausted state. Our blondie knows he's running on fumes, so this fight is going to be decided in the next clash. Rock has to admit this rookie is on a completely different level than other fighters in his league. Jay's father cheers him on, while his coach reflects on the impossible odds the kid had to overcome just to get to this point. Typhoon saw something in the boy, which is why he accepted the match. He's hoping to find the answer he's looking for in Jay's actions. Instead of weakening Rock's punches, keep getting stronger to the point where Jay is barely being held up by the ropes. That powerful straight punch rattled him. He's never faced anything like it before. Instead of feeling jealous or hateful, our glorious blonde hero has come to deeply respect his opponent's incredible hard work and years of dedication. Their boxing is the culmination of the lives they've led up until this very moment. It's a conversation between two fighters, with each telling the story of how they became the men they are today. The outcome of the match becomes almost irrelevant as Jay learns to appreciate the pure joy of boxing right there in the ring. The final attack is coming, Rock's most powerful straight punch. He commands his legs to move, but his body is frozen stiff. Jay summons every last ounce of energy he has left and somehow manages to evade the strike. And in that moment, a perfect opening is just sitting there waiting for him. He has a clear chance for a liver shot, but unfortunately, he's completely out of gas and can't attack anymore. Jay accepts his inevitable defeat when he suddenly remembers the devastating recoil punch Ryu used in their battle. In a split second, he executes the same move, delivering a paralyzing liver shot, followed by a massive right hook to the face. Rock goes down and he is not getting up. After pouring his blood, sweat, and tears into this impossible fight, Jay has emerged the winner. Meanwhile, Bakugo's life is probably heading in the worst possible direction right now. He's been sentenced to a whopping 6 years in prison. In stark contrast, the boy who chose personal growth has just won his professional debut match. Jay is completely stunned, while Steel is beyond impressed. Coach Typhoon is glad he followed his gut and allowed Jay this opportunity to shine. The boy's father has never been more proud in his entire life. Even his opponent Rock was shocked that he had the willpower to pull off a series of reactionary strikes at the last second. Those were the moves of a true professional. Rock admits that he's never had so much fun fighting an opponent. He's now our boy's #1 fan and wants to support his career. Jay may be a clumsy fool outside of the ring, but his courage speaks volumes and is a testament to his grueling training. It's clear to the veteran that this kid is destined for a bright future and will eventually become a contender for the championship belt. However, he's afraid of the boy's inevitable fight with the champion, who is an absolute force to be reckoned with. After the fight, Jay is resting in bed, unable to sleep. The scenes from the fight refuse to leave his mind. The reality of his accomplishment, finally becoming a professional boxer, starts to sink in. The boy recalls the long road of difficult experiences, the obstacles he faced, and how much he had to overcome to achieve this victory. He smiles like the happiest kid in the entire world, kicking his legs in joy and realizing the only reason he made it was because of Ryu's influence. That night, instead of resting, he decides to shadowbox against his memory of Rock, trying to dodge and recreate that final moment from the fight. Only this time, the imaginary blow lands. This means our blonde hero survived that fight by the skin of his teeth. Jay looks forward to meeting Ryu in the ring someday, but the poor guy has no idea he's currently rotting in jail. After completely exhausting himself, Jay is about to head home, but he's not ready to call it a night and instead pictures Yu's piercing shadow. The imaginary fight is over before it even begins. Our hero realizes he's just a tiny ant compared to a boxing god. He may have called it quits for the night, but Uto Teada is hard at work, training to fight the monster that obliterated a fighter named Jean. Uto confidently blocks the anticipated strikes, and like the Sigma World Champion, he has plans to do 100 more sets. The perspective shifts to a reporter explaining that a man named K has expressed public dissatisfaction with the conclusion of a recent match. He publicly announces that Yu's next endeavor is to conquer the junior welterweight class. Kei would prefer to challenge the champion of that division directly, but that won't be possible due to the rules. A coach advises Uto to enjoy his belt for the short time he is left with it. Right after the press conference, a match is scheduled between Yu and Elliot von Heinberg. He stands at the top of the world rankings in his class, and facing him is the world champion of the lightweight division, Yu. This division is stacked with the toughest fighters out there. Despite Elliot's reputation as the division's peak athlete, he makes the critical mistake of underestimating his opponent. The guy walks in with all the confidence in the world, completely clueless about the beatdown he's about to receive. Elliot's ultimate goal is to defeat Uto. Is anyone shocked that Yu completely dismantles him? Because that's exactly what happens. The poor guy gets demolished with Yu, effortlessly dodging every last one of his attacks. Yu was simply toying with him and didn't even bother throwing a punch back. Elliot felt utterly humiliated, unable to land a single hit. For a boxer of his caliber, being treated with such blatant disdain is a crushing blow to his pride. After the first round concludes, Elliot's ego is in absolute tatters. His coach tells him to get his head out of the clouds and focus on the fight. The second round begins, and well, it's lights out for Elliot. The arrogant Yu should just rename himself One Punch Man, because this guy one-shots everyone he comes across. This match was just a public performance to send a message to the division's reigning world champion, Uto. It was his way of saying, "I'm coming for you next." Yu has clearly demonstrated that he possesses the power to end a fight the exact moment he decides to. He represents the pinnacle of talent, whereas Uto is the embodiment of hard work. As Uto heads out for another run, his coach watches with concern. They thought Elliot might be an easy warm-up for Yu, but now it's a massive problem, seeing as even Uto's most challenging opponent suffered such a humiliating loss. Uto is running like his life depends on it. This man knows he's in deep trouble. His coach knows it too. Everyone knows the odds are stacked against him, but he keeps on training. Uto returns home to rest, haunted by the memory of Yu's cold, empty eyes. He begins to question if he can actually defeat his opponent, admitting to himself that he's scared of what's to come. To understand the junior welterweight champion as both a fighter and a person, his coach believes you have to see him as the ultimate hard worker. Peter bluntly states that people who rely solely on hard work are losers, and honestly, he has a point. The coach explains that boxers are prideful by nature and love to boast about the hours they pour into training. But she thinks it's all just nonsense, as you can't tell the difference between a world-class boxer and an average one based on hard work alone. She claims that every professional boxer works hard. The ones who reach the top are there simply because of their innate talent. There's no path to greatness without talent. Hard work is just the bare minimum. The intensity of one's routine can't make up for a lack of natural gifts. She hates hearing fighters brag about working hard because to her it just means that boxer has nothing else special going for them. But then there's our boy Uto, who is the clear exception to the philosophy she just laid out. Watching him train relentlessly every single day, she can guarantee that no other boxer puts in even half the work he does. She remembers his first day in the gym, just another ordinary kid with no apparent talent. He was just a little boy whose father wanted him to learn self-defense. Naturally, the coach wasn't thrilled with the idea and suggested that Uto's father should have him learn judo instead. In the end, the little guy's father went out for a pack of smokes and never came back, which I'm starting to think is a running gag for all boxers. Following that, during his first official training session, Uto began his journey into the world of boxing. The kids who were naturally athletic moved with an obvious grace and flow. But this little guy was probably the least promising candidate to ever dream of becoming a pro boxer. He would just tremble and fall over like a newborn deer. In other words, from the very beginning, Uto was seen as an ordinary person with zero talent. Yet that same boy is now the world champion of a major division. When she asked about Miho Uto's mother, she learned that her condition was finally stabilizing. The three of them, Saki, Miho, and Hiroto, were actually childhood friends who always played together. Miho was always the most frail and clumsy of the group. She frequently needed help from the others. In the blink of an eye, their youth had passed them by. By that time, Misaki had invested countless hours into boxing while Hiroto had pursued the path of judo. He always had a joyful smile on his face when he started dating Miho, but it created a complicated dynamic within their friend group. She wasn't surprised that they got together, but she was heartbroken and couldn't say a word. Still, the three of them continued to enjoy their time together. Misaki valued their friendship above all else and chose to support her friends from the sidelines. She was grateful for every moment they shared. But despite her best wishes for them, Hiroto passed away suddenly, and Miho's health worsened. Before his death, Hiroto had been under an incredible amount of stress and was even considering quitting his job. As a police officer, he couldn't just stand by and watch a group of bullies assault a stranger. His sense of justice took over as he fought the men he saw as nothing but cowards. He instilled in his son an important philosophy that strong people are not without fear, but they face it to inspire others with their courage. He fought tooth and nail to save an innocent person, but unfortunately, the wounds he sustained were too severe for him to survive. After the incident, Misaki received a startling phone call from him, catching her completely off guard. She had a sinking feeling that something was terribly wrong. Hiroto's voice cracked as he shared his final wishes for Yuto. On that very day, the boy's father passed away and Miho's condition worsened. Tragically, Misaki had to bear the heartbreaking task of relaying the news of Hiroto's passing. She completely broke down, begging for Miho to wake up. In her most fragile moments, Misaki confessed her love for her friends, yet even after her heartfelt plea, Miho succumbed to her illness shortly after Hiroto passed. This unimaginable pain left her completely shattered to the point she began to question the meaning of life itself. Remembering his father's words, Yuto resolved that he must not give in to fear, but instead instill courage in others. That became his reason to grow strong. The boy who didn't possess a shred of natural talent was instead gifted with immense mental strength. Misaki questioned if he truly wanted to continue boxing. She reminded him of the inevitable fate that awaited him facing defeat again and again. But the boy didn't care. No, this determined kid just wanted to follow in his father's footsteps. And with that, the relationship between teacher and student was sealed. Her one desire was to dedicate her teachings to Yuto. With nothing else left, she made the boy her new reason to keep on living. It's no surprise to anyone, but this dude was literally trash. Even with all her guidance, he couldn't master the most basic punches for a whole month. His movements lacked so much flow, it was like he was just memorizing each problem instead of understanding the formula behind the technique. Many years went into the making of this formidable force of nature. Yuto became a beast to be reckoned with. A sudden transformation occurred after 10 years, went into the making of this behemoth. His body was the first aspect they focused on for his intense training. His daily routine was to run 6 miles after waking up, followed by 2,000 sit-ups and 1,000 push-ups. He was seriously giving Saitama a run for his money. He continued his traditional boxing exercises throughout his teenage years, but every moment of it was necessary. Every single part of his training was necessary to become an indomitable force in the ring. Initially, he struggled greatly against other boxers even after reaching his supposed peak strength. To explain this, Misaki describes the idea of a growth graph that every person has. On this graph, their talent and effort go hand in hand on each axis. A person starts from basically nothing and experiences a certain level of growth each day. This is the most enjoyable period of growth. But after reaching a certain level, growth stagnates as personal limitations set in. Eventually, at that rate, even a professional will experience major plateaus. It's different for every athlete. Though if one can persevere through this slump, they can become a master and attain a new steady slope of improvement. Nothing could compete with that kind of progress. After this stable period comes a rapid decline, marking the end of a professional's career as a result of aging. The world champions boast an extreme amount of talent paired with their strength. Compared to their graphs, Yuto's was just plain embarrassing. He was basically talentless with no signs of growth after his 3rd year of training. Peter is stunned, but it was true. His dreams were being crushed to the point that others were beginning to surpass him. Now imagine having all those disadvantages and still becoming the strongest boxer in the world. Misaki states that something happened when he woke up in a hospital that changed his entire life. At the time, the boy was in high school. Normal people have idols or heroes they look up to. For Yuto, it was his dad. Entering his new school life, Yuto found himself in a world different from others who followed their own paths. There were bullies, and then there were victims. Such was the case in his class because there's always a blonde punk picking on the quiet introvert. Yuto became a hero for that boy and shocked everyone with his courageous resolve. His grip squeezed the life out of the punk, who was finally getting a taste of his own medicine. Murmurs that Yuto was Hiroto's son quickly spread among the class. They all thought he was cool right up until the dude got punched square in the face. The bully exhausted himself punching him, but this guy was so tough he was completely unfazed. He didn't even seem to care, making the bully look like a weak embarrassment. The punk ran away while Yuto amassed a great reputation among his peers. The students were all expecting him to completely destroy the bully. Unfortunately for everyone, the class bully was still the same old jerk. The hero of justice arrived to save the day. The punk tried to act like he was some hotshot and attacked Yuto mindlessly, but with a single punch he knocked the living daylights out of the idiot. The difference in their skills was like night and day. After knocking his lights out, he instilled a belief in others that hopeful figures really do exist in this world. On their way back, the boy he saved apologized for always being so dependent on him. The timid boy praised his strength even though Yuto didn't think much of himself and figured he just trained hard. That's when Yuto decided to drag this new friend to meet his coach. Misaki was getting antsy not having landed a new client in ages. The thought of training Yamaguchi lit a fire under her. Misaki revealed she was an Olympic gold medalist, dead set on molding him into a true champion. She was so desperate she even offered him a discount on the membership fee. It suddenly dawns on Yuto that he's been getting free, top-tier training his whole life. Seriously, this guy should be counting his lucky stars. During their training session, Yamaguchi witnessed the sheer intensity of Yuto's daily regimen. Misaki assured him there was nothing to worry about, as Yuto's natural talent paled in comparison to pro boxers. The boy was stunned to hear that even someone that strong couldn't hold a candle to the real pros. Misaki encouraged him to watch Yuto's training closely, explaining that pure effort can help anyone grow stronger no matter the obstacles. On his way back, Yamaguchi felt incredibly happy and motivated by the prospect of change. After all, you can't choose the circumstances you're born into. However, while some environments help people grow, others can be a living hell. For Yamaguchi, that hell was a mother battling addiction. She would berate him for even thinking that a loser like him could ever have friends. Yamaguchi's mom had just been dumped and was only living with him for that sweet, sweet child support money. He hesitantly asked his mother if he could learn boxing. Without a shred of kindness, she called him a worthless piece of trash. The scene cuts to the bully who's still furious after getting his butt kicked. His crew was curious to see just how tough this new guy really was. Apparently, they had recently scouted another boxer who was also training to become a world champion. Back to Yamaguchi, he was fired up with a new resolve to change, and showed up to join Yuto on his morning run. Blue Boy was thrilled to have a partner, and advised him to start at a slow pace. Unfortunately, Yamaguchi was completely gassed while the guy ahead of him just kept pulling farther and farther away. His respect for Yuto skyrocketed. They were the same age, yet Yuto trained with such incredible discipline. It gave Yamaguchi a powerful new reason to change. At the end of their run, despite his home life actively working against his growth, Yuto was incredibly proud of him for making it the whole way without stopping. He then pointed out how beautiful the sunrise was. A strange sense of euphoria washed over him after the workout. For the first time, the miserable boy felt a sense of happiness and freedom. The night before school, the bully found out that this knight-errant character just wants to fight the baddest dudes around. Apparently, the guy has even taken down actual killers. The guy is on another level of crazy. He's always looking for a strong opponent, which is why his next target is Yuto. This kind gentleman Yuto even asked the class bully to share lunch with him. The bully couldn't figure him out at all. Even after that beatdown, the punk woke up to an apology note from Yuto. But sometimes, that kind of kindness can feel like the ultimate humiliation. Piss Boy rejected his offer and furiously stormed off. He was beyond annoyed, especially since other kids started making fun of him now that he'd lost his power. Eventually, the bully just disappeared. Yuto's training with Yamaguchi continued, and the boy started to catch up. Then one fateful night, Yuto got a call from someone named Kazu. He announced that he'd captured his dear friend Yamaguchi and introduced himself as the classic anti-hero of the story. Bro really thinks he's edgy. This so-called anti-hero was acting like a full-blown villain, even threatening to take out Yamaguchi if anyone called the cops. Yuto rushed to the scene and immediately confronted the psycho. Kazu, it turns out, is the type who loves to play twisted games with people. He'd been bored lately, since he was just squashing punks who were nowhere near his level. Once Yuto's name started getting popular, Kazu put him on his list. Yuto was furious that all of this was happening for such a petty reason. He lunged at Kazu, but his opponent dodged the attack like it was nothing. The psychopath actually complimented Yuto's skills, but was clearly just toying with him. Even the bully watching from the sidelines knew it was impossible to beat a fighter like Kazu, who had dismantled every gang in the area. The dude was a monster, but something about his opponent seemed off. He realized there was nothing special about Yuto at all. He was just an empty shell with zero natural talent. Yuto just kept repeating the same basic moves like a low-level NPC in a video game. Kazu figured it out. A coach must have built this talentless kid from the ground up to give him this level of strength. Kazu landed a massive hook, proving he was on a completely different level. He noted that Yuto's entire fighting style was built on simplicity. As a boxing genius, Kazu found the fight incredibly boring and delivered a devastating blow. Yuto struggled to his feet, questioning why someone so powerful would waste their time on selfish pursuits instead of helping people. But the guy basically gave him a "who asked" look and proceeded to beat the ever-living daylights out of him. It was a one-sided, merciless beating that left Yuto crumpled on the ground. All the while, Yamaguchi was overwhelmed with guilt for being too weak to help his friend. People who only lived for themselves couldn't find meaning or connect value from one thing to the next. Returning home that night, the miserable boy found his mother had been beaten and abused. The next day, Yuto woke up in a hospital bed to a letter from Yamaguchi. His friend had already sold his life away, trapped in a job just to make ends meet. He knew that no matter what he did, a normal life was out of reach. In the end, his friend succumbed to the harshness of his life and cut himself off from Yuto. The moment Yuto read that letter, something inside him snapped. Yuto's very essence was transformed, going beyond his recent growth spurt. He vowed to become stronger than ever before. In this new state of mind, Yuto went to Misaki and declared he would become so powerful he'd be a living symbol proof that hard work can overcome any circumstance. That was the day the legend of world champion Yuto Tada was truly born. Misaki really laid into him during training after she found out about his fight with Kazu. She knew all about Kazu's unrivaled talent. The boy was a prodigy, hailed as the greatest boxer of his generation. Misaki wanted to support Yuto's dream of defeating him, so even though she thought it was a delusion, she went along with it and helped him train. While Yuto threw himself into training, Yamaguchi only grew more miserable at his dead-end job. The night of Yuto's second showdown with Kazu finally arrived. The result, he got his butt kicked just like the first time. But even in defeat, Yuto swore he would one day shatter Kazu's talent. After that loss, the blue boy decided it was time for a new strategy. He decided to drop out of school to pursue boxing full-time. As a responsible adult, Misaki wondered if she should steer him toward a more promising future than just boxing. She wondered what his parents would have said and decided to give him the one thing he desperately needed to hear her approval. Yuto's training only intensified, pushing himself relentlessly. The night of his third fight against Kazu arrived, and once again Yuto was defeated. But without losing heart, he went right back to training even harder. Then came their fourth fight. Yuto was defeated, again. He trained again and challenged the prodigy for a fifth time. By now, Kazu was actually starting to get bored. Yuto was defeated again. Meanwhile, Yamaguchi could only cry, miserable and trapped by his circumstances, while Yuto trained every single day to make the impossible possible. Years went by, and Yuto had already lost to Kazu dozens of times. The moment he woke up, his only thought was to train. He was so stressed out he couldn't even tell the difference between a dream and reality. But Misaki was in shock because she was witnessing him completely shatter his own growth ceiling. He became living proof of an athlete who had surpassed his supposed potential. When Yuto challenged Kazu again, even the prodigy was surprised by his improvement. The outcome was still the same, but Kazu was actually glad to see some progress. Yuto could barely speak, but every word he muttered was about the mistakes he'd made during the fight. Kazu grew more and more impressed by his relentless improvement. And then one day, Yuto finally became a real challenge. While his friend was contemplating suicide, Yuto, now in his third year as a pro, was hitting several plateaus in his rate of improvement. He had become a monster who finally surpassed the genius of Kazu, landing the one punch we had all been waiting to see. Yamaguchi remembered the beautiful sunrise he and Yuto had watched together on their very first run. A human who had surpassed the very limits of talent had been born. In his prime, Yuto Teada declares that boxing is proof that with enough hard work and dedication, anyone can change their destiny no matter their circumstances. The world champion's mission to prove that hope exists for everyone. Now the big day is finally here. The ultimate match between world champion Yuto versus the lightweight division's superstar Yu. The crowd roars for Yu's godlike talent as he makes his entrance. His look of unparalleled talent captivates the crowd. This is the man who defeated Shi without taking a single punch, and now he's hungry for a second title. From the other side of the ring emerges the champion himself, Yuto Tada. He's the man widely hailed as the best fighter in the world. It was Yuto's incredible hard work that allowed him to conquer the junior welterweight division. The difference in their physiques is almost comical. Yu's deep eyes stare on full of indifference. All eyes are on these two fighters, each representing the pinnacle of hard work versus raw talent. However, even the commentators are confident that Yu will win this and win it quickly. They don't think the reigning world champion stands a chance against this calculating monster. Misaki reminds the blue boy of their game plan. His heart pounds as he stares down his intimidating opponent. Yuto tells himself that it's okay if he gets knocked down because he'll just get back up again. The fight begins. Yuto dashes in to attack Yu, trying to overcome the massive reach advantage and evade his deadly jabs. Yuto slips past Yu's reach, taking the fight to close range. However, our boy dodges and keeps his distance. Misaki's game plan for Yuto is to constantly keep the pressure on his opponent. Back when they watched the match with Jin, they realized that this particular attack of Yu's is impossible to counter. The only solution against a move like that is to get inside his opponent's range. Yuto capitalizes on this, applying pressure to make sure Yu never gets the chance to land his lethal blow. Their plan is to drag the fight out for all 12 rounds. And something they've learned from Yu's past fights is that he's never been in a drawn-out battle. They think his body might show signs of weakness, giving them an opportunity to defeat the monster. But this simple see-through plan is exactly what Kei expected. As part of their battle strategy, he coached Yu on Yuto's strong points. His muscles are the ultimate defense, while his lightning speed and incredible stamina make him a force to be reckoned with. In essence, since Yu is an outboxer, a fighter like Yuto is supposed to be his natural counter. Yuto's stamina is so freakishly high that he doesn't show any signs of fatigue even in long battles. At first, Yu planned to strike him from a distance, but he's in the mood to prove a point. Adjusting his position, Yu shocks the world by mimicking the world champion's own stance. Kei wants the world to know what true talent really looks like. The world is stupefied, including Yuto, who decides not to overthink it and just prioritizes the attack. Then the first punch lands, shocking the spectators. A second punch follows and connects, putting this dude in a daze. He's basically thinking, what on earth is happening right now? The thing is, Yu is copying every single one of his movements down to the smallest detail. What's more, he's faster and more precise than the guy who spent a decade honing those very skills. Misaki is rendered speechless, while Blue Boy over there is literally questioning all his life's decisions. He's realized this is a level of talent that simply can't be challenged. It's a simple fact that Yu would defeat him every single time they faced each other. The crowd goes wild, seeing Yu's sudden shift in fighting style. The man mirroring his abilities is completely outclassing the world champion in a devastating beatdown. It refuses to hold back, and even feints are ineffective. When Yuto tries to put up a heavy guard, he just gets slammed from the side. Just like how Yuto would normally rain down a barrage of punches on his own opponents, Yu is doing the exact same thing to him. Misaki realizes he's in a serious pinch and just hopes he can survive the first round so they can figure out a new strategy. The first round does come to an end, and along with it, Yuto Taita's confidence. My guy's face looks like he's seen a ghost. Misaki has to snap the poor fool back to reality, telling him it's no time to be zoning out. The poor guy is at a total loss for words, seeing absolutely no way to compete against this display of power. Misaki argues that there has to be a weakness, something that even Yu possesses. She wants to find and exploit it in the upcoming rounds. As for Kei, he's just chilling, having the easiest day of his life. Initially, Yu wasn't too impressed with Yuto, but Kei emphasizes that the guy is a late bloomer who gets stronger in response to the challenges he faces. It's entirely possible for him to keep Yu on his toes, but our bored protagonist legitimately couldn't care less. After that first round, the commentators believe Yuto must have some kind of strategy planned for the next rounds. The second round begins with Yuto advancing only to immediately receive a brutal fist to the face. However, he retaliates almost instantly. Misaki's advice to Yuto was to keep exchanging blows with the monster, to remember and reignite his own fighting spirit. So that's exactly what he does. Even though he's taking blow after blow, Yuto is starting to feel a glimmer of hope. He believes that all beings have hope no matter how big or small. Yu's ferocity has increased, and Yuto fully expects to eat a dozen more attacks from him. His goal is to stay on his feet no matter how hard he gets hit. It's Yu who's on the back foot for a moment, impressing even Kei with Yuto's comeback strategy. The Bob Ross lookalike in the commentary booth believes Yu is just mocking the world champion, seeing how little of his true power he has shown. The atmosphere in the ring changes when Yu suddenly dashes back to increase the distance. Yuto was expecting to close the distance, but his hope turns to despair as he's furiously slammed with an overwhelming barrage of blows. All of his openings were instantly closed as the monster unveiled just a sliver of his true strength. With his guard wide open, Yuto suffers a cataclysmic punch right to the gut, knocking the world champion to his knees. The tough challenge Yuto had been expecting was nothing compared to this. The boxer Yu is here to destroy the world champion as the world watches. Among the crowd sits a boy Yamaguchi who is rooting for Yuto's success. The author brings up an interesting point about effort, as it's always portrayed as something exciting to watch. But the reality of true effort is the loneliness and mental fatigue that comes from doing the same thing over and over endlessly. Misaki remembers seeing the shadows of his parents and old friends behind him as he suffered just to maintain a plank during training. After the training, Misaki was tempted to talk him out of boxing, but ultimately decided against it. Back in the ring, the junior welterweight world champion is in immense pain. He can barely breathe, but our blue boy channels the power of friendship and gets right back on his feet. However, his opponent Yu remains completely unfazed. The big question is how he's ever going to overcome an opponent like that. The round continues with Yuto carefully analyzing his situation. He knows he needs to endure the hits to get past Yu's guard and close the distance. He pulls it off successfully, closing the gap and putting immense pressure on Yu. Kei Gojo's dad is impressed by his attempt at a comeback, but even our blue boy is starting to realize he can't keep this up for much longer. Yu goes on the offensive, giving him only a split second to react. The monster unleashes his killing blow, but then something incredible happens. The world champion slips past his attack, throwing Yu off balance at the very last second. Coach K is ecstatic for the hard-working boxer. As the second round comes to a close, Yuto is barely holding on against Yu's relentless assault. The world champion perseveres through the heavy attacks, but even his incredible endurance is starting to reach its limit. Yuto makes a desperate dash forward, only to get punched so hard he's knocked down for the second time. Misaki considers throwing in the towel while Blue Boy looks like he's been knocked into next week. The guy looks completely dejected, but then he remembers what he's fighting for and gets back up again, becoming the very embodiment of his own words. Yuto Teada takes the crowd by storm. There's no longer any sign of consciousness in his eyes, a fact that's disturbingly clear even to the referee watching him closely. Poor Yamaguchi realizes that Yuto is fighting this hard to show everyone around the world that there's still hope. Yuto is the reason he was able to start over and overcome the hardships in his own life. Thanks to that inspiration, even his mother is now getting treatment for her addiction. Back in the ring, the world champion takes another brutal hit, but keeps on fighting. Even though he knows he shouldn't, he just keeps fighting. Yamaguchi tearfully begs for him to just stay down. The round ends, and Yuto officially becomes the only fighter to ever make it to the third round against Yu. His coach scolds him, but the blue boy is so defeated that his only remaining strategy is to close the distance. His mind is just a dizzying haze at this point. Misaki encourages him to hang on until he can find an opening to strike. She can't help but wonder what her old friends would think of her now. Misaki is filled with regret that she wasn't able to give him the chance to live a comfortable life. As the third round begins, she accepts her faults. Yuto is immediately pummeled with a barrage of brutal attacks. Despite the champion's despair, Kei is impressed by Yuto's potential, recognizing that he's somehow improving with every single round. He's like a classic comic book hero who just keeps getting stronger and stronger in order to defeat the final boss. Kei thinks this will be a good experience for Yu, as his final opponent will be his toughest yet the heavyweight world champion Eren. Now in rounds 4 through 6, Yuto's undying spirit and stamina somehow keep him going. He's absorbed countless attacks, hoping to create a miracle. Coach K wonders how our boy is holding up. It's obvious that he is starting to run on fumes. So now that he's in a pinch, Coach K wonders what he'll do. Just then Yuto suffers another brutal knockdown. No one wants him to get up anymore, no one that is except the man himself. He tries, but his body gives out, his vacant eyes staring in Misaki's direction. He remembers a conversation they once had under the night sky. She told him she thought he was working himself way too hard. So she tried to teach him a lesson about the harsh truths of reality and the possibility of failure. There's always a bleak risk of being completely shattered, even after giving it your all. This was the outcome Misaki feared most for Yuto. She wants him to treasure his life because she's lost precious friends too, but she explains that just having the chance to know such incredible people made her own life fulfilling. She thinks Yuto should treasure that same gift of life by finally laying down his heavy burden once and for all. The world champion, no, the boy she had raised since he was young, had become her greatest gift. Yuto Tada, his eyes now fueled with passion, gets back up again. His inner light is reminiscent of Jay's own persistence. The round begins with Yu dodging a heavy attack. It's getting harder and harder for Yu to evade the revived boxer's attacks. Yuto Tada has seized control of the fight and is now dominating. His coach is stunned because the most exceptional thing has just happened. Yuto Teada had always lacked the natural flow of movement that geniuses like Yu possessed, but now in the midst of this desperate fight, he has finally acquired it. The talentless boy has just entered the domain of peak talent evolving and skyrocketing in growth right before their eyes. This new monster seems unstoppable, until he's suddenly blasted with 3 critical attacks from his opponent. Yuto's body finally gives out. Yu's monstrous strength proves to be too much as the battle finally comes to an end. Coach K is out here bawling his eyes out like he's seen heaven itself, because in that final moment when Yu went on the extreme offensive, the coach saw exactly what he had been hoping to see. The monster's awakening has left the junior welterweight champion in critical condition. An enraged Misaki tries to slap Yu, but Kei steps in to stop her. Misaki declares that what she witnessed in the ring wasn't boxing. To her, Yu and his coach are nothing short of monsters. Meanwhile, the man himself, Aaron Tide, has his eyes sharply fixed on the boxer who he knows will one day challenge him for the title. Yudo's condition is critical. He's suffered a shattered jaw and may never be able to box again. Misaki sits off to the side, consumed by regret for not throwing in the towel sooner. She even laments ever teaching him how to box in the first place. Misaki weeps, feeling she has failed both of her friends, but Yudo manages to utter a sincere thank you for everything. Misaki recalls all the memories they've shared and feels indebted to the young man who gave her life new meaning. We then see a fruit basket with an attached note from Yamaguchi, wishing for his big bro to get well soon. After some time, Yudo's recovery speeds up and he's on track to be discharged from the hospital very soon. The doctor mentions another patient who happens to be a huge fan of Blue Boy. This young boy has been receiving continuous donations from Yu for his treatment of a rare disease. The boy fights for his life every single day with no signs of recovery in sight. However, watching the champions fight on the big screen gave him the courage he needed, inspired by how Yu got back up time and time again. The young boy expresses his desire to become strong just like his idol. His words strike a chord, reminding the former junior welterweight champion of his own father. Yu breaks down, overcome with emotion, hoping that he has finally fulfilled his father's expectation of him becoming a strong person. After his impressive run in the boxing world, he finally allows himself a moment of vulnerability. The scene then cuts to a menacing pair of brothers. Middleweight world champion Fabio Santorino has just witnessed the newcomer obliterate two champions back-to-back. His brother and trainer, Marco Santorino, knows that they're next in line. The staggering rise of Yu led to the fall of not just one, but two more champions in his wake. Yu became the champion of 4 divisions, racking up an audience gross comparable to Fabio Santorino's. With Yu demolishing numerous weight classes effortlessly, his next target is the one and only scoundrel of the boxing world. Suddenly, Fabio himself makes a shocking appearance on stage. Thanks to his shoddy reputation, the man is met with a ton of backlash from the audience. Fabio couldn't care less and surprisingly praises Yu for not taking a single hit in any of his fights. To give the world a show, Fabio pulls out a handgun as if challenging Yu to dodge a real bullet. The crowd goes even wilder seeing this maniac brandish a weapon right in the champion's face. Our cold-blooded protagonist doesn't even flinch, showing no hint of fear. As Fabio slowly pulls the trigger, it's revealed to be a prank gun, a scare tactic, perfectly in line with his mischievous nature. The audience boos him for such a tasteless joke. That is, until Fabio uses the same gun to fire live rounds into the air, silencing the entire venue. He then declares that he'll annihilate his opponent in the ring where it counts. The scene shifts to Carmen, who has just shown up at our boy's apartment. She's brought a team of her men, much to Yu's confusion. On Kay's orders, they begin to meticulously inspect every inch of the house. The discovery of hidden cameras confirms that something is definitely wrong. Carmen inspects some unknown packages and discovers another one of Fabio's twisted pranks. He sent our boy the corpse of a headless cat, a gruesome attempt to intimidate him. She orders her men to handle the situation and explains that both of the Santorino brothers are dangerously unhinged. Marco does everything in his power to mentally break Fabio's opponents before they even step into the ring. She calls them pigs, but asserts that Kay's team knows how to handle pigs. Carmen is now in charge of inspecting everything that Yu comes into contact with. The mental warfare between the world champions has already begun. After a thorough inspection of the premises, they find 30 spying devices. Carmen then explains that a boxer named Chavo Urus became the middleweight champion after the legendary Bob Norris retired. Yes, this is the same Bob we know from the commentary booth. He's one of the legendary 5 fighters that Kay trained and turned into a killing machine. Carmen muses that Kay's last 2 students are hardly what you'd call human. Soon after becoming champion, Chavo suffered a shocking upset, being utterly defeated by Fabio, who toyed with his mind. The one manipulating him behind the scenes was Marco, who ensured the champion couldn't fight at his peak performance. This just goes to show that Yu's next opponent will require more than just raw skill to defeat. These are the kind of guys who don't fight fair, Carmen warns our boy to trust only her and Coach K. Yu's training continues as usual now, with Carmen keeping a strict watch over him. She learns that his daily life is surprisingly simple, as all he does is cycle between his home and the gym. There's a sudden shift in Yu's eyes, suggesting he's fallen into an even deeper state of melancholy. After their training session, Carmen and Yu head home, where he asks about the bodyguards. She tells him they're guarding his place. She tells Yu to focus on saving himself if they're ever attacked in public, assuring him she can handle any threats on her own. At home, Carmen is forced to be his cook since they can't trust anyone. She warns him against eating out, explaining that fast food workers are easy to bribe since they're barely scraping by as it is. Carmen winds up preparing a feast for him, taking a moment to admire her own impressive cooking skills. She's stunned when she sits across from him and sees Yu's frowning expression, a look she's never seen on his face before. The poor girl gets a triple shock when our boy can't even eat her food without throwing up. Carmen's self-esteem is completely disintegrated, as Yu barely manages to choke down his meal. That night he showers before bed, showing off the physique of a Greek god he's built from years of training. And unfortunately for her composure, even our girl Carmen can't help but stare. She's over here reminiscing about how he built that impressive physique ever since he started training. After his shower, she's surprised to learn that Yu doesn't like sleeping in the bedroom. He prefers the bare floor over a bed, shocking our best girl once again. Since Carmen has to keep an eye on him, they end up sleeping in the same room. She starts to think Yu is more human than she initially believed. She could see in his eyes that he was about to cry. The idea of this boxing monster having a human side intrigues her. The guards working for K deliver the footage straight to him. This dude is basically stalking Yu on speed dial. The next day, these poor guards have to suffer through keeping up with the world champion's training routine. Despite their excellent endurance, they're still no match for the four-time world champion. When Yu gets home, he's greeted by the sight of Carmen looking like a wreck with lifeless hair. Our hero is completely baffled by what happened. Over at the gym, Kay shows him the footage from Fabrizio's recent boxing match. The fight was between the middleweight champion and the world contender, Jean Renault. The coach can tell just by looking at John's face that he's been put through the ringer before the fight even started. The guy is absolutely losing it, which is exactly what the Santorino brothers wanted. The fight kicks off on relatively even footing. Yu is a bit surprised as his coach explains that Fabrizio's specialty is a dirty dogfighting style. When it comes to rough and tumble moves, he's known as the dirtiest world champion out there. He has absolutely no concept of defense. His entire focus is on the attack. Fabrizio thrives on a theatrical boxing style, which has earned him a ton of slander from critics. His opponents are inevitably dragged into fighting his way. And that's exactly where he wants them. Kay even mentions that Fabrizio is likely using performance-enhancing drugs to close the skill gap. Peter is in the crowd remembering his experience from their interview. He realizes that neither of them gives a single darn about the sport of boxing. Marco looks down on the boxing fans, but he figures they're doing the sport a favor by putting on an entertaining show for everyone. John gets blatantly headbutted, but the referee doesn't call it. The moment he tries to retaliate, though, he's instantly warned for it. It's painfully obvious that they've paid off the referee. Marco actually takes pride in how the Santorinos manipulate the boxing world. A match that should have been a display of professional skill was dragged down into a dirty brawl. The real reason John is so furious, he found out his daughter is dating Marco. Now that's a low blow not even Mike Tyson could recover from. It turns out she was completely manipulated by Marco into thinking he was a good guy. Despite her father's warnings, she naively put her trust in Marco. Then one day, she came home crying her eyes out. It wasn't hard to figure out what happened. Marco had completely broken her spirit. This is why John wants to absolutely demolish Fabrizio, who is masterfully exploiting the boxer's raw emotions to set up the finishing blow. Even though he was the superior fighter, John lost the match due to a dozen fouls and the cunning manipulation tactics of his opponents. And this was the kind of opponent Yu was now facing. Yu starts his early morning training with Carmen, unaware that several men are secretly watching them. The drunk guy right in front has been paid a hefty sum to accidentally spill something on Yu. They even drugged him up to make sure he'd follow their orders without question. As Yu gets closer, the man pretends to slip and fall, but our hero is so quick, he just shadow steps right out of the way. Carmen had already laid out a few ground rules for Yu. Her top priority was for him to avoid any physical contact with strangers. She also warned him to steer clear of reporters' questions since Marco's out there spreading all sorts of nasty rumors about our guy. Carmen knew they would try to manipulate the media, but she was more than happy to play their game and give them a taste of their own medicine. She had already planted her own spies among Santorino's men. So the very next day, Marco is the one who finds himself in hot water swarmed by the media. Instead of being annoyed, Marco is actually impressed. He knows that in this game, money talks, and Kay has a virtually bottomless supply thanks to his successful gym. Everything is going smoothly except for our hero's meals, which are apparently terrible. For his safety, all packages he receives are immediately incinerated, and she can't leave his side or use any electronic devices. But that's no problem for him since he's a total introvert who avoids that stuff anyway. Carmen drills it into his head that while Fabio won't lay a finger on him, his cat is another story. She urges him to stay on his guard to protect his furry friend. Meanwhile, the coach is giving the cat a seriously intense stare. He's definitely plotting something. 5 years have passed since Yu first showed up at her gym. The one-time high school student has since gone on to conquer 4 weight divisions. She's confident he'll win his upcoming fight and wonders if Kay's ultimate goal is for him to defeat Aaron. But even after defeating the legendary boxer, she fears our hero will simply vanish into thin air just like the others. Right as she's thinking this, a group of thugs approaches them. She's taken aback, wondering if she completely misjudged how safe the area was. Carmen's first instinct is to protect Yu, but our boy is already handling the threat. He literally snatches their gun and shoots them in the ankles. The boxer's about to end their lives for good when Carmen stops him at the very last second. She realizes with a shock that he was genuinely going to kill those men, just like when he fought Jean and Uto without holding back. Despite this cold, monstrous side of his, she still believes in his humanity, desperately hoping there's a person somewhere beneath that facade. In an effort to find out, she spontaneously asks our hero out on a date. The 4-time world champion, however, has zero experience with dating. Carmen explains the basics and Yu accepts. So on their next day off, Yu greets her looking absolutely amazing, but she's a bit let down to see he's planning to wear the most generic guy outfit imaginable. Carmen decides to style his hair for him, learning that his usual spiky look was Kay's recommendation for the ring. With his hair looking sharp, she declares it's time to go shopping for some more stylish clothes. Carmen picks out the flashiest outfit for him to try on. They both look mortified, but our best girl makes him wear it anyway. Yu is clearly not feeling the new look, while Carmen is thoroughly enjoying his embarrassment. They cycle through several ridiculous outfits, each making her laugh, until he comes out in a classic suit that makes him look like a model. Carmen gives him an enthusiastic thumbs up, and they buy the suit before heading to an amusement park. The roller coaster doesn't even faze our boy, but at least Carmen and his cat are having a blast. They spend the day trying out all sorts of attractions together. He even gets a balloon shaped like his own cat, such a tough guy. While looking at their photos, Carmen gets annoyed by Yu's consistently blank expression and tells him to just copy her. Carmen puts on a picture-perfect smile while Yu's attempt looks like a crime against nature. Their next stop is the haunted house. She's already having wild fantasies about them as a couple with a plan to use the scares as an excuse to get closer to him. She reminds him not to attack the costumed actors, but the moment a zombie jumps out, the hypocrite gets so scared she knocks the poor guy out. So much for her plan. The girl ends up neutralizing the threat for real. As Carmen starts to realize she might have feelings for him, she spots a face more terrifying than any mannequin Jean's deadpan expression. The two women end up scaring each other, leaving the men staring in utter confusion. Carmen is shocked to run into the former world champion here of all places. She's suspicious at first, but then she remembers that he's a man of honor who can't be bought. Stella Jean's partner openly despises Yu because he's the one who brutally ended her man's career in their last fight. But Carmen isn't one to back down, firing back with some sharp retorts. They all share a table with the tension between the two women running high. While Jean is also surprised to see Yu here, he immediately notices something different about his old rival. The former lightweight champion remembers every single moment of their fight. What's bothering him is the relaxed look in Yu's eyes, as if he's regained a piece of his humanity. Jean glances at Carmen, wondering if she's the reason. Jean is acting like a total doting dad spoiling his kid when one of the ice cream cones accidentally falls right on Yu's head. This genuinely shocks Jean because the Yu he knew would have never been hit by something so slow. Carmen brings up Jean's past match against a fighter named Marco, who apparently gave him a really tough time. Marco was a master strategist who gave Jean a run for his money. Unfortunately for Marco, Jean was simply stronger and still won. But Marco's obsession with victory was plain to see. The former champion warns Yu to stay on his toes, reminding him how dangerous his opponents are. As they part ways, Jean can't shake the image of the ice cream incident. He's worried that if Yu keeps letting his guard down, he'll lose. The day comes to an end with the two of them chatting, and Carmen asks if the date helped him find what he was looking for. Yu admits he wanted to keep going, but now he's more lost than ever. She asks if he'll continue his boxing career even if he never finds what he's looking for. Carmen suggests he try to find that spark somewhere else in life. She just wants him to enjoy the little things, so he won't feel the need to search for something more. She's out here delivering some god-tier riz, telling him the light he's searching for might be right next to him. After the fireworks, a strange girl approaches Yu, claiming to be a fan, but she actually has a message for Carmen from Marco. Carmen rips the note without even reading it. Everything was going perfectly right up until that moment. Carmen says she still enjoyed the date and thinks they should go back to their normal routine. But right then, Yu makes an unexpected request. He wants to go on more dates with her. She's thrilled and happily agrees all while Marco secretly watches their exchange with amusement. Their daily routine goes back to normal, and Yu is actually starting to enjoy her cooking. The only problem is, the more he falls for her, the worse his boxing skills get. The coach is absolutely furious and demands a meeting with Carmen, where he tears into her for having fun with Yu. Coach K is beyond annoyed, and even calls her out for catching feelings. Carmen tries to reason with him, but he shuts her down completely and relieves her of her duties as Yu's bodyguard. In her place, Yu gets saddled with Mr. Funny Nose as his new security. As Carmen gets home still in a foul mood, she's completely blindsided by a stalker who's been waiting for her. It's the crazy middleweight champion Fabrizio, and he's been waiting for this moment. This ties back to Yu's original question. Just as Yu was questioning what made hitting people so interesting, Fabrizio was proving how brutal it could be. Carmen is left in critical condition, having suffered nasty injuries at his hands. Yu is devastated when Coach K breaks the news. The coach blames himself, admitting he wasn't careful enough with Carmen's safety. He tells Yu not to let it affect him personally and stresses that he needs to focus on his training. At the press conference, Coach K runs into Marco and immediately confronts him about what happened to Carmen, but Marco just makes light of the whole situation. The interviewer asks both camps for their impressions of each other. Marco says he's extremely proud of Coach K for his unquenchable thirst for victory. However, he also thinks the coach treats his boxers like disposable toys. But he adds K's newest obsession, Yu, is just as much of a monster, so he figures it all evens out. Next up is Coach K. My man pulls the oldest trick in the book and goes straight for a "your mom" joke at full speed. The crowd goes absolutely wild while Marco literally tries to lunge at him. K just eggs him on, saying he's more than ready to beat the ever-living snot out of him. It's rare to see even Marco get this rattled. The interviewer quickly moves on to Fabrizio, who openly declares that he's going to kill Yu in the ring. The atmosphere is incredibly tense as the microphone is finally handed to Yu. The quiet boxer remembers his heartfelt moments with Carmen, the one person who saw him as a human being and not just a fighter. He realizes that in the end, his life of hitting people is what led to her getting hurt. Ya breaks his silence, stating that he has no intention of finishing this fight quickly. He gives the crowd a chilling smile, making it clear he's going to completely destroy Fabrizio over all 12 rounds. Peter is shocked because this is a first for Yu, who has never so much as shared an opinion before today. After the conference, Marco is venting his frustration while Fabrizio is juicing like there's no tomorrow. He needs to take the full dose to even stand a chance against Yu's insane abilities. On the day of the fight, Carmen finally wakes up. Meanwhile, the crowd is going absolutely wild, especially for Yu and his impressive track record of conquering weight divisions. As Yu emerges and walks toward the ring, the entire arena erupts, cheering him on. However, when his opponent appears, those celebratory faces quickly twist into expressions of pure anger. This man is met with zero praise, only incredible hate from the crowd. The Santorino brothers couldn't care less about the boos and just flipped the crowd off with both hands. The referee wraps Fabrizio's hands to prevent cheating, but Peter suspects it's all just for show. Commentator Bob Norris believes the fight is in Yu's favor since he's already overcome the emotional turmoil. At the same time, Fabrizio is looking absolutely jacked. Seriously, this dude's abs have abs. Coach K knows they're doping and basically tells Yu to do whatever he wants in this fight. The match is about to begin and Yu isn't showing a single hint of emotion. This monster is out for blood, and the tension between the two fighters is skyrocketing. The fight starts with Fabrizio lunging forward to attack. His speed is shockingly on par with Yu's own reflexive capabilities. This is all part of Marco's genius plan, which involved turning Fabrizio into a monster, just so they could stand a chance of defeating Yu. The middleweight maniac keeps up the pressure. Marco has planned for this fight to become a battle of psychological warfare. Knowing Yu's impressive track record of never being hit even once, Marco has deduced that Yu has a phobia of taking a punch. So Fabrizio throws a dirty low kick, a totally illegal move. A normal fighter would have taken the hit, but Yu with his godlike reflexes dodges it easily. But dodging like that is supposed to expose his weak point, letting Fabrizio rush in for an attack, just like in Yu's debut match. To everyone's surprise, our boy dodges the punch just by reading the movements of Fabrizio's shadow. He follows up with a massive slam that sends Fabrizio flying in a single shot. The whole world is shocked as the cheater goes down in one hit. But what's more, Yu's body is pulsing with a strange energy. Turns out Coach K decided to fight fire with fire and got his hands on his own enhancement drug. He's just sitting back and enjoying the show as the drug massively boosts Yu's performance. Carmen senses that something's off, and somehow Fabrizio manages to get back on his feet after that brutal punch. The round continues, and we learn that Yu intentionally just hit his face instead of going for a full knockout. After all, Yu promised the Santorino brothers he would make them suffer for a full 12 rounds. The scene then cuts to Carmen, who flashes back to being captured by Fabrizio. Her earliest childhood memory is of her family being captured by terrorists. The poor girl had to watch both of her parents die right in front of her. The shock and grief were so overwhelming that her mind just shut down. She had lost all hope and was ready for the end, but then a younger Kay came and rescued her, taking care of her until she was an adult. Once she was grown, she wanted to work for him, but by that time, Kay had changed into someone she barely recognized. When Carmen was captured by Marco, she was left mostly unharmed. Even though they were trying to intimidate her, she held her ground in the face of fear and uncertainty. Marco came into the room and told her that he wouldn't have had to resort to this if she had just cooperated earlier. He got straight to the point and said he wanted to make her an offer. Interestingly, he asked about Yu. Carmen claimed they just had a professional relationship, but Marco knew she wanted to help the boxer escape his brutal career and live a normal life. He knows a guy like Kay who's completely messed up in the head would never let that happen. The monster Kay is creating is slowly going to lose his humanity, becoming nothing more than a toy for an obsessed old man. Marco wonders if Yu ever even wanted to be a boxer. His offer was simple. He needed Carmen's help to make Yu lose the fight, which would finally free him from his obsessed coach. Even though Marco is supposed to be her enemy, Carmen can't help but agree with what he's saying. It's obvious that Kay's obsession is driving Yu straight into madness, but at the same time, she still has faith in the man who saved her life. She believes that both Kay and Yu still have some humanity left in them. So Carmen turns down the deal and tells Marco he should try to win the fight fair and square. The memory fades and she recalls waking up in a hospital bed. Mr. Funnynose, who seems to be Yu's new guard, fills her in on how the match is going. Carmen then remembers that Marco let her go without hurting her at all. She couldn't understand why he did it, but the truth is Marco didn't want to push Yu's anger over the edge, so he let her go unharmed. So that raises the question, how did Carmen end up in the hospital? She vaguely explains she ran into some thugs, which is weird, since she totally wiped the floor with them last time. Back in the ring, Yu is putting on an absolute slaughter fest for the audience. Everyone is watching the hated middleweight champion get a taste of his own medicine and then some. The commentator Bob thinks that Yu could have easily won this fight even without the drugs. But this is Kay we're talking about. He wanted to make a statement, sending a clear message to anyone who would dare to challenge them. He's the kind of guy who manipulates people and beats them at their own game. He even considered killing our boy's cat and used Carmen's kidnapping as the perfect way to fuel Yu's rage. After John Renault lost his fight, he learned the truth from his daughter. Marco hadn't done anything to her. He was just trying to scare her off. She begged her father to stop fighting them, insisting they hadn't hurt her at all. This really paints the Santorino brothers in a whole new light. It seems they aren't the evil, malicious villains the rumors make them out to be. But that doesn't matter to Yu, who is currently demolishing his opponent in the ring without a shred of remorse. Carmen, even in her weakened state, wants to do something to stop it, but Funnynose advises against it. He warns her that there's no line Kay isn't willing to cross. Funnynose reminds her that Kay is a ruthless man who has taken countless lives over the years. He strongly urges Carmen to stay put. Meanwhile, in the ring, Fabrizio has sustained a mountain of injuries. Before the fight, Marco reminded his brother of Yu's game plan. Since Yu wanted to drag the fight out, it was a guarantee he was going to beat him up for all 12 rounds. Fabrizio knew right then that it would be impossible to win against his opponent. The only silver lining for Fabrizio is that Yu isn't looking for a quick victory. Then, in a move that shocks the commentators, Fabrizio completely drops his guard. He assumes the stance of a grappler ready to use his reach to his advantage. But the monstrous Yu is not to be underestimated. He lunges forward and vanishes into thin air. Reappearing from behind Yu violently unleashes dozens of punches all over the man's body with his superhuman speed. The thought of Carmen only makes him punch even faster. A satisfied Kei concludes that no matter how many tricks his opponent has up his sleeve, sheer power will always dominate. The current Yu is descending upon his opponent like a calamitous disaster. There's no stopping his wrath. He emphasizes this point by delivering a furious punch right to Fabrizio's family jewels, taking it upon himself to eradicate the next generation of scoundrels. Everyone saw the blatant low blow, but the audience cheers for it while the referee refuses to hold Yu accountable. Marco learns that Kei bribed the referee with such a disgusting amount of money that he's intentionally looking the other way. The situation is turning against Marco, his face a mask of frustration. While Kei asserts his dominance as the true predator in this fight, Fabrizio gets the ever-living daylights beaten out of him and eventually loses consciousness. As the first round ends, the man vomits, having taken so much damage he can barely stand. The crowd cheers for the scumbag's demise as they look down on the Santorino brothers. Elsewhere in a church, a woman prays desperately in this time of hopelessness. The older brother steps into the ring to help him. Marco remembers their mother giving Fabrizio a drink to help him perform his best. Even though he didn't want Fabrizio to drink it, his brother did so anyway. She wants them to stop the fight if they can't win a sign that their mother truly cares for her children. Fabrizio wants to win this match for his mother, but right now he can't even comprehend his brother's words. Marco instantly realizes something is wrong, evident by the color of his brother's lips. That's when he uncovers another layer of Kei's treachery. That man had delivered spiked milk for Fabrizio to drink right before the match, using their unsuspecting mother as a pawn. The three siblings all had different hair colors, a silent testament to how their mother was forced to pay off the debt their father left behind. Marco didn't despise being poor, he just thought this was the way things were. But then he saw his mother struggling to pay rent. When they left for school, Fabrizio and Marco never actually spent a day in class. They couldn't go to school but wanted to earn money so that their sister Julia could. Marco, being the intelligent one, led their operations. He would distract people with conversation while Fabrizio snatched their money. That's how they scraped together cash, but their mother grew desperate and still couldn't make rent. She started going out late and returning in the morning. The poor brothers understood her suffering and wanted to collect enough money to save her from this pain. The world was cruel to everyone. It didn't matter if you were rich or poor. The boys living in the slums were no exception. They were beaten by a man who confronted their mother for stealing. He was threatening to report her to the police if she didn't do as he said. She returned home the next morning and took her anger out on her kids. The boys said nothing and simply accepted their mother's beating. They knew stealing was wrong, but seeing their mother's condition, Marco couldn't just sit by and do nothing. He couldn't accept a world that treated his disabled mother with such violence. To him, evil was just the way of the world. She even cried after hitting them, apologizing for being such an irresponsible adult. Marco couldn't accept this reality and saw revenge as his only salvation. The young boy sought his brother's help to get stronger. Marco and Fabrizio learned at a young age that world champions make a disgusting amount of money and eat delicious food. The match resumes, turning into a bloodbath, with Fabrizio getting completely annihilated. Back then, the boys wondered if they should go back to school and ask their teachers for help. Marco liked the idea and started by teaching his brother how to read. He would return in the afternoon after spending his mornings looking for work. Marco took on various jobs as a little boy to earn money. While his family rested, Fabrizio realized that his brother was working day and night. Marco wanted revenge against the man who had toyed with their mother. He knew from a young age that he could never become a good person. At the same time, Marco didn't want Fabrizio and Julia to grow up to be like him. He wanted to make his brother a world champion or help him achieve something great, while he would take on all the dirty work. That night, the boy went out to find the bald, drunken monster. The man bent down to pick up a dollar bill, and just as he did, Marco bashed him with a heavy stick. The little guy underestimated how many hits it would take to knock him out, so he had prepared numerous traps. The man stumbled into one, falling face first into a pool of tar. Seizing the opportunity, the boy hurled sharp stones at the man's head. Knowing he couldn't take on a grown man head-on, he got creative with some long-distance attacks. The bald-headed bully flew into a rage, playing right into Marco's hands. He'd set up a whole bunch of traps for him in the alley. The drunken goon chose to chase the boy instead of thinking things through. As he gave chase, Marco sprung another trap. A heavy boulder slammed into the man's back, but that wasn't enough to take him down. Marco triggered another trap that got him right in the nose. Still, this relentless goon wasn't giving up. The boy tried to make a run for it before finally stopping to face him with a pointy object. Mr. Egghead mocked the kid for acting like a big-shot tough guy. He created an opening and landed a solid punch that dropped the boy to his knees. Egghead calls Marco's mom trash, and says he should get rid of the little devil. Marco just agrees, saying, "Yep, a scumbag like him definitely needs to be taken out." Fabrizio comes in clutch, and together he and his brother beat the stuffing out of the bald bully. The two brothers took the man down and grabbed his cash. To make an example of him, Marco made sure he wouldn't be bothering anyone ever again. After the fight, his brother admitted that he didn't want to go to school anymore. Instead, he wanted to be just like his big bro. Marco's new dream was to learn how to box and become world champions so no one could ever look down on them. The next day, the bully was found, let's just say, out of commission after his run-in with the two boys. They even made their mother happy by bringing home some meat they bought with the money. Even though the meat pie tasted like a shoe, it was a happy meal for the Santorino family. Marco's mother loved Sundays because she could go to church and spend quality time with her kids. As for Marco and Fabrizio, their next adventure was learning to box. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single boxing gym in their village, and the only options were some shady underground clubs. One day, a tipsy old-timer offered them a chance to learn how to box. He introduced himself as Luciano Mandi, but to the boys, he was just some random guy. Turns out this old man was at the scene of the crime and saw the whole thing. Marco tried to threaten him right back. The old man saw the fire in their eyes and offered to teach them how to box. And that's how they met their first master. His first lesson was to have them beat the tar out of each other without any actual instruction. Fabrizio and Marco started wailing on each other while Luciano watched to see what they were made of. He could see right away that Fabrizio was a natural-born fighter who was totally schooling his older brother. But when it came to smarts and strategy, Marco was the clear winner. He was the planner, the one with the long-term game plan. Luciano explained to them that boxing has two sides, the mental and the physical. Each of them naturally excelled at one. The brothers then confessed their dream of becoming world champions. Luciano figured that wasn't enough because a true world champion needs both brains and brawn. Since they were each missing a piece of the puzzle, it'd be tough. But the final ingredient for a boxer, he said, is a pure, unadulterated obsession with winning. That was the one thing that drove the Santorino brothers. The boozy old coach boastfully claimed he could make them world champions if they trained under him. So from that day on, he began teaching them how to really fight. Luciano had them double down on their strengths instead of worrying about their weaknesses. He was tough, and he put them through the ringer. Time flew by, and they went from scrappy kids to teenagers and finally into young men. Once they were adults, they paid a visit to their deadbeat dad who'd skipped out on them, leaving their mom with a mountain of debt. They roughed him up and made him sign some papers. Or else. Luciano stayed out of it. Not his circus, not his monkeys. He wanted to give them some fatherly advice, but then remembered he wasn't their dad. Marco invited him over for Christmas dinner. Fast forward to family dinner where the boys are introducing their old coach as their boss. At home, their mother was surprised to see an unexpected guest, but Marco smoothly introduced Luciano as his boss. She treated him with warmth and kindness. Their sister Julia had also grown up by then and was curious about the old man. She was always the sharp one, so Marco had to give her the shh look. Julia quickly broke the ice, though, and even started playfully tugging on Luciano's beard. For a second, it looked like Marco's mom was about to commit murder, but then even she cracked a smile and joined the fun. At last, dinner was served. The family said a prayer before digging into the delicious meal. After a wonderful evening, Luciano thanked the boys for the hospitality. Marco offered to let him live with them, but the old-timer insisted his real home was in the gutter. Luciano left them with some solid advice. He warned them not to get cocky because there's always someone stronger and meaner out there. He told them to stay on the straight and narrow and become good men. Fabrizio completely changed the subject by starting a snowball fight. The old-timer promptly got a snowball right in the kisser. Playing together in the snow, they felt like kids again, just enjoying the simple moment. Marco declared that they'll still become world champions after they finish cleaning up the city's crime. It's clear he has fully accepted his life as a criminal. Marco sees himself as a necessary evil, the one willing to take out the trash that nobody else will touch. In his own twisted way, he has good intentions for the world and doesn't mind paying the ultimate price for his actions when he dies. Luciano doesn't judge them for their sins, believing that everyone is flawed in their own way. He wished them the very best right before he tragically lost his life to the mafia. Julia was chatting with her mother about Luciano when tragedy suddenly struck. Their mother's health took a turn for the worse. Maria prays for the safety of her children, but her prayers go unanswered as Yu relentlessly pummels Fabrizio in the ring. Julia arrives to help her mother, who still isn't feeling well. Meanwhile, her son is enduring a world of pain in the ring, and yet he's still begging for more. The match has suddenly devolved into an absolute bloodbath. Even Bob is confused as to why the doctor and referee haven't interfered yet. Normally, a fight like this would be stopped immediately, but Marco knows the Boxing Association's rules require the Santorino brothers' corner to be the one to throw in the towel. After all, the crowd is going absolutely wild, cheering for the sheer brutality of it all. Coach K has played his hand perfectly. The round ends, but it's only been 4 out of 12 so far. Marco recommends they stop the match, arguing that even if they lose the title, they'll still have plenty of opportunities to make money. But his brother is stunned and refuses to quit in the middle of a fight. He's infuriated by the mere thought of being humiliated like this. In a flashback, Maria and Julia were attacked by a group of thugs one day. While they escaped unharmed, Luciano sustained critical injuries, including a major gash in his abdomen. At the start of the 5th round, Yu is staring down his opponent as if he were prey. Fabrizio recalls Luciano's words. He believed they could become the most powerful figures in the underworld, but insisted they shouldn't go down such a path. He recommended his pupils live their lives as accomplished boxers, even though there were people like Jean and Bob in the world whom they could never defeat. He even warned them they might run into a true monster one day. Luciano's prediction came true as Fabrizio stared into the eyes of the predator. He reminded them that ultimate victory in life is impossible, as one enemy is always replaced by another. People only experience a brief period of being the strongest before they fade away. Such was the fate of his own family. It's hinted that he also dabbled in a path similar to the Santorino brothers and lost his family as a result. He didn't care about the meaning behind teaching those 2 young boys boxing, even if they didn't end up becoming world champions. The Santorino brothers had to help their mother get brain surgery. Yu unloads on Fabrizio, much to Kay's delight. Kay wants him to show no mercy. Fabrizio struggles to keep up with him while Marco is still unsure of what to do. Luciano's life came to an end with a final parting message for his pupils. Meanwhile, Julia rushes her mother to the emergency room due to her worsening condition. Fabrizio is in no condition to fight, and Marco begs him to stop the pointless match. But he refuses to quit, as quitting would invalidate all of their efforts and everything they've done so far. The fight continues even though Marco fully understands his brother is outclassed by the terrifying boxer. He's ready to throw in the towel the second he feels his brother's life is in danger, which is surprising because the guy is barely surviving as it is. The 7th round officially makes Fabrizio the only boxer to have withstood Yu's wrath for this long. The terrifying boxer unleashes his offense without mercy. He doesn't give Fabrizio even a moment to counterattack. He remembers a conversation he had with his brother when they were young. At the beginning of round 8, people started to question the point of continuing the fight. Fabrizio refuses to give in, even if it breaks him. Round 9 kicks off with Yu still demolishing this guy. He has probably landed at least 300 punches by now. Bro is just eating those punches and questioning his life choices. At the start of round 10, Fabrizio feels a deep-seated hatred for the world. He hates that people have to struggle so much just to live normal lives. Round 11. The ring is stained with the blood of the middleweight world champion. Finally, round 12, the final round. Having survived this long, Fabrizio's face looks like it's going to need plastic surgery. Marco is about to surrender when men from the association forcefully stop him. The line between right and wrong is fragile and easily blurred. While Julia is praying for her mother's health, Marco is worried for his brother's life. What the world is witnessing is a public execution. Marco begs Fabrizio to run. Yu demolishes his face with one brutal punch after another. This time, Yu isn't holding back as he tears Fabrizio's body apart. The middleweight champion is already out cold, but Yu just keeps going at him without stopping. Fabrizio's condition is so critical, he's even lost his sense of hearing. All he sees is a monster tearing him apart. Fabrizio tries to throw a punch, preparing for one final exchange. He's sticking to his philosophy and refuses to run from the ring. Fabrizio practically dares Yu to strike him. Only 5 seconds remain on the clock. The monster charges in for a final killing blow. This man is seriously about to end him. 3 seconds as Julia gets a call from the doctor. 2 seconds as she remembers her family. In the final second, Yu dashes at full speed to end the man's life. The world is stunned when they witness the radiant boxer suddenly appear in the ring. He stopped Yu's punch and saved Fabrizio. At the same time, Julia learns that her mother survived. The radiant figure, the very one who had saved Yu all that time ago, has just appeared again. Some recognize him, some don't, but it's clear to many that Jay has stepped into the ring. The crowd immediately wonders if he's making a comeback. Jay tells Yu they'll meet in the ring for real next time. He walks right past Kay, who hates his sudden entry and even threatens to kill him someday. The Alphabet Boys are having some real beef in this manhwa. Marco screams for immediate medical attention for his brother. After the conclusion of the middleweight title match, Yu won without breaking a sweat. Many had assumed he was weak in longer matches, but he proved to everyone that he is the real deal. Peter thinks Yu is the definition of a boxer who has surpassed perfection and crossed into the realm of the inhuman. There was a pivotal moment in this match, the retired boxer Jay personally stepping in to stop the fight. Normally, a lawsuit would be filed immediately against anyone who tried to pull a stunt like that, but Jay is different. Nobody knows why he stepped into the ring. Peter knows Kay has created a monster in Yu, who continues to grow to terrifying new strengths. Both Jean and Stella watch the entire match unfold. His wife is worried sick, but the former lightweight world champion thinks it's Kay they should all be really worried about. He desperately hopes that Yu gets saved by someone someday. Yuto Takeda watched the fight too. His new girlfriend noticed that he looked sad. Yuto agrees with her because he remembers his dear old friend having that exact same expression. The scene cuts to Steel, who realizes Yu has become far too strong. Even though Jay should be proud of his friend's achievements, he doesn't like the dark path Yu is headed down. Typhoon tells him to stop worrying, since he has his own match to worry about. Jay has found impressive success in his own weight division and is approaching a title match soon. Fabrizio wakes up next to his brother. He's shocked that he's still in one piece. After the fight, Marco tells him about Jay's interference, which leaves them both confused. He apologizes for pushing Fabrizio to such lengths. Instead of insulting his brother, the former middleweight world champion thinks they've lightened their emotional burden a little. The two of them begin to cry, remembering they were just a couple of abused kids trying to make money for their mother. After his recovery, they go and meet her, completing their happy and loving family. In the end, they're still the same brothers they always were. And that's the conclusion for the Santorino family, who finally accepted their meaning in life. With their chapter closed now, it's time for Yu's next opponent. His trainer, Andrei Ivankov, is pumped to finally meet a contender who might actually defeat Victor. The emptiness of Yu. The boxer was bombarded with a million questions from interviewers. They were even asking about Jay, but Yu couldn't care less. He instead asked for Carmen's return, the only object of his interest. Kay informed him she had quit, worried that more people like the Santorinos could appear. He felt a little pity for Yu, who had grown attached to her and remembered the moments they shared. Kay recommended that he take a week's worth of rest. During this break, he contemplated the meaning of life. A feeling of emptiness followed him wherever he went. Was it in the dance clubs or the operating room where patients were fighting for their lives? Was meaning found in a stressful desk job or among the people protesting against politicians? Could it be found in grief? Yu begged the universe for the meaning of life. He was an empty boy with the darkness of his past haunting him. Throughout everything that had unfolded up until this moment, Yu's mental state deteriorated. Holding a gun to his head, he was about to end everything when the sight of his cat made him stop. The depressed boxer went to bed with his cat. The scene shifts to Aaron, who is watching the beautiful graveyard of stars in the sky. The heavyweight champion then practices his masterclass RZ with his wife. He expresses a kind of uncertainty. He knows that some sort of calamity is awaiting them. Angela comforts him like the supportive wife she is. Her smile helps him regain his confidence, while Yu is out here dying single with his cat. Coach K is satisfied with his powerful punches. Their next target is the world champion, Aaron. Even though Victor is supposed to be Yu's opponent, it's Aaron he should really be worried about. The coach wants to hone his body to perfection to demolish the next obstacle. His training regimen will also increase in difficulty. Yu goes on to crush his next few opponents. It's always the same idiots thinking they can beat him right until they get punched in the face. The first fight of the super middleweight division ended in less than 2 seconds. The second fight against some Chad who looked like a grizzly bear also ended in 2 seconds. The super middleweight champion Rook Stone was demolished. In his third fight, Yu's opponent was whining because the dude knew he was about to get destroyed. His coach was hyping him up like some anime protagonist who's guaranteed to win. That delusion gets uppercutted right in the face, as Yu wins the fight in less than 2 seconds. His last opponent is the champion of the light heavyweight division. He too gets crushed 1 second into the fight. Yu has solidified his status as an invincible boxer with no equal. He's no longer putting on a show for the audience and is instead focused on slaughtering his opponents. Peter thinks that Yu's true objective is Aaron. Even though Victor is his next scheduled opponent, the outcome of their fight remains unclear. Andre's out here cheering for his own pupil's demise when the Mohawk lover pops up and asks his coach what's up. The cruiserweight world champion doesn't think much of Yu's strength. Andre emphasizes that Victor won't be able to defeat someone like Yu. In response, Victor nearly punches his own coach in the face. Bro has a thing for Mohawks and believes no one without one has a chance against him. What's more, the dude literally has an entire cult of men with Mohawks. It's no surprise his own coach is fed up with him. Peter leaves his junior reporter Tommy to handle the interview with Victor. You might be wondering why, and the answer is quickly revealed when the young reporter shows up at the gym. The gym looks like the opposite of what it should be. The punks pick on the scrawny-looking kid as he introduces himself. They bully and intimidate him, forcing him to take his shirt off, while the poor boy can only apologize. The interview begins with his coach Andre, who is straight up dissing his own boxer. He doesn't even have any remorse for the man and straight up talks the ever-living crap out of his pupil. Andre explains that he became a trainer 8 years ago to pursue a traditional style. He wanted to become someone like Jean. At the time, his gym prioritized hard work. That is, until one dude with a mohawk turned up. This dude looked goofy as hell, but he still had ferocious punching power. Victor's sheer punching power instantly impressed the coach. Andre introduced himself as the head coach and told Victor they should aim for the world championship. Victor was fired up with excitement. But for Andre, it was the worst decision he ever made in his life, because when he asked the dude to clean up, Victor boasted his obsession for mohawks. Andre realized that this guy is basically a dumbass with a lot of talent. He tried teaching him how to throw jabs, but this man thought it was insulting to throw such a punch. Andre decided to let him do as he pleases. He even placed a bet to do anything Victor wanted when he became world champion. The day of Victor's debut match, he wasn't doing anything but crazily throwing hooks. Of course, that left a lot of openings and he got nuked in the face for it. His coach thought that specializing in a single move was pointless. But then something unexpected happened in the fourth round. His overconfident opponent slipped at just the wrong moment and took a devastating punch. It was a total knockout and a first victory for the behemoth. Andre understood that luck played a huge role in this fight, so he hoped for his next opponent to teach him a lesson. But then Victor knocked him over too. The same thing happened, and his lucky punch ended many boxers. Andre couldn't comprehend what was going on. Even though the boxer boasted an incredibly powerful punch, it was ridiculous to accept that a single move landed him a fight against the cruiserweight world champion himself. Mohawk Man had already acquired many supporters by then. Before entering the fight, Victor reminded his dear coach that he's going to make him get a mohawk after he wins. And that was the day Andre knew his life was over. Everyone's heard the famous quote from Bruce Lee about practicing one move. Mohawk Man is basically the definition of that quote. This guy spams only one attack, and that led him to contend for the title. In his match against Gilbert Einstein, even the commentator Bob Norris acknowledged the trash skills of the crazy boxer. But it's indisputable that he still won all his fights. Victor is the first champion to break every boxing convention and still win. The fight begins and this dude Einstein is legit throwing Newtonian punches out here. Bro is calculating everything as he tosses Victor around. It's basically a smooth brain versus a buffed up Einstein. Victor gets taken down, a highly unusual sight for his coach. Andre was actually rooting for him to lose. The Mohawk sporting boxer realized he was facing a boxing prodigy, but fueled by the classic, "I'm angry, therefore I'm stronger" trope, he managed to get back on his feet. The guy then proceeded to get absolutely pummeled for 12 whole rounds until he was a total wreck. Even Andre was annoyed that all his former opponents were losing to Victor after getting hit by such flashy, over-the-top moves. So now Andre is cheering for this Einstein-looking guy who's throwing punches just like Saitama. Victor tried to fight back, but it was no use. The genius paused for a moment before unleashing his revolutionary energy equation punch. What a phenomenal display as Victor gets taken down again. Everyone thought it was over for Victor, and Einstein even told him to just admit there was a huge gap in their power. But of course, that was exactly the kind of comment that would fire up the Mohawk Man. Turns out his parents had Mohawks too. The guy's all instinct, no brains. He's a mindless animal who simply refuses to quit. Victor tells the nerdy Einstein that he doesn't waste time thinking about the future like some intellectual. The guy basically gets called a single-celled organism. Einstein is about to end this man's whole career, figuratively and literally. Einstein rushes in to finish him off, but disaster strikes. Even the great genius slips, taking the full force of Victor's wrath. And just like that, the fight ends with Victor's improbable victory. Andre's fate was sealed. A new cruiserweight world champion was born, which brings us to the present. Andre insists that the secret to Victor's success is nothing more than his absurdly good luck. He's convinced that luck is the only reason the man has ever won a single match. In fact, he considers Victor's very existence an insult to the sport of boxing. Meanwhile, Yu is filled with admiration and is beyond excited for his match with Victor. But his coach reminds him that his current training is for the upcoming battle against Aaron. The coach thinks there's no way that lucky fool can pull off another win. Just then, the Mohawk Man barges in, completely ignoring the interview. The only thing on his mind is a special training session. Yu has no idea what's happening, but gets hyped when Victor starts his oh-so-powerful monologue about becoming the strongest creature on Earth. Turns out Victor just wanted to be a man who could rock his mohawk with pride. The solution in his mind was simple. He just had to defeat big, strong guys to become strong himself. So this dude went out into the wild and fought boars, bulls, kangaroos, you name it, he fought it. His final challenge was a massive bear. It was a true spectacle of man versus beast. But as fate would have it, even this mighty bear had the misfortune of slipping and falling right to its doom. Having secured his spot as the strongest, Victor suddenly realized his next goal. He figured that dinosaurs were the strongest creatures ever, but he couldn't understand why they went extinct if they were so powerful. The cruiserweight champ found his answer in the power of nature itself. His new goal was to achieve the ultimate punch. Victor belittles Yu, claiming his power is nothing compared to a true champion's. And so the special training arc begins. All this man cares about are flashy punches with ridiculous names. He climbs Mount Everest to master a mountain punch and flies through a tornado to learn the tornado punch. He punches lava to create a magma punch and even wrestles the ocean for a tsunami punch. It's so over the top that even Andre is praying for divine intervention to stop this man's nonsense. Andre is practically begging Zeus to smite the guy with a lightning bolt. And what do you know, lightning actually strikes Victor, leading to a brief moment of celebration for Andre. He thinks he's finally free, but the Mohawk man with his lottery winner luck is completely unfazed. He's now one of the very rare few to have ever survived a direct lightning strike. As for Yu, his luck is so bad he can't even open a Pringles can without a problem. Back at the Lion Boxing Club, top trainer Arnold is also feeling deeply concerned about Victor. His concern is because Yu's next opponent seems to be personally blessed by Lady Luck herself. He shares his worries with Coach K about the upcoming match. Meanwhile, Victor's chaotic training continues with him, now pummeling his way through Antarctic ice. Arnold tells the coach they need to come up with a special plan since they're up against a boxer who defies all logic. Victor, on the other hand, is training like a freaking Dragon Ball Z character. He's just invented the iron punch inside a construction site. Back to Arnold's conversation, he expresses his serious concerns about facing an opponent who is just unbelievably lucky. This bad luck is already showing itself as Yu's shoelaces keep snapping for no reason. This makes Arnold sweat bullets, realizing the effects of Victor's luck are already creeping in. Elsewhere, the Mohawk man is training his speed with his all-new Gatling punch. This prompts Arnold to recommend a point-based strategy, fearing that trying for a knockout could backfire spectacularly on Yu due to bad luck. At the same time, Coach K worries that even if they minimize the risks, the odds could still be overwhelmingly stacked against them. Right on cue, a light bulb falls from the ceiling and nearly hits Yu, giving Arnold yet another thing to worry about. Over at a church, Andre is now praying for science to prevail. And Yu, he's just asking for a raise and a few more inches in height. The poor guy is dealing with two major life struggles. Mohawk man zones out lost in his own world as usual. He gets some holy water on his fist, effectively blessing it for a holy punch. This guy has more punches than I have, friends. Kay stresses that you can't fight destiny, and that goes for you too. He completely dismisses the idea of his fighter losing, treating it as an impossibility. The day of the match finally arrived. Two prestigious boxers were about to go head-to-head and make history once again. In one corner is Yu, a seemingly invincible fighter with the ambitious goal of conquering 8 weight classes. And in the other corner, we have the cruiserweight world champion himself. At this point, the outcome is anyone's guess. Bob Norris, our boy's #1 fan, is convinced he'll win no contest. Such is the gap in their abilities. So in this fight, the odds are stacked against Mohawk Man, but he couldn't care less. All he's focused on is punishing spiky-haired dudes with sleepy eyes. Andre gives him a pep talk, encouraging him to become the strongest in the world. Victor lets out a roar like a wild beast, getting the crowd hyped up. Even Tommy Boy has been converted into a full-blown Mohawk stan. Aaron is watching this fight along with everyone else. The fight begins with both fighters immediately lunging at each other. Strangely enough, Yu's foot slips right at the start of the match, shocking both Andre and Kay. Beating incredibly low odds somehow seems easy for Victor, as we're about to see from his wild imagination. Victor lands a crushing knockout, sending our boy flying. The entire world is stunned as the referee declares Victor the champion. But don't worry, this upsetting outcome is just a little fake out from the author. He damn near changed the story's title to The Mohawk. After this imaginary match, Victor became impossible to ignore. He was hailed as the strongest boxer, even outshining Aaron. Such is the power of an incredible Mohawk. He fields a bunch of interview questions and boldly claims he'll become the strongest boxer in the universe. The people cheered for their Mohawk champion, and soon there were calls for him to run for president. Andre couldn't believe what he was seeing. Everything was going the champion's way. People even overlooked his nationality as a Russian boxer. Then, thanks to his overwhelming popularity, he was actually elected president. At this point, you're probably wondering if this is a joke because the guy goes completely off the deep end, introducing an era where martial artists fight wars to determine world peace. World unification was officially achieved through the fists of one man, the Emperor of the World, Viktor Gregorievich. My man introduced a mandatory Mohawk hairstyle policy, but unfortunately, tragedy struck when aliens invaded. Viktor personally hopped on a rocket and launched himself into space to go fight the aliens. But while this whole epic is playing out in his head, back in reality, the cruiserweight world champion has already been knocked out cold. So to recap what actually happened before that chaotic daydream when Yu slipped, he remembered Ryu's impressive recoil punch, copying the motions perfectly. Yu delivered a shattering smash that knocked out the world champion, ending the fight just 1 second after it started. This was probably the happiest day of Andre's life. Absolutely no one is surprised by this outcome, not even the commentators. Viktor's boxing career ended right there as the reality of his loss sank in. His coach finally gets to trash talk him, even taunting him for being in the shortest boxing match ever. But Viktor and his coach can agree on one thing. It was fun, and that's all he cares about. Viktor offers a handshake to Yu, who kindly accepts. The cruiserweight world champion is still in shock that such a tiny hand could pack such a monstrous punch. Sensing Yu's hesitation about boxing, Viktor tries to persuade him to quit. But Kay, being the cockroach that he is, immediately intervenes and calls Viktor a damn loser. Obviously, that would ruin Kay's plans. But anyway, that's how the cruiserweight world title match ended. Yu has now taken down 4 world champions who were at the top of their class. Peter, however, believes there was more to Viktor's boxing than just luck. For example, his excellent defense and endurance. It's also a testament to his trainer, Andre, who molded his student into the ultimate machine. If Viktor didn't act like such a dumbass all the time, he would have had the strength to actually contend with Aaron. But this buffoon lost to Kay's newest monster. The final showdown between the two titans of boxing is just around the corner. Coach K is absolutely pumped. He's been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The legendary boxer Aaron watches the fight and announces his intent to hold a press conference. At home, though, he's just a loving family man who adores his kids. The very next day, Aaron makes a speech that sends shockwaves through the entire boxing world. He announces his retirement, flat out refusing to be a pawn for the old man who trained him. The news comes as a complete shock to Kay. Aaron's announcement causes a major upset in the boxing world, but he responds with cold certainty, stating there's nothing left for him to gain in the ring anymore. He has no desire to become a showpiece for the entertainment world. Coach K accepts his challenge, deciding to exploit the world champion's weakness. K is ruthless in his resolve to prove Yu's superiority. When Bob Norris realized the depths of K's insanity, he refused to box under his name and changed professions. The whole idea of boxing had become pointless to him. The same thing happened with Jason Freddy. Since every boxer K trains becomes a crazed behemoth who eventually quits, Coach K went on a world trip to find his 5th protege. Though he was looking for talent, K sought something that went beyond talent, something inhuman. He needed something that exceeded even his 3rd and 4th proteges, who both became his champions. K continued his relentless search for a superhuman monster. Then one day, just when he had lost all hope, he noticed his driver, Aaron. The man boasted an impressive body and a wide frame. K was eager to test him out in the art of boxing. But just like Yu, his answer was similar. He didn't like the idea of hitting people. They decided to take a detour because of traffic. Eventually, his driver asked Kay to please stay seated and call the police while he handled things. With that, he got out of the car to save a woman from a criminal. Kay was excited to see how this would play out and waited in anticipation. The man refused to let her go. Even after Aaron told him for the 3rd time, he exploded in anger and stabbed the woman's thigh. Facing a man with a knife is no easy task. Kay was looking forward to testing the man's physical prowess in this fight. The criminal lunged forward to stab him, but to his shock, the blade couldn't even penetrate his body. Kay remembers his muscles bulging beneath his clothes. This was the kind of talent he had been desperately looking for. Aaron Kidney requested the bald freak to stand down. Even after being stabbed, he isn't looking to hurt him. Aaron decides to just launch this guy into the wall. The sound of a skull shattering echoed at the scene. Bro literally killed a guy, and Kay was eating it up. The police arrived at the scene to handle the situation. They were shocked to learn a punch could cause such severe damage. Before they arrived, Aaron apologized to Kay, but the coach helped him instead. He didn't want the guy to get into trouble and faked a scene where he was the one who was stabbed. In case you still haven't noticed, this old man is actually crazy. Kay lured him in with the idea of discovering the meaning behind his existence. After the incident, no charges were pressed against Aaron as he had acted in self-defense. At the Lions boxing gym, he tore through the other boxers despite it being his first time ever boxing. Kay wanted to bring out the full extent of his power. Just then, one of the old boxers he trained turned up to exact revenge. Kay thought he was the perfect plaything to test his new subject. He called the mad dog a piece of trash without even glancing at him. Kay entertained the idea of taking him back, but only if he could defeat the newbie. Pumped and excited, he enters the ring, not knowing the consequences of his actions. Frederick Jason is a former world champion who dominated 4 divisions. He was the 4th student who became the strongest boxer around. Jason was the very definition of fear. He relied on a raw psychological factor that translated into brute strength, terrifying his opponents. He was the kind of guy that could also be classified as a monster. His only weakness was his madness, which prevented him from becoming the strongest boxer in the world. The fight begins, and almost at once Aaron is flooded by a tsunami of disastrous blows. But he just stands there with his impenetrable, armor-like body while his opponent tires himself out. This behemoth struck fear into the former world champion, towering over him as he gently comforted him with words. Aaron prepares to attack. We learn Jason was picked up by Kay when he was offered a chance to see a whole new world. But now he was nothing more than a tool to his former master. Aaron lands his punch, sending this dude right to the hospital. Kay wanted to drill the idea of victory into Aaron's head. He wanted him to understand that everything he cared for exists in a realm of superiority among men. Aaron became a monstrous force, rising as the world champion of the heavyweight division. Aaron gets up at night ready for his boxing routine, but then he remembers he quit boxing. The man is free of his burden, so he decides to go back to sleep. The feeling is nice, but it bothers him because he can't get back to sleep. So he spends hours building his endurance just like you. Aaron sees a bunch of people greeting the champion on his run, while Yu trains in loneliness. He feels refreshed by the end of his sprint and thinks he's finally free. Back at home, he eats with his family. My guy is forced to eat carrots because, while he may be a world champion, he can never escape from the wrath of the average housewife. Meanwhile, Yu stares at the cat food, realizing that his precious little cat won't eat it for some reason. Aaron takes his daughter out to an amusement park and feels guilty for being able to experience such happiness. The scene shifts to Kay, who's rolled out a gigantic punching bag for Yu to practice with. Aaron, after all, has a beast to slay. His wife consoles him, listing his best qualities, while Yu is busy shredding the bag from every conceivable angle. The big man is overjoyed, while our boy is looking more jacked than he's ever been. Bro looks like he's been chowing down on trenbolone sandwiches for breakfast. Kay knows he won't have to lift a finger to get his other monster back in the ring, because one fateful night, a distraught Carmen appears begging Aaron's family for help. She weeps in their arms, telling them Kay engineered her downfall and the situation is bleak because even going to the authorities is pointless. The man they're up against would only retaliate with even more brutal violence. With what little strength she had left, Carmen pleaded with the heavyweight world champion to come out of retirement for one last fight to save Yu's life. She wants Yu to lose just once so he can finally be free from Kay's control. Meanwhile, things are taking a turn for the worse for Yu as his cat suddenly vomits blood, a clear sign of its failing health. After hearing Carmen's desperate plea, it's Aaron's wife who ultimately urges the world champion to step back into the ring and save a life. She believes there are people in this world who need his help, and this time he has to win no matter what it takes. Full of conviction, Aaron begins preparing for his final fight. The very next day, the world erupts with the news of the heavyweight champion's return to the ring. This match is set to decide once and for all who is the greatest boxer of all time. For his training, Aaron has a new coach. The behemoth meets his new coach, a man who looks like he has one foot in the grave. The old coach immediately tells Aaron he's going to have a tough time in the upcoming fight. On the flip side, a police officer makes the grave mistake of investigating Kay's facility. Once inside, he's horrified to find a man dodging actual cannonballs being fired at him from all directions. Yu is undergoing a do-or-die training regimen, all to survive Aaron's cataclysmic punches. Let's check in on the heavyweight world champion's training. His coach explains that all of his sparring partners are required to wear bomb suits because without them, they would literally be killed. It's like stepping into the ring with a nuclear warhead packed into a single punch. Time flies as both formidable fighters train, relentlessly pushing for perfection. Yu manages to get his cat to a vet, but the news isn't good. The cat is exceptionally old and doesn't have much time left. In contrast, Aaron has his loving family by his side, supporting him and cheering for his victory. The day of the fight finally arrives. All of Kay's meticulous preparations are now complete. Kay reminds you of the very first piece of advice he ever gave him. He better tap into that ultra instinct level dodging or he's dead meat. There is absolutely no way he'll survive if even one of Aaron's punches connects. Kay's only instruction to you is to take out the world champion before he can land a single solid hit. Instead of stressing about the fight, you ask his coach to look after his cat if he doesn't make it out alive. The coach agrees and they head to the arena. The roar of the crowd is electrifying. This is truly the boxing match of the century. All eyes are on these two men who are, without a doubt, the strongest boxers alive. Aaron is dead set on shattering Kay's plans by defeating you. The battle to determine the strongest monster begins now. The heavyweight champion sees the emptiness in his opponent's eyes and wants nothing more than for him to live a normal human life. Taking on the role of Yu's savior, he lunges forward the moment the bell rings. Our boy immediately goes on a dodging spree as Aaron winds up a punch that has laid out countless champions before. The result is stunning. Yu's counterpunch doesn't even make a dent in the impenetrable wall of a man before him. Yu instantly dashes away before his opponent can land a heavy blow in return. Our boy evades his opponent's onslaught with such blinding speed that the crowd can barely even track his movements. Before the match, Kay had instructed Yu to unleash his entire arsenal for this fight and hold nothing back. Aaron, on the other hand, boasts several athletic advantages that could easily overwhelm Yu if he's not careful. His training was nothing compared to this real-life monster. The heavyweight world champion's coach gave his student the exact same warning. He emphasized Yu's monstrous reflexes and speed, which Aaron would have to watch out for. Yu presses the attack, but his punches barely seem to faze the big man. The man standing before him is a literal mountain of muscle. Just hitting him is enough to break your own fists. He doesn't even need to block. His body itself is the ultimate defense. Aaron's coach advised him to force the fight into a corner, believing it would be the key to his victory, and Aaron aggressively tries to push Yu back. Kay sees their strategy unfold, but it's nothing he hadn't already anticipated. Instead of trying to escape the corner, our boy stuns everyone by boldly stepping right into the trap. No one understands this bizarre move, which seems to cut off Yu's own escape route. Aaron is confident his next punch will end the fight. But this is Yu we're talking about, who immediately turns the tables and unleashes 4 thunderous punches that send Aaron staggering back. His coach has a sudden chilling realization Yu has been holding back his true strength this entire time. Now it's the Titan's turn to unleash his full power. He enters beast mode as the two monsters stare each other down. The real fight between these two boxers, no, these two monsters, is about to begin. The round starts with a jab to the face. Aaron's punches slice through the air, creating shockwaves that Yu barely manages to evade. Yu counters and dodges while the referee questions every life choice that led him to be in a ring with these monsters. The 4th round is a true battle of speed versus strength. Even Yu's new coach is in shock, witnessing Aaron's full power at this level for the first time. Aaron is clearly leading the exchange against Yu, who is still landing counters faster than the human eye can follow. They're going blow for blow, but it's obvious the heavyweight world champion is closing the distance. This is because Aaron's punches generate vibrations that shake the entire ring. With every attack, Yu has to account for not just the fist, but the wind pressure and impact as well. While he's been evading them so far, it's impossible for him to keep up this pace forever. The pressure is building as the ring transforms into a battlefield. A single clean strike from Aaron would be fatal. So you can bet our boy's body is working overtime to make sure he doesn't get wiped off the face of the planet. Kay, however, still thinks Aaron is holding back and wants the monster to show even more of his strength. To him, Aaron is the symbol of fear and victory, a man superior to all others. He defeated every boxer in the golden age of the sport to become the greatest heavyweight champion of all time. His opponents tried every strategy imaginable, but all their hopes were crushed in the face of the monster who stood at the absolute peak of boxing. Peter remembers asking the legendary champion what boxing truly meant to him. He once hoped to find the meaning of life in the ring, but now he's no longer sure what any of it means. It's just a sport that grants people honor and money for crushing others. Then for the first time, the heavyweight world champion lands a sharp punch that tears a piece of flesh from Yu's ear. The invincible boxer who had never been wounded in a fight receives his first real injury. The 4th round comes to a close as the scene shifts to an old conversation between Peter and Aaron's coach. They were talking about the concept of geniuses and how people with unbelievable talent don't feel the superiority that others assume they do. Instead, because of their isolating talent and power, they feel an immense, crushing loneliness and fear. The coach warns Aaron to keep his guard up because his opponent isn't going down without a fight. Kay glances at Yu's injured ear, his own expression remaining completely blank. The fight resumes with round 5 and only. Bob, one of the commentators, seems to have noticed the clear power imbalance. Yu is being completely overpowered. And while Aaron is glad to have finally met someone who might understand his pain and loneliness, he has also met countless boxers who dedicated their lives to training only for him to crush their dreams without a second thought. He believes Yu feels a similar emptiness and declares that they aren't boxing anymore, just repeating a series of pointless movements. The geniuses, the monsters that people look up to, aren't blessed with God-given talent, they're cursed by it. Yu is being slowly worn down as more punches tear flesh from his shoulders. He can no longer evade the monster's attacks perfectly. Aaron wants to save Yu from the real monster in the room, Kay, but then something changes. The heavyweight world champion freezes in place before coughing up a mouthful of blood. Kay reflects that simple fear could never move a person like Yu who has only ever known emptiness. What's more is that despite Aaron's body of steel, Kay had been mercilessly training Yu for the sole purpose of rupturing Aaron's internal organs. From the day Yu started boxing until this very moment, this has been the goal. The accumulated damage is finally catching up to him. Kay thinks his foolish protege should stop searching for meaning and focus on surviving. Yu doesn't disappoint, delivering a relentless barrage of agonizing blows to Aaron's body. The emptiness in the boy's eyes, symbolizing the coming of death, strikes fear directly into Aaron's heart. Aaron coughs up more blood as the very durability that was his greatest strength now becomes his downfall. Kay once called him out on his hesitation to finish his opponents. Aaron was the kind of man who didn't possess fear, even though violence itself is born from fear. Every act of sin is committed because it is rooted in the fear of loss. But for most humans, that fear becomes strength. Not for the heavyweight monster. He was a being who existed beyond that idea. His power simply erased his fears. But his hesitation was a flaw, making him an incomplete monster. He defended his title time and again, but eventually confronted Kay, telling him he no longer found any meaning in boxing. Kay told him he needs to stop looking for meaning and just accept his place at the top of the food chain as the strongest. Aaron wasn't having it and figured he was dealing with a nutcase, so he just left. The coach once thought his dream was an impossible ideal, seeing how even brute strength has its own limitations. He had given up all hope until he found his greatest protege, a being that completely transcends humanity. Aaron is feeling a unique kind of emptiness, a pain he has never experienced in his life. It's the feeling of death, the stark realization of agony as pain courses through his body. This match was kill or be killed. The heavyweight world champion realized he was an idiot for ever trying to save his opponent. He had forgotten his true self, a monster who takes the lives of others. He remembers the times he shared with a girl at the orphanage. He was only 11 years old when he first killed someone. The girl he was friends with got into a huge argument with him. He tried pushing her away but couldn't control his strength, which led to her death. That was the moment the young boy realized just how alone he was. His talent was meant to destroy and overpower others. Coach K helped him find a new path in life, one of riches, status, and fame. He was a god among men and relished the glory. But even those luxuries eventually proved to be meaningless. Aaron couldn't find a single shred of meaning in his existence. One day, when he was at his lowest point, fate brought him back to the woman he once saved. She became his savior and gave him a reason to live. The heavyweight world champion is now making his own survival the top priority. Instead of saving his opponent, he's now working to demolish him. For the first time in boxing history, Aaron has taken a standard boxing stance. He never needed to use traditional techniques before because his raw strength was always enough to crush his opponents. But it was different now. This match was a matter of life and death, and he couldn't hold back. Kay is enjoying the show. This visual feast is exactly what he wanted. He wants to fully realize what he believes is life's only meaning, the absoluteness of superiority. Every other boxer focuses on a multitude of skills besides just strength. There are skills and techniques that can often outclass raw power. But for this heavyweight behemoth, he never needed any technique to conquer the world. Now that same monster is attempting to enter the real world of boxing with all his might. The fight from here on out will decide your survival. There's no way you can survive even a single attack from Aaron now that he's adopted the stance of a regular professional boxer. You're going to have a world of trouble evading his impossible blows. The first jab strikes you with insane speed. In that brief moment, you couldn't evade or block the strike. The only thing you could do was redirect his punch, and you did it with just enough precision to avoid shattering your entire fist. It may seem impossible, but it's the only option you have, or else you'll be obliterated under the champion's heel. A second punch is thrown, this time much faster than the last one. It leaves your fist throbbing. More and more of his punches are becoming a serious problem for you. Your flesh is being torn away as dodging becomes impossible. You dodge another lethal punch by letting Aaron strike you in the small gap between your muscles. Bob Norris concludes that they're watching a killing machine in the ring, someone born to destroy humans. His wife can't even recognize this side of him. He has become an absolute being with only one objective: to survive. The commentator hurries to stop the fight until he sees you ferociously adapting to each attack. While you're getting injured, you're simultaneously countering with powerful blows. Instead of stopping the fight, a feeling compels Bob to see this through to the very end. The blood of both fighters was spilled across the mat. That ring had become a battlefield that would determine life and death. Coach K relished in the excitement of witnessing an actual fight. This is what gives his life meaning. The crowd cheered with excitement, making Carmen's despair feel even more isolating. It's finally time to jump into K's backstory, because the author loves making us feel bad for every single character. K quit boxing to become a soldier, despite his legendary potential. K understood that boxing was just a sport for self-satisfaction. He didn't want to participate in that kind of puppet show and sought to fight in the real world. So he left his coach and joined the army. The newest recruit quickly became the highlight of the team. K carried out missions and honed the art of killing people. After killing a person for the first time, he suppressed any feelings of guilt. He was just acting according to his training, fighting to preserve the ideals of justice and peace. K even rescued a little boy who we'll just call Pumpkin Hair for now. After completing the operation, he was considered a talented soldier who was clearly going to rise up the ranks. The boy he saved made him a small toy and said he wanted to become a soldier just like him. K was amazed and encouraged Pumpkin Hair's dream. He felt meaning that he didn't have before. After completing more operations on behalf of his team, he became the leader and an expert soldier. K, who had a wife and son at home, was fighting mercenaries on a hellish battlefield. It was around this time he entered a unique flow state, clearing a path for his team. They found one of their men bleeding to death as he pleaded with them to run. K immediately understood what he meant and told his team to take cover. They survived the impact at the cost of one casualty. K realized at least one formidable mercenary on the other side was giving them a tough time, and he wasn't willing to sacrifice his men for the operation. K took charge, advancing solo and barging inside. He could sense at least one enemy inside, while another was setting up a bomb. Both soldiers were desperately fighting to survive. The bomb went off as K burst inside. In a cruel twist of fate, the mercenary he was fighting was the kid with the pumpkin-colored hair. Experiencing bursts of hesitation as he remembered the boy's precious smile, K pulled the trigger. That was the day life showed its true, cruel colors. K returned his solo mission complete. His face was full of sadness, but he pretended to be fine. Back in his normal life, he struggled to balance the two different worlds he was a part of. One required a kill or be killed mindset, while the other didn't have such elements. From the hellish battlefield, he returned to his normal life. A hollow feeling from his insides began to swallow him whole. He was reunited with his boy, but traumatized by what he had done. K's mental state took a hit as he woke up from a terrifying nightmare where he shot his own child, a representation of what he had done in war. He told his wife about the gruesome mission he had to become a part of, how he killed the boy he saved. Model. K recalls the moment the world stood still right before. A bullet pierced his head and snuffed out his existence. The memory brings tears to his loving wife's eyes, who feels his pain as her own. His wife had been a gem who always cared for him. She lived in constant fear of the day she would receive the news of his death. K had promised her just one last mission before settling down to a normal life. But everything went to hell when during that mission he received the devastating news of his family's sudden passing. A truck driver had accidentally killed them while they were at the market. The driver only received probation as the accident wasn't deemed entirely his fault. That was the day K's world shattered. He kidnapped the driver, fully prepared to inflict a world of pain if he didn't get the answers he wanted. K was at the absolute lowest point in his life, ready to kill anyone who crossed him. The driver explained he'd faced a horrifying choice: save K's family or save a much larger group of people. It was the classic trolley problem. And tragically, K's family was the sacrifice made to save the others. The driver begged and apologized, a gun pressed to his head. He promised not to harm the driver's family. The man pleaded for his life, desperate to make it to his daughter's birthday. But K had come to a chilling realization: in the end, people die just like his family did. So he mercilessly pulled the trigger, ending the man's life. The sight reminded him of his grandfather's passing, of the look of sadness in his eyes before his final breath. That had been the first time he'd truly experienced loss and had to come to terms with someone's absence. After that, Kay continued his military service, his performance on the field becoming something inhuman. Everyone knew the incident had left him deeply disturbed. A friend checked in on him, but Kay insisted he was fine even passing his mental health evaluation. He asked his friend Stallone if he had a reason to live. Stallone admitted he didn't really have one and threw the question right back at him. Kay answered that he had been watching a lamb fall victim to a wolf. Then he saw a ram save the lamb only to become the predator's victim instead. Kay found himself watching the lamb struggle, wanting to see how its story would end. Back on the battlefield, Kay was completely unfazed by the gunfire and mayhem. And here's a little tidbit about that mental health evaluation. This psychopath had managed to answer every question perfectly to achieve the exact result he wanted. He had become something far beyond insane. Inside Kay's mind lay a graveyard filled with the people he loved most. He was the kind of monster who knew exactly how to manipulate a psychological exam. Kay let out a roar as he finally came to a profound realization. He embraced his psychosis, realizing that humans were utterly free to do whatever they pleased. The superior could revel in their strength, while the weak simply perished. In the heart of the battlefield, a place where most felt trapped, this monster found his freedom. He tossed his helmet aside and plunged right into the fray. The bullets no longer mattered. Kay was piecing together the only philosophy that made any sense to him. Superiority is gained by taking the life of another, and that is what determines one's true power. In the miserable world, he knew superiority was the only meaning he could find. He was even challenged to a boxing match right there on the battlefield. Kay welcomed it with a smile and utterly destroyed his opponent. He discovered that true elite superiority required no weapons, only a clash of fists between the most powerful of creatures. The man who talked to Stallone was gone. Kay had fully embraced the insanity raging inside his head. He cultivated a singular desire to confirm the absolute peak of superiority. And that brings us to the present with this gruesome fight unfolding before the masses. Carmen can sense the overwhelming madness radiating from the ring. While Aaron's wife begs for him to stop, two monsters trained by the same coach are now battling to become a god holding the power of life and death. The round ends, and Aaron's coach explains that his fighter still has the advantage due to having more blood left in his body. Aaron's coach believes victory is assured, as his opponent's wounds deepen with each round. Kay, however, knows this spells doom for his own fighter. Kay reminds his fighter that this has to be the deciding round because he will be defeated if it goes on any longer. Kay intends to show the world the birth of a new god. In the ring, the heavyweight monster fights for his very survival, treasuring the life of his family. He endures a series of agonizing blows until one of his own punches finally dislocates Yu's left shoulder. With one arm out of commission and his right fist bleeding internally, it is only a matter of time before this fight comes to an end. Outside the world of boxing, Aaron had wanted to explore the meaning of life. His wife had given him a simple explanation. She had wanted to give him a clear answer, not something vague. Back in the ring, Yu's posture is starting to collapse. He's on the defensive, no longer able to drag out the fight. It's the 11th hour, the deciding moment between life and death. One fighter is the ultimate killing machine. The other is the embodiment of cold indifference. The boxers lunge forward for one final exchange. Aaron aims a hook to smash Yu's skull while Yu throws a powerful straight aimed right at his heart. The moment of truth arrives as their punches come within inches of landing. Aaron's wife's words echo in his mind that the beauty and meaning of life are found in loving others. At the very last second, Aaron's humanity awakens. In reality, both boxers were just lonely children deep down. A deafening boom echoes as the emperor of the heavyweight division collapses to the mat. Aaron Tide has been defeated, and Kay's ultimate dream has finally become a reality. The world watches in horror at the brutal conclusion of the fight. Kay wants our protagonist to rest after his incredible match, and he stares at the fallen Aaron with cold indifference. The fallen champion is rushed to the emergency room, where his wife waits desperately, praying for his survival. As a young boy at the orphanage, he had only one dream: to have a family. Now that dream is being violently torn away. Anxiety consumes her, and the terrifying thought of his death grips her with fear. Thankfully, the doctors manage to save the champion's life, but he remains in critical condition. His daughter Emily is terrified that her father is going to die. She breaks down in tears, forcing her mother to put on a brave face and comfort her. Carmen suddenly appears and apologizes, blaming herself for what happened. But Aaron's wife doesn't blame her, instead telling Carmen that this match was an anomaly. It could have easily been her in Aaron's place. Just as the final punch was about to connect, Aaron hesitated in the final moment and stopped. Tormented by his past, he chose to remain human. He refused to become the monster his coach had tried to mold him into. She's incredibly proud of her husband and resolves to stay strong for his sake. But even with her brave words, the terrifying thought of losing him makes her crumble in sadness. That night, the new champion of 9 divisions returned home to his cat, sharing his bed with the only one who has ever truly stayed by his side. The boxer Yu made his mark on history, becoming the fastest to conquer 9 divisions in just 22 total fights with 0 losses. But this story is far from over. Jay announces his return to the ring and sets his sights on his first opponent, Fabrizio Santorino. The world mourned Aaron's condition, while others celebrated the rise of the new strongest boxer, the conqueror of 9 divisions. To Yu, even Aaron was nothing more than another obstacle. This was the birth of a supreme being, meticulously crafted by his psychotic coach. And the whole world was watching. Meanwhile, Jay's sudden return prompts many to wonder if he plans to challenge the new champion. The boxing world was buzzing with questions, but Kay is here to answer them all. During the press conference, a reporter asks about their future plans, to which Kay explains he wants Yu to move back down to the middleweight division to maintain peak performance. But that's not the only reason. The main reason Kay wants him back at middleweight is Jay. The coach is looking to make a statement, and he publicly announces what he calls Jay's funeral. The commentator Bob had a feeling things would turn out this way. Kay and Jay have completely opposite philosophies on life. Bob remembers facing Jay in the ring. He was the kind of boxer everyone respected. Jay didn't have a perfect record. He definitely had his share of losses. But one thing was for sure, he gave everyone a tough fight no matter who they were. Jay's matches were about more than just the thrill of winning or the agony of defeat. He brought a deep sense of satisfaction to the hearts of those who watched. Chavo remembers him as an excellent boxer. Many others remember Jay in a similar light. He was the kind of fighter who inspired his opponents to give it their all. And that very same boxer has now returned to face Yu. The truly strongest boxer isn't a monster like Aaron or Yu, but rather one who embodies the very spirit of boxing. He quickly rose through the ranks, crushing the competition on his way to a match against Fabrizio. On the day of the match, the world wondered if the Golden Boy could overcome Santorino for a chance to fight Yu. This match also marks Fabrizio's own return to the big stage. Unfortunately for Fabrizio, his opponent still holds a grudge for his cheating in their last fight. So he immediately lands a headbutt and gets a warning from the referee. Fabrizio calmly tells him that he doesn't fight dirty anymore, so it's all good. For the first time in his career, he dropped the showboating and focused purely on the sport of boxing. This earned him the scorn of the audience, who still hadn't forgiven the Santorino brothers, but Fabrizio didn't care. His opponent pummels him in the ring, refusing to forgive the man for his past transgressions. Despite the beating, Fabrizio calmly asks if he's gotten it all out of his system yet. He's matured as a boxer, realizing that while fighters like his opponent always existed, he only remained a world champion because of his own dirty tactics. He no longer wants to tarnish his name with foul play, and ends up defeating his opponent fair and square. The two brothers celebrate their first victory as true honorable boxers. Fabrizio reclaims the middleweight interim title, and they're both even happier than when they first became world champions. The day of the title match is finally here. It's Jay versus Fabrizio, and there's no telling if Fabrizio will revert to his old habits when he's backed into a corner. But Golden Boy Jay doesn't seem worried at all. Marco warns his brother to be cautious, reminding him that their opponent is a seasoned veteran. Fabrizio, on the other hand, had always dreamed of a match just like this. He has immense respect for Jay and wants to stop him from going up against a monster. So in this match, Fabrizio isn't fighting for the title, he's hoping to convey his desire for Jay to back down. The match begins, and almost immediately things heat up for Fabrizio. After the first knockdown, Jay doesn't even seem to know what hit him getting up at the very last second. Fabrizio realizes that Jay isn't pulling any punches this time. He unleashes a barrage of blows to corner Jay, who can barely block one of them. Jay is the kind of boxer who doesn't have a specific style. He switches his approach mid-fight and has no discernible fighting habits. Marco tried studying him, but nothing he found could be used to their advantage. That's why his only strategy for Fabrizio was to defeat Jay with overwhelming power. So that's exactly what he's doing right now. The Santorino brothers knew they could never become the best on their own, so they combined their skills and aimed for the championship belt together. They stopped resorting to dirty tactics and focused on perfecting their craft. In this match, they proved themselves to be worthy contenders for the championship. Jay takes a blow, but feels a sense of pride in their growth. And then he responds with a devastating liver punch that sends Fabrizio down to his knees. He can't believe Jay has always been this strong, yet even this strength is nothing compared to that monster. He doesn't want this path to end in Jay's death. Fabrizio gets back on his feet. He remembers the first time they ever met him. They were just new boxers back then, struggling to pay their mother's hospital bills. Their only goal in boxing was to train relentlessly so they could crush their opponents. The sole purpose of boxing was to pour countless hours into mind-numbing practice just to destroy other fighters. But that feeling was completely absent in this match. In his fight against Jay, he felt consoled and accepted, not attacked. It was as if the boxer was gently embracing and comforting him. Fabrizio refuses to send him to a monster like you, while Jay senses his opponent's goal and answers with light-speed jabs to communicate his own point. Marco can't understand how someone like Jay has no fighting habits whatsoever. Even a picture-perfect boxer had habits one could capitalize on, but there was nothing of the sort when it came to this guy. Fabrizio saw a light in Jay's eyes that answered all of his questions. He intentionally forfeits the match and has a word with the referee. No one knows what was said inside the ring, not even Kay. The true god of boxing was coming to fight the strongest creature alive. After his win, Jay announced his intention to take on Yu in the ring. He won the interim championship title after defeating Fabrizio. The world was left to wonder what would happen in a fight between the two boxers. In an interview with a reporter named Peter Yu, once stated that boxing just means dodging and hitting, which is the exact same thing his coach taught him. Peter believes that while Kay raises the strongest boxers around, they all lack a certain special element. They lack the element of humanity. Jay, on the other hand, is a complete mystery. Nobody knows why he is so obsessed with meeting you in the ring, especially since this monster sends even his trainers straight to the hospital after one session. Cutting to Aaron's wife, she weeps for him, as he is still unconscious. The next day at the press conference, Kay answers in Yu's place and reminds everyone that the legendary boxer's reappearance doesn't mean he's hell-bent on putting on a show. He's already accomplished everything he ever wanted. His final objective is simply to crush Jay for his own personal enjoyment. After that bone-chilling answer, the microphone is passed to Jay, who claims that he has every intention of winning this fight no matter what. Jay's coach thinks he's gone crazy challenging a boxer like you right out of retirement. No one knows what he's thinking. Jay then begins to talk about the emptiness of the universe. He speaks of an extreme sadness and a feeling of profound isolation. The very meaning of existence is unclear to him. A flashback shows Yu's little pet taking its final breath, succumbing to death. The boy had always questioned if his existence had a deeper meaning beyond simple survival. The darkness of his past follows him. The only home the boy ever knew was a basement. In this dark basement, a helpless woman gave birth to a child. She felt his small, fragile embrace. Many humans are born into this world to play different roles and experience sadness, joy, and despair. Life and death are constants for humanity, and the boy was no different. But every time the door opened, he saw the boogeyman, a living nightmare, coming to devour him. The boy was beaten and abused in the basement by his father. He eventually lost the emotional capacity to express what he felt. His father mercilessly took his anger out on the boy, all while the child begged for his own life to end. Even through all that pain, the boy's life didn't flicker out. He had simply given up on living, and the tears had long since stopped. The boy didn't care about anything anymore. This was all he had ever known. Mustering what little strength he had, he made his mother some instant noodles, but she just smashed the bowl against the wall, completely disregarding her own well-being. The boy cleaned up the mess and reminded her that she needed to eat, then ate his own meal under the rotting walls of their stinking room. The boy lived for 7 years caged in that small basement. Then one day an alien life form invaded his prison and stumbled into his world. The shadows of another world began to color his surroundings. The arrival of this strange creature was the key that freed the young prisoner from his chains. He climbed all the way up and discovered the outside world for the very first time. 7 years after he was born, the boy finally experienced what it was like to be outside. He felt everything at once and gazed up at the towering stars. A tall girl noticed him and said hello, but he was so overwhelmed he didn't know how to respond. The boy was completely lost in the anxiety of the moment. She asked for his name, but he didn't even have one. Seeing his injuries, she realized he was in trouble and decided to show him around the neighborhood. They ran into an old man who gave him a piece of candy. Even though it tasted awful, the boy loved it because he'd never had anything like it before. That's when it dawned on him that there must be even more delicious candy out there in the world. They came across a student crying in frustration over studying for the civil service exam. A little later, they found a man just walking in circles, repeatedly muttering, "Where?" They awkwardly followed him in circles for a bit before the girl's attention was caught by a mother cat who had just given birth to a litter of kittens. She helped him get to a spot with a beautiful view of the entire city. The girl shared that everyone lives and dies the same way, and she was just one more person in the grand scheme of things. This truth scared her, but the boy, who had already experienced the worst conditions imaginable, couldn't quite grasp her meaning. To him, the sky was just an endless graveyard of resting stars. The sight stirred a feeling in him he'd never known before. He rushed back home to his mother and immediately announced that he'd been outside. Meanwhile, the girl was being stalked by some old geezer. Yu talked endlessly about all the things he saw, felt, and experienced in the outside world. In response, his mother, who clearly had abandonment issues, slapped him right across the face. Miserably, she begged him not to leave her. As for the girl, she managed to save herself by tasing the man. The boy lived on a planet where every person had a desire to feel or achieve something, emotions that were completely foreign to him until now. The only desire he'd ever had was to go outside and explore the world. He learned to count his own heartbeats and figured out that his mother usually slept for at least 21,000 beats at a time. So by counting her heartbeats, he could sneak outside, replaying the memories in his head. He remembered every path they took but couldn't find the girl. She suddenly gave him a huge hug from behind, totally thrilled he came to visit. When she asked what he was up to, he explained he was just counting heartbeats. She listened to his heart for a moment before taking him on another tour of the town. The boy got to try all sorts of new candies and saw how hard people in the outside world had to work just to get by. He played with the kittens and felt his own world starting to open up. But one day the girl was struggling just to climb the stairs. Her condition had gotten worse. They rested in a field while the boy kept counting his heartbeats. She broke the devastating news that she was dying. A tumor was spreading through her body like wildfire, and she had to have several organs removed just to survive. She talked about how she'd always felt like the main character of her own story, but she eventually realized she was just one person among billions, like a single grain of sand on a vast beach. She didn't have an answer for what it truly meant to live. She wondered why creatures had children just to leave some kind of mark on the world. She looked to the boy for comfort, and for the very first time, the boy stopped counting his heartbeats. The world didn't stop, and when he returned home, he found his mother had completely wrecked the place. She immediately grabbed him by the neck and began to choke him. Even on the verge of death, the boy asked for his name. As his mother saw the tears streaming down his face, she snapped back to reality, horrified by what she was doing. She apologized profusely to her child, and even made them both a pot of instant noodles. Later, as they were getting ready for bed, she asked him to tell her all about his adventures in the outside world. He felt a kind of peace he'd never known before, thinking that maybe, just maybe, life was finally going to get better for him. The girl had taught him how to draw, so he drew a picture of a happy family. But the next day, a new horror awaited him. His mother had taken her own life. The boy's father was a gangster, while his mother worked in the adult entertainment industry. They had gotten together thinking that, as outcasts, they could understand each other's pain. But when she was unfaithful, the man flew into a psychotic rage and locked her in the basement. As his mother's life hung in the balance, all the boy could do was shiver and hold her. The girl had wanted so badly for the boy to have a normal family, and truly believed he might have one someday. But his cruel father flew into another rage when he discovered his wife's body. He took all his frustration out on the boy, beating him until he was bloody. This abuse made the boy wonder from a very young age, what's so fun about hitting people? He genuinely thought his life was over. But even as he lay bruised and broken by the man who was supposed to be his father, all he could do was desperately plead for his love. This only enraged the man more, and he lunged to hit the boy again. But on that day, the boy discovered something new. He slashed his father with a blade, and at the tender age of 7, his entire understanding of the world was shattered. The boy followed a sliver of light to get outside, but the girl was no longer there to comfort him. All she'd left behind was a sketch of her cat. The old man who always gave him candy passed away in his sleep. The student who was studying for the civil service exam slipped and fell to his death. The boy watched it all unfold right before his eyes. In a twisted act of revenge against the girl's memory, the man even killed her cat and its kittens. Death was everywhere. The girl who had treasured his simple drawing took her final breath. The number of deaths around him just kept piling up. No matter where he went, nothing ever changed. Broken, lost, and defeated. He sat in a gutter underneath a single streetlight. That's when he met the little furball who would follow him all the way to the present day. But now even his closest companion, the little furball he loved so much, is gone. The next day, Yu shows up at the gym looking like a pale ghost who hasn't slept for a week. Arnold warns Kay about his condition, but contrary to his worries, Kay thinks his inner monster is in prime condition to fight. It's the day of the match. The golden boxer waits for his moment, while his coach styles Yu's hair, getting him prepped and ready. I mean, my man is giving a masterclass on how to get the perfect hairdo right now. The fighters are called to the big stage as the middleweight world title match begins. The undisputed all-time champion is fighting against the legendary boxer Jay. Everyone is pumped for this match because this opponent is on a whole different level. They all want to know why Jay himself showed up to fight Yu, and in a weird twist, the legendary Jay is also seen among the crowd. Gene is also here, much to Stella's dismay. He's come to see if Yu will either obliterate his emptiness or help him find salvation. Uto and his wife feel the same way. They're all afraid of this robotic boxer who has destroyed every world champion he's faced. Even Udo admits that he felt real fear for the first time when he stepped into the ring with him. Everything he had worked so hard for his entire life felt completely meaningless against the invincible boxer. But after every fight, Yu sinks deeper into darkness. Uto Teada is rooting for the champion, hoping he'll finally discover a new light. The Santorino brothers just can't wrap their heads around this match. They're wondering why Jay would ever want to step into the ring with a monster like Yu. As for Victor, he's over here literally crying his eyes out because Yu never showed up to claim his prize, that glorious mohawk. Aaron's wife can't stand Yu or his coach, but she's glued to the screen anyway. She has to see if Aaron's choice to fight him really meant something. The fighters make their way to the ring. Fabrizio recalls Yu's superhuman feats during the match against Aaron and concludes that he's practically unbeatable. While the weight difference might dampen some of his raw power, there's no question that Yu is the undisputed king of the middleweight division. The whole world is watching. The bell rings, the fight officially starts but for some reason, neither fighter is making a move. It gets so awkward that the referee actually has to step in and remind them to start fighting. Yu breaks the silence, asking the golden boxer if he understands the world's endless suffering, the meaning of existence, and what it all means for a monster like himself. He was genuinely seeking answers from the man standing across from him. The very man Yu was planning to turn into a living definition of death, tearing the ring apart and painting the canvas with his blood. Seconds into the first round, Jay could already feel it, the presence of a true monster, staring him down. This fight was nothing like the ones before. Jay was about to experience a world of pain, a stark reminder of Yu's previous bloodbaths. For Yu, the only thing on his mind was delivering pure, unadulterated violence. And Coach K couldn't be more pleased with this display. While the world worries about the path Yu is on, K knows it's the path of a true monster. Deep down, Yu feels an overwhelming sadness for ordinary people who have to struggle so hard just to scrape by. He knows that before long, their brief existence just ends. This philosophy fuels his rage, and Jay feels the full wrath of it in every single punch. For Yu, the meaning of life is terrifyingly clear. As he viciously beats Jay down, Yu reveals a truly terrifying side of himself. He's not giving Jay a single moment to breathe, and the whole world is wondering how on earth he plans to survive this. Yet even after that massive beatdown, Jay is somehow barely still standing. The entire world is witnessing a monster who has far surpassed the limits of any normal human being. Jay just takes one devastating attack after another, leaving the crowd completely baffled. Coach K, however, sees it as a perfect demonstration of a true monster at work. The crowd is actually starting to boo the legendary golden boxer, shocked that he's putting up such a one-sided fight. It reminded them of when Bob was the middleweight champion only to be dethroned by a newcomer in his debut. Jay is suffering a crushing defeat. Yet he has the look of someone who's just won a title. He's finding some kind of meaning in this weakness, and that just makes Coach K's blood boil. He wants the entire world to witness the true nature of the monster he has unleashed. His strength is proof that no one can defeat him. Round 2 kicks off with more of the same brutal beatdown. As they head into round 3, a commentator named Bob admits he has no idea where this is going. Trying to win an endurance match is pointless, because Yu went a full 12 rounds with Fabrizio and still completely destroyed him. Jay's coach is desperately wondering what his fighter's game plan is because so far, absolutely nothing is working. And as for Yu, the miserable and lonely boy inside him is fueling this rampage with an immense sadness. But Jay refuses to back down. He meets the gaze of the monster in front of him, the embodiment of death in the ring. Meanwhile, the kids at the orphanage are all gathered around, watching the fight. Carmen is there with them. She went back to working at the orphanage after she left Kay. Kay dismisses it all as a coincidence, believing that no one is capable of ever reaching Yu's level. To fight him is to experience true isolation and pain. That pain is the foundation of Yu's boxing style. Every punch represents the hardships he's had to survive. The commentators are at a loss for words. Then suddenly Jay presses forward, switching his style to that of an aggressive infighter. Seeing how miserable Yu looks despite his dominance, Carmen turns to talk with the orphanage director. She says he's the strongest boxer she's ever known, but that's the tragedy of it. There's no one left in the world strong enough to defeat him or to save him from himself. The director points out that his opponent is strong in his own way, and then she reveals a secret. Jay also came from this very same orphanage. In fact, the director says she has never met a child with a stronger will than Jay in her entire life. It turns out when Jay came out of retirement, it was to fulfill a promise he made to a young boy he met while traveling the world. Even though he knew he had little time left, he was determined to deliver a message to that boy through this fight. Just then, Jay suffers a gruesome knockdown, crumbling to his knees. His physician had begged him not to fight, warning him of the risks, but Jay persevered through his training anyway. From the outside, it might look like he's in his prime, but on the inside, the man already has 1 foot in the grave. His coach also advised him against this match, but Jay was determined. He wanted to pursue that same question of meaning and communicate his answer to Yu in the ring. Jay may have returned to the ring stronger than ever, but up to this point he's actually been holding back. He was conserving all of his energy for the real fight against Yu. In the ring, Jay gets knocked down for a second time, and yet he forces himself back up panting with blood pouring from all over his body. Jay stubbornly keeps trying to get through to the boy. The 5th round ends, and somehow Jay survives another brutal beating. His coach reminds him of his debut match, recalling how he entered the ring even with ribs that were broken the day before. This man's passion for boxing is on another level. He literally died in the ring against a monstrous opponent. Even after being completely pummeled, Jay still sees the beauty in boxing. He believes it's a sport where people connect and share their life stories in the ring. For Jay, boxing is the ultimate expression of love. The 6th round is about to start, and Bob makes a wild prediction. Jay's only going to throw 1 single punch for the rest of the fight. He plans to pour every ounce of his being into that one punch, believing it's the kind of blow that can't be dodged. Yu, on the other hand, unleashes a merciless assault, beating the life out of the Golden Boxer for the entire world to see. Kay looks on utterly bored, convinced that ultimate power simply crushes everything until only nothingness remains. Carmen, however, can sense his sadness. She calls him the loneliest boxer in the world, a man who has pushed past obsession, effort, grit, and even luck itself. He's conquered fighters who represented each of those ideals. Carmen tried her best to save him, but she was left completely heartbroken. Most people have someone to support them in life, but Yu never had anyone in his corner. He has always been on his own. But the director argues that in this moment, Yu isn't alone. There's one person in the ring who is literally dying to teach him about love. Jay continues to endure this impossible fight while his coach desperately clings to the hope that he has some kind of plan. He's determined to save the monster that Kay created. Round 6 begins, and for Jay, it's an absolute bloodbath. Rounds 7 and 8 are a blur as he's repeatedly knocked down for this impossible ideal. No one understands why he's fighting, but he always gets back up. He rises again. For the boy watching from the corner, his body erupts with more blood, leaving the audience horrified at the gruesome spectacle. All the way through round 11, nobody would have called this a boxing match. It was pushing the very boundaries of what it means to be human. Now the final round is right around the corner. Kay demands that Yu end the fight without holding anything back. Meanwhile, Jay's body has begun consuming its own protein just to survive. He's lost a dangerous amount of weight just trying to stay conscious in the ring. He's so dazed he doesn't even know why he's there anymore. The coach realizes that even Jay's brain has been damaged. But instead of throwing in the towel, he reminds him of his mission. He came here to teach someone about love. Remembering his purpose, he steps back into the ring for the final round. The two fighters represent darkness and light, death and life. One's fists are filled with meaning while the others are utterly empty. The final round of this brutal fight has now begun. Jay's agony continues with every punch he takes as he pushes past every other emotion until he reaches love. He remembers watching a show on TV about a god who died for the sins of humanity. But the boy could never wrap his head around how a god could even exist. He had so many questions, like why he was forced to grow up in a living hell. He wanted to ask why God refused to save him from his pain and suffering, or why he would even allow such things to happen in the first place. The boy desperately questioned why his world was filled with so much death, tugging at the concept of God searching for answers. As he ruthlessly beats Jay down in the ring, Yu's own resolve begins to waver as that same desperate yearning for an answer resurfaces. Jay smiles at him, a sudden ray of light in the darkness. It was undeniable proof that strength alone could never overcome loneliness. The world was full of people consumed by their vices. They worshipped materialistic desires and had no concept of gratitude. Anger was their fuel, and anxiety was their future. Some lives were ended by accidents, others by violence, and some by illness. The world is equally cruel to everyone. We all fight the same impossible battle. The conclusion Yu had reached was that at the end of it all, only failure awaited humanity. Even the narrator agrees that we will all one day face the certainty of death. It's the bleak, unchangeable truth of the world. This is the very truth Kay wanted him to see: an infinite number of stories, all beginning differently, but all ending the exact same way. Kay wants him to surrender and give in to this despair. The director of the orphanage tells Carmen that death feels closest when a person is truly lonely. No matter how many relationships you build over a lifetime, when you face death, you are ultimately alone. By contrast, the story of a god is one who would sacrifice his life for the sake of love. Jay is the living embodiment of that ideal, painted in his own blood, but still refusing to stop fighting. Kay is growing annoyed that Yu is dragging this out. The golden boxer, now soaked in red, has clearly already accepted death. Kay ordered his monster to end the fight, but Yu's resolve has been shaken so badly that it's about to shatter. Then, to Kay's utter shock, the golden boxer begins to match Yu's punches. He refuses to go down, completely denying the reality of the situation. On the contrary, it's Yu who is starting to run out of gas, feeling the pressure mounting in this fight. Kay, acting like a total cheapskate, tries to force the fight to a stop, but even the referee is too stunned to intervene. The world watches as a spectacle unfolds before their very eyes. The boxer, who had long ago accepted his own death, is now fighting desperately to save a young boy. From the very beginning, winning was never his goal. Jay pushes forward with relentless persistence, while Yu tries desperately to keep him at a distance. Fear washes over him, revealing a side of the monster the world has never seen before. With only 10 seconds left on the clock, Jay still presses forward. He takes a dozen punches head-on, refusing to back down, advancing until Yu is trapped in a corner. For the first time, the lonely boy who never had a savior experiences the warmth of the light. Jay extends his fist slowly and gently taps Yu's head, landing a clean hit for the first time in the entire match. The fight concludes as the arena is overcome with emotion. The crowd felt something profound as the young boy began to cry. Despite his own pain, Jay comforted him as the match officially ended. In the aftermath, Yu regained the light in his eyes while Jay was carried out on a stretcher in critical condition. For the first time in his life, the boy felt he wasn't alone. Sometime after the fight, Aaron's coach, burdened by guilt over what happened, quietly passed away. He had regretted not throwing in the towel and had visited Aaron every single day. Later, his wife tells Aaron about the funeral. Although she was angry at Yu and the circumstances that separated her from her husband, she has accepted her role and holds on to faith for his recovery. She is determined to wait for him to regain consciousness and start their life again. Life for the Otherworld champions went on as usual. After that final match, Kay closed his gym and disappeared. Rumors of his death circulated, but nothing was ever confirmed. Jay's whereabouts also became a mystery. No one knew where he went, with most assuming he was traveling the world again. Meanwhile, Carmen dedicates herself to the orphanage, hoping to ease the pain and suffering in the world. So many lives were cut short in the ring, their stories ending prematurely. Just like Yu once was, another boy found himself miserable and lost under the night sky. Our matured protagonist, Yu, came to his aid and asked if he was okay. He comforted the boy with Jay's own words, telling him that even when life is harsh, the stars are shining just for him. And so, Yu lived his life with Carmen and the children at the orphanage, bringing the main story of the boxer to a beautiful conclusion. But there's more to this tale than just the conclusion of Yu's journey. The story now turns to the next decisive fight, a rematch between Jay and Ryu in the ring. Jay's professional debut against a veteran boxer lasted only 2 minutes. Now, he was stepping into the ring for his second official fight. His coach Steele tried to calm his nerves, but Jay wasn't anxious about this match. He felt a unique sensation. The fight began with a sharp jab to his opponent. Having faced a tough veteran last time, Jay knew his future opponents would only get stronger from here on out. He kept up the intense pressure, unloading a burst of punches with so much energy that his opponent was knocked to the mat. Another coach, Typhoon, believes this is just the beginning of Jay's growth, seeing that he has already surpassed his previous limits. Jay wins the fight, kicking off a powerful cycle of success. He's starting to truly enjoy life, thinking about boxing even in the shower. In the ring, he's an absolute beast, crushing his opponents and maintaining an impressive winning streak. It was the perfect combination of victory, growth, and pure enjoyment. But such a string of victories can easily breed pride and a fear of failure. Inevitably, Jay was defeated, a stark reminder that he isn't a boxer with God-given talent. Unlike the monsters of the sport, his body has limits. Typhoon reminded him to rest, emphasizing that it's a crucial part of training. Meanwhile, good old Egghead Steel is out here traumatizing the poor guy by threatening to shave his head if he loses again. The higher a person climbs, the more devastating the fall. After his first loss, Steel wondered if Jay would even show up to the gym. But when he arrived, he found the boy already hard at work, relentlessly pounding the punching bag without any sign of discouragement. Typhoon realizes that Jay isn't just fueled by victory, but by a pure passion for boxing itself. He was still growing even in defeat. While his rate of improvement was slower than that of a genius, he possessed something they lacked: the capacity for endless growth. The scene then cuts to Seha, the champion, who merely yawns at the footage of Jay, a fighter who will one day challenge him for the title. Back at the gym, Jay is hyped for his upcoming title match. He fought his way through the professional ranks, winning and losing battles to finally earn his spot as a challenger. While he and his coach are shouting affirmations at each other, Steel isn't quite as confident internally, thinking Jay is about to get demolished in the first round. Seha, on the other hand, is a lazy genius who can't even be bothered to show up for training on time. He doesn't find diligent boxers like Jay to be interesting opponents, but his own coach advises him to at least keep his guard up. The spar between the two trained fighters ends in a flash, with Seha defeating his partner without even wearing protective gear. He is, after all, the youngest junior welterweight champion. He's the same age as you, but he's already defended his title in 9 appearances. He's more than ready for the World Pro League, yet he chooses to stick to domestic matches. They watch a recording of his fight against The Rock, the very same guy Jay fought in his debut match. The Rock lands a vicious straight backing him into a corner before absolutely pulverizing him with a flurry of punches. Seha manages to evade the corner, but from Jay's point of view, it looks like The Rock had the upper hand for the entire fight. But the reality of the situation was completely different. The Rock was the one who looked frustrated, as if he knew he'd already lost. The second round began and ended in a flash, a complete contrast to the first round. Chiha had analyzed all the data from the first round and used it to turn the tables on his opponent in the second. The first round always goes the same way for his opponents. They can't land a single solid hit, no matter how desperately they try. If Jay can't win in the first round, his defeat is practically set in stone. They try to brainstorm a strategy, but this time they're drawing a blank. Even his coach is at a loss for how to handle this kind of opponent. Jay lacks any real knockout power and doesn't have a reliable finishing move to end the match. His opponent is basically the natural enemy for a by-the-book boxer like him. Techniques become habits, and Siha is the kind of fighter who adapts to those patterns with machine-like precision. Jay's perfectly honed techniques will actually work against him. So his coach just tells him to focus on basic training while he tries to cook up some kind of strategy. Jay shadowboxes, picturing the junior welterweight champion in front of him, but he can't seem to find an opening. He has mastered the 4 basic boxing movements over his lifetime, but that arsenal just won't be enough to stop his next opponent. When he's at his lowest point, The Rock finds him and strikes up a conversation, realizing this is all about the upcoming championship match. The young fighter is despairing over his match, convinced that all of his hard work will end up betraying him. The Rock reads him like an open book and admits he has regrets about their fight, explaining that his own crushing defeat came because he refused to believe in his hard work. He feels he was the one who betrayed his own effort, realizing he could have left with no regrets if he'd just pushed himself harder. Before taking off, The Rock asks Jay about those final dodges he pulled off in their debut match. Jay explains his body just moved on its own and that it wasn't just luck that determined the match's outcome. It was the culmination of his hard work. The Rock tells him to give it 100% in his next match, reigniting his fighting spirit. Jay sprints back to his coach, believing he's found the solution to his problem, but his coach has a different plan. He's found someone else to help train Jay. When Jay walks into the gym, Udo and Masaki are waiting for them. In a funny moment, Jay and Udo greet each other in the exact same awkward way. Meanwhile, Tiha refuses to train or even maintain his health, arrogant enough to believe he'll easily beat Jay. Jay felt completely overwhelmed for 2 months following his training with the world champion. But now it was time to put his training to the test. At the weigh-in, Jay's coach is floored when he sees the champion's impressive physique. The champion seems to maintain that perfect body without any effort. But when Jay takes off his shirt, his muscle fibers are practically bursting out. He looked incredible. Chiha extends a hand to Jay, wishing him a good match. But even in that brief moment of contact, he was already learning about Jay. At long last, the match is here. Jay has gotten this far on sheer grit and hard work, but Chiha's adaptation process started the second they shook hands. Chiha is bored and ready to compete with the big dogs on the world stage after this match is over. The two strongest fighters finally face off. Chiha is certain of his victory, but even he knows his own limitations. He's aware he would lose to monsters like Udo. He knows his place in the food chain. The only time Chiha feels a real thrill is when he fights someone whose movements he can't predict. He wonders what Jay has in store for him. The match kicks off and Jay immediately delivers a stunning knockdown. Chiha's coach is shocked by the challenger's sudden growth, but the champion isn't going down that easily and manages to recover. The second round begins and Jay attempts to execute the very same attack. However, his opponent sees the move coming a mile away, only to get completely blindsided at the last second. Jay's training with Udo taught him a new kind of effort. The world's greatest hard worker had outclassed him on every single level during their training. Jay desperately wanted to catch up to the world champion. In their second week, he adjusted his training regimen, but was still in awe of Udo's excellence. The third week was more of the same. He simply couldn't match Udo's pace. He learned that concentration and hard work are equally critical, as not a single one of Udo's movements ever became sloppy during training. The retired boxer strives for growth with an undying desperation, even with no one left to fight. By the fifth week, Jay's body felt as heavy as lead. He felt true fear as the sheer weight of his own body threatened to crush him. Jay threw himself into the grueling training Masaki had laid out for him. His entire world narrowed down to the punching bag in front of him. He was driven by the desire to be as great a boxer as his father. In that moment, he shattered his own limits and evolved. Seiha is facing his toughest challenge yet, an opponent with an unrelenting will to win. With the champion exhausted, Jay lands a decisive blow, sending him to the mat. Just one more knockdown, and Jay will be the new champion. At just 9 years old, Seiha had already decided life was hopelessly boring, but now he's finally found a fighter who presents a real challenge in the ring. Even Yuto and Misaki are in the crowd, watching the match with bated breath. While the short training period wasn't enough for a complete transformation, Jay's growth is starting to show. But true growth isn't just about hard work. It means sacrificing life's pleasures in the pursuit of greatness. It means putting relationships on the line, stripping away everything non-essential from one's life. All that sacrifice is then focused into a single point, producing spectacular results. The crowd roars as our boy overwhelms the champion with a barrage of punches. The first round isn't even over, and this is his best chance to defeat Seiha. He unleashes a flurry of attacks, but then it happens. Seiha's adaptation is complete, and he counters Jay's hard-earned skill with a flash of pure talent. Just as the first round ends, the Genius Junior welterweight champion lands a devastating blow. This is a huge problem for Jay. Even after scoring 2 knockdowns, it's clear Seiha is ready to unleash a world of pain. He wasn't feeling particularly bored or excited during his fight with Jay. Misaki and Yuto nervously watch, wondering how the match will end. Meanwhile, the champion is trying to figure out what other tricks Jay has up his sleeve. Typhoon warns his student if he doesn't finish this in the next round, he's throwing in the towel. The round begins and Seiha immediately demolishes Jay's momentum. He lands a crushing punch that sends Jay to the canvas, but in that same instant, Seiha realizes he's been hit by a powerful blow himself. He figures it out. Jay's strategy is to trade blows, taking hits just to land his own. The fight rages on with Jay dishing out as much damage as he's taking. He's banking everything on a war of attrition. Throwing a counterpunch is incredibly difficult. It requires precise timing to strike an opponent just as they're committed to their own attack. That's why Jay pushed his body to the absolute limit to withstand this kind of punishment. He's taking the fight to the champion, backed by the intense training he underwent to bulk up. It's a classic matchup, the natural-born predator versus the determined underdog. But even with all that muscle, every hit is taking a brutal toll. The accumulated damage is making Jay's movements unsteady. It's now or never. Jay's persistence keeps him in the fight, so Seiha targets his liver, one of the most vulnerable spots on the body. A wave of excruciating pain washes over him, but in that split second, Jay unleashes a counter that sends the champion to the mat. It's a counter to a counter. Both fighters are barely standing. Jay's last attack took everything he had, nearly causing him to collapse. He has to capitalize on this moment to finish Seiha. They trade perfect counters, but Jay takes a vicious shot from the champion and goes down again. As he falls, a memory of Ryu flashes in his mind. It was the one fight where he truly struggled, facing a fighter who moved freely without a conventional stance. Seiha just used the exact same move Ryu did when he dodged steel. Jay gets back up, but he's taken massive damage and has almost nothing left in the tank. Seiya can sense it. Jay's got nothing left to give. He throws Jay around the ring, ready to end it, but just before he can land the final blow, the bell rings, ending the round. Seiya advises him to surrender for his own good. Blonde Boy, on the other hand, is clearly traumatized from his own previous fight. Typhoon wants to call it, but Jay refuses to quit. Round 3 begins, and Seiya easily toys with Jay, whose movements have become sluggish. The only thing left for him to do is absorb punches, just like he learned to do back in school. His coach thinks he's lost his mind, but Jay insists on another round. Seiya continues to pummel him, all while monologuing about how mundane and boring life is. He scoffs that heroes and villains don't exist like they do in comics, and that miracles only happen in stories. Most people, he says, are just victims of their circumstances. But then Jay manages to land a clean hit, and surprisingly, Seiya doesn't even try to dodge it. The truth is, Seiya has also taken a severe amount of damage. That's the only reason Jay's punch could connect. Both fighters are running on fumes. This is the decisive moment of the match. Jay has already overcome incredible hurdles to get here, giving him the mental fortitude to endure this pain. His opponent is a prodigy, a hulk of natural talent who throws relentless combinations, but he exhausts himself, creating an opening for Jay to launch an uppercut. Seiya dodges the uppercut and fires back with that same recoil punch he copied from Ryu, but it's not enough to put Jay down. Jay answers with a massive counterpunch of his own, finally demolishing Seiya. Both fighters hit the canvas. It's a double knockdown. The referee starts the count, but Jay manages to get back to his feet. The crowd goes wild as he wins the match. A new national champion is crowned, and Seiya experiences his first ever loss in the ring. He always thought he'd lose to someone more talented, but that theory was just proven wrong. One of them was boxing for entertainment, while the other was fighting to overcome. It was clear that Jay deserved this victory. Jay wins the title match for the junior welterweight division. The scene cuts to a face we've all been dying to see. It's Ryu, who's just been released after serving his time. He goes back to his old boss to tell him he's done with the thug life, but he's hit with a sudden wave of dizziness as he realizes they've drugged his food. But Ryu hasn't lost his touch, and he has no problem slaughtering the lot of them. The entire gang rushes in to attack, but he demolishes every last one of them. After putting those vermin back in their place, he's ready to kill anyone who stands in his way. Ryu can't help but wonder where his life went so wrong. He doesn't know if it started with the humiliation and the loss or the first time he hit someone. At his lowest point, Ryu was a total nobody until a guy named Josh found him outside his bar. He was begging for food right before he collapsed. Josh gave him a hot meal and found out they were the same age. He even offered Ryu a job at the bar, but Ryu refused, saying that kind of work just wasn't his style. He glanced over spotted Josh's trophies and realized he was a boxer. Curious, Ryu asked if Josh had ever made a name for himself in the pros. Josh answered that he's only good enough for local matches, explaining that the world stage is a whole different beast. Something just snapped inside Ryu, and he started begging Josh for a fight. A frustrated Josh finally agreed and took him out to the alley. Ryu's form was sloppy, but he was still lightning fast. Josh evaded his moves, but Ryu's wild style still gave him a tough time. As luck would have it, Gene's coach happened to be there to see Ryu's boxing. The kid had amazing timing and brilliant reaction speed. At the same time, his movements were incredibly awkward, all thanks to an old leg injury. Because of this, Josh easily pummels him to the ground, reminding him that he used to be a much better fighter than he is now. Thinking back to a frustrating conversation he had with Kay, Josh claimed there were two real geniuses in Korea, even stronger than guys who'd never formally boxed before. He then left the white-haired punk lying in the gutter. Gene stood over him, asking what he really wanted, but Ryu just told him to get lost. He looked pretty pathetic lying there, but Peter still offered him an invitation to look him up if he ever wanted to go pro. Everywhere he goes, Ryu's past seems to haunt him through people like Jay. The mere sight of Ryu is traumatizing, and Josh constantly reminds him of his own inferiority. Even Kay had called him a worthless piece of trash, leaving him feeling more fragile than ever. Peter meets up with Gene and tells him about the interesting guy he ran into on the street. And so Ryu begins to walk the path Peter has set for him. He remembered watching Yu's fight against Jay back in the day. It was like the whole world stood still. Ryu finally showed up at the gym saying he wanted to become a professional boxer. Peter, however, wanted to hear him say it with some real conviction. Ryu gave the old-timer the passionate declaration he was looking for, but he wasn't about to get the privilege of free training. After all, Peter is one of the best coaches in the world, but he's willing to give Ryu a discount if he works at a local restaurant. Our boy gets thrown outside to learn the value of hard work. The next day, he shows up at Josh's bar and sincerely asks to work in the kitchen. Josh demands that he apologize for his earlier actions. Ryu had never imagined apologizing to anyone in his entire life, but he was forced to swallow his pride and choke out the words. It felt embarrassing, but also strangely freeing. He was finally experiencing the kind of personal growth he never had before. Ryu starts on the dishes right away, all while secretly plotting to destroy Josh in a revenge match. He shaves his hair for a fresh start and decides it's time to change for the better. When he arrived at the gym, he saw Gene for the first time, the very same guy who had fought against the best in the entire world. Ryu pays his gym fees as Peter starts his first boxing lesson. Ryu hates being treated like a novice, since he already knows these basic movements. He insists he learns best by actually fighting, but Peter tells him he still doesn't know the first thing about boxing. Ryu tries to show off his 1-2 combo, but it's honestly pathetic even compared to an average boxer. Peter notices that Ryu's bad leg acts up whenever he tries to attack. He explains that a boxer's legs are their foundation and are crucial for any style. Getting pissed off, Ryu challenges Gene to a fight right on the spot. Bold words alone aren't enough to get him in the ring with Gene. Peter sets him up with an amateur boxer to see what he's made of. Ryu is surprisingly confident he'll win because of his form. The fight begins, and it's immediately clear that Ryu has some serious God-given talent. He might have the potential to be a great boxer, but he's getting pushed back by a mere amateur. Peter has to stop the fight before the first round even finishes. Obviously, this crybaby is frustrated with his performance, and his ego can't stomach losing to someone who hasn't even gone pro. Finally, he blurts out that Kay himself once called him a genius boxer. A moment of silence fills the gym before Gene himself agrees to the match. He intentionally fights with one arm behind his back, and even gives Ryu an easy win condition. The fight is over almost before it begins. Ryu realized Gene wasn't trying to knock him out on purpose. He just wanted to show him the massive difference in their skill. In just a few moments, Ryu endured a world of pain from this monster before he finally blacked out. When he woke up, Peter had to give him the cold, hard truth. The genius was no longer the genius he thought he was. There was no point in training the old way anymore. But after a while, Ryu regained his footing and managed to win a fight. Back when they were in school, Ryu had always shown an exceptional talent for sports. While Yu was a jack-of-all-trades, Ryu was incredible at sports that required lightning-fast reflexes. He was the kind of person whose incredible talent stood out even among other geniuses. As Ryu fights Larry, he remembers to cast aside his old self. His only real advantage is his stamina, so he's working on outlasting his opponents in every fight. In the pro boxing scene, Ryu crushes his opponents, but his techniques are still too imperfect for the world stage. Peter scolds him for it and reminds him of his weaknesses. They share dinner together, and the hope of living a normal life starts to settle in. Ryu is doing everything he's supposed to and has started to form good relationships in his life. He thinks a normal life might be good for him, seeing as he's still a long way from beating the real monsters of the boxing world. It's pretty obvious he'll never become a world champion, but he's okay with that. He's fine with just being average. The next day, Peter hits him with some great news. Ryu is now #1 in his country, so it's the perfect time to aim for the world stage. His first opponent is the boxing king of Korea, Jay. In a surprising move, he asks to train with Josh, even going as far as to apologize to him. Later, he meets up with Typhoon and Jay at the main arena and learns that Jay's been spending time at his old gym. He had wanted to apologize at first, but Jay's expression didn't soften in the slightest. Of course, his personality hadn't changed a bit, and he flat out refused to shake his hand. Ryu felt his heart sink. He absolutely refused to lose to that guy. The day of the match finally arrived, and both fighters stepped onto the grand stage as the crowd went wild. They stared each other down. Peter recommended that Ryu stick to a strategy of winning by points instead of going for a knockout, since he's dealing with the definition of durable. But of course, Ryu already knew that from first-hand experience. Ryu challenges Jay and immediately gets decked in the face for it. That first punch sent him straight to the mat, and he had the crushing realization that it was impossible for him to beat this guy. The shock of the hit bewilders him as he realizes Jay is looking down on him. The fight continues as Jay unleashes a relentless barrage of punches that seem to go on forever. Ryu takes the most brutal beatdown of his life, as none of his punches seem to matter. His opponent has a body of steel with so much endurance that it's nearly impossible to take him down. The one person he'd looked down on his entire life was now outclassing him by leaps and bounds. The first round ends with Jay's complete domination in the ring, but he believes Ryu is still hiding his true strength. In the other corner, Peter encourages him to hang in there and tire his opponent out. The longer the fight goes, the better the chances of winning, but that's just not Ryu's style. He doesn't want to win that way, and is determined to end the fight in the next round. The fight begins, and Jay feels a shiver run down his spine. Ryu's fist connects, battering him with incredible speed. He wants to break Jay's resolve by cornering him with a storm of heavy punches. The scene reminds him of their very first fight. Jay senses a weak point in Ryu's leg, and yet he still gets rocked by an uppercut. Memories of their training flash before their eyes as Jay corners his opponent and knocks the wind right out of him. Ryu collapses to the ground, and for the second time he feels that it is impossible to defeat the champion of Korea. He refused to accept such an ending. Ryu forces himself back to his feet to confront his grim reality. Despite his desperate advance to defeat the champion, all he gets is a punch that knocks the daylights out of him. The fight is over as Jay completely surpasses him. His coach roars at him to get back up, but the poor fighter has lost himself to misery. He clutches his bad leg, but then he remembers Peter's words. Why did he return to the gym in the first place? The answer was simple. He had cultivated a desire to box. Mustering that spirit, Ryu staggers up and starts all over again. The accumulated damage is flooding his body, but Jay still intends to be cautious in this fight. He advances to finish it all in 30 seconds. He basically had to serve as a human punching bag during that entire time. The ref called the end of the round, giving Ryu a chance to survive a bit longer. When the third round began, his top priority was keeping his guard up. This is usually to recover from damage, but Jay wasn't about to let that happen. Surprisingly, Ryu managed to lock him in a clinch, stopping his momentum cold. Then, whenever things got a little too hairy, Ryu would pull him into another clinch. He was finally listening to Peter's strategy to win the match. For the first time, it seemed possible for the underdog of the ring to actually pull off a victory. But even with that game plan, he gets absolutely wrecked by Jay. The little guy came back looking for some serious payback. Ryu manages to come to, but it's not enough when the gap in their sheer effort is just that wide. The third round wraps up, and he's completely out of ideas. 3 more rounds fly by, and Ryu starts to wonder just how long this match is going to drag on. Peter even calls him a punching bag and says he should just throw in the towel if he wants to. But Ryu just throws his coach's own words back at him. He refuses to quit until he's left everything in the ring. Round 7 starts with Ryu feeling a pang of jealousy toward Jay, who became a top boxer by pouring countless hours of hard work into the sport. He was blessed with natural talent and had taken it all for granted. Back then, he was just a clueless kid. He had watched Gene and learned from him. He too had walked the path of growth. Ryu finally lands a clean punch, but in return he gets blasted with a series of incredible blows from his opponent. Ryu accepts that he's been overpowered. He's okay with losing, but then a miracle happens, Jay slips, and gets a critical injury. Now that his vision is messed up, Ryu goes on the attack. Instead of slowing down, Jay actually kicks his assault into a higher gear. But the desperation is obvious. It seems Lady Luck has decided to favor someone else in this fight. Ryu spots a split-second opening and lands a massive counterpunch, knocking his opponent to the mat. Jay refuses to quit and hops right back up. The round continues, but Ryu is now easily outmaneuvering him. He realizes Jay's eyesight is so bad he can't even see straight. The world was never fair, not even in sports. This wasn't how the fight was supposed to end. A fluke accident shouldn't have been the great equalizer. Ryu smashes Jay with a thunderous hook. The boxer's injury is getting noticeably worse. Ryu wants him to just give up, seeing as he's already lost his advantage, but Jay keeps pushing forward, eating a dozen punches. It gets to the point where Jay goes completely blind in both eyes. He starts tracking his opponent purely on instinct. Ryu was always fine with being alone. He never felt like he needed a family. Even as a young boy, he thought the world revolved around him. He believed he was the best and that no one could ever beat him. That's how he used to think. But ever since their first fight, Jay is the only person who has ever seen the real him. To settle this fated rivalry, once and for all, both fighters threw a final punch, striking each other square in the face. Ryu's entire body feels like it's about to collapse, but he wants to show Jay how much he's changed. The match abruptly ends in a comeback victory for Ryu when the doctor steps into the ring. Ryu is in total shock that he won. He was so stunned that he didn't even drop his guard while the doctor checked on Jay. Pure determination was the only thing keeping him standing on his injured leg. Ryu realized then that even way back when it was just pure luck that he happened to have more talent than other people, he was declared the champion, and he and Jay finally mended their rivalry. On that day, he shed real tears and meant every single one. But Jay just wanted the world to celebrate his friend's win and was already looking forward to their future rematches. After the fight, they both took to the world stage. They fought many more times after that, all while waiting for one more person to arrive. Ryu wonders if he should be the one apologizing since he was the one who got rushed to the hospital this time. The guy's over here plotting to take down Yu with a combined attack. Jay is just thinking, what on earth is going on with him? And lo and behold, Yu shows up with a cheerful smile on his face. They chatted about all sorts of things and the different lives they were leading. Time passed and eventually their stories all came to an end. Ryu spent his life working for a nonprofit organization while Jay opened his own boxing gym. Josh's business grew to an unbelievable scale, while John worked as a chef. Kasim, the lovable maniac, spent his life traveling the globe, while Gene dedicated his entire being to the art of painting. Uto Tada lived a healthy life running a fruit shop with Yamaguchi until he too passed away from old age. Marco became the chairman of the Boxing Association to stamp out corruption, while his brother founded a charity called Mohawk Man. Victor became an actor, while Aaron spent the rest of his life as a doctor treating his patients. Finally, as for the main protagonist of our story, he took his last breaths while resting in Carmen's embrace. They had shared so many moments together, and everything felt complete. Instead of becoming a monster, Yu lived a full human life and stepped down from the ring at 84 years of age. Carmen was there to see him in his final moments. The boxer steps up to the ring as this phenomenal story comes to a close.